map. Already we're losing more and more players, and that's horror out, sandwiched between 3 teams. They desperately tried to fend off against Fireflux, and if they're able to do that, they could have maybe moved out west, but they were penned in.
Horror story with Easy walking away. Another pickup on that one. 6 elims already for power. These are the sort of games they thrive on as well. So this team very easily goes once they get momentum. You know, they feed that hot hand, keep it building. It's nice to see for the power fans out there.
It's funny coming out of survival stage, right? It's where they shine a lot of times. And it wouldn't really be a PMWC without power making it through survival stage, so I'm glad they do make that happen. King finding a shot over towards Rita.
Hello, सुरु गरेकै हो र फर्स्टमै आउट भइसकेर चाहिँ दुई एलिमिनेसन हालेर आउट गर्दा
coming down from Camp Alpha earlier on.
It's all right,
Like
के
I said
छैन
before, did drop a player earlier on to Alter Ego, who have moved across as you see here on the map. Check out where this next circle goes. Young Galacticos hopes it goes to the northwest side. It's not meant to be though, as we start to come back down onto the South Island. Some fantastic compounds to play around here. Pretty difficult to get out from where Falcons is playing as you wrap around. They can be quick though. They might be able to get some of these compounds down towards the south side, potentially play some of the ridges, but you can see DRX has clear sight line to them.
And this is a similar early path as well from Falcons. Obviously, the Sanor games we saw in survival stage from them, they were opting to play far slower, avoid altercations early if they could, and that was working for them for placements. Again, here though, you can have a lot of teams with targets on you. DRX losing a man very early into this one with their rotation, I believe, against Fireflux. Going to be in position to see if they can snatch away any points, dealing some damage, chipping down the Falcons. Be a nice way to get started for them. See the roam up from power again as well. Always on our screens at the minute. Thunder Talks here playing inside the compound. You get one clean knock from King coming alive already.
Eden dropped. Thunder Talks do have nades to play around with, so we can send them this way. There's only so many places you can play around this coastal area. The DRX is making a huge amount of success from that high ground they're playing towards the center of the circle at the moment. It's so hard to pass by them, especially for Nongshim Red Force, who are currently trapped towards ruins.
पावरको 2 जना नक कुरा 1 जना मात्र बाँकी छ टिटीको चाहिँ 4 जना छ है घेर्दैछन् यिनीहरुलाई पावरको आलाजिनी नक 1 जना डेड भयो इजी मात्र बाँकी रहेछ पावरको उताबाट हेर्दैछ 2 पोइन्ट्स उठाएर सक्यो र यार 2 पोइन्ट मात्र उठाएछ आरजीले वाइजी को माइनरले नक हान्यो किल भयो क्या हैन आरजी को चाहिँ 2 जना किल रहेछ वाइजी को नक छ मर्नै लागिसक्यो यार रिभाइभ दिएको दिएन टिटीकोले किल चोर्दैछ पावरले 6 किल उठाएछ यार First game was 5 game back.
Inviting those shots their way with the way they're lazily rotating over that hillside.
40 ra eliminate bhako rahecha. Alpha Gaming ko le WBG order lai knock kill हान्दियो. Rosemary ले REG को लक्ष्य लाई न. यो खतरा छ यार इन्डोनेसिया को. Rosemary ले kill हान्दियो लक्ष्य लाई. ए को क्रिप्टन ले टस पिक लाई knock. के eliminate हान्दियो REG लाई आम्बो REG त खतरा हो नि साल. REG त्यस्तो खतरा हुँदा पनि यार हान्दियो. Gada kata ho. Kata.
Feature in this one, but Thunder Talks having this compound on the north side of it cut out a lot of teams that want to come through on that
western edge. DRX
struggle as they wrap round that high ground over. I'm more surprised by the fact that Scarface as well as Ketch have been able to live this long on Firefox. I think that's fantastic work from them. Falcons have been biding their time. Saw an opportunity here to attempt to cast that one out, not directly on target.
Romeo as well.
Plays only knock भएको छ Romeo.
He goes down, so effectively just a duo. You can see he's back towards the bridge side, not really in a great position whatsoever.
अर्को गेम
Vehicles to play with, good split, all 4 players alive. Smile priming the nade, resetting that one until he sees an opportunity to actually get some chip damage off with it if they go for the crash down towards the bridge. DRX as well, finally getting revenge on Fireflux.
मेरो त अझ त्यो बाइक सर्भिसिङ दिएको थिएँ दिन जानु पर्ने
Ketch should be running into Reefers from APG soon. The rest of the team
हुन्छ हुन्छ त्यहाँ अर्को गेममा डिस्कर्ड जोइन गरौँला नि त भन्नु न मलाई ल आइडियाको रिताले डब्लुबिजी को लागि ढाल्यो है डक्सीले फाल्कुनको रोक्सलाई गाडीले उडाइदियो रेडक्सलाई किले हान्दियो फाल्कुन के हो फाल्कुन सिद्धि कि क्या हो हैन नार्बालो बाँकी रहेछ नार्बालले डक्सीले हान्यो बिनीले नार्बालो मात्र बाँकी छ यार नार्बालले बिनीलाई मार्दै हो किले हान्दियो जस्तो है एनएसको बिनीलाई अल्फा गेमिङले टीएसको जेरसले हान्यो अल्फा गेमिङ रिफर्सले डब्लुबिजी सोकलाई अल्फा गेमिङ जियो टीएस जिके सिरस टीएसलाई त इलिमिनेट हान्दियो अल्फा गेमिङ डर लाग्दो छ यार मलाई त किन अल्फा गेमिङले लान्छ जस्तो लागिरहेछ यसपालि एनएसको बिनी त बाँकी थियो रहेछ रिभाइभ गरेको रहेछ नार्वालाई ओए नमारे यार बिनीलाई मलाई ओए बच्यो बच्यो कभर दिइरहेछ है बिनीलाई कभर त दिइरहेछ तर भ्याउँदैन जस्तो भ्याउँदैन बचाउनु टिजी कहाँ टाढा छ किल भयो बिनी वाइजीको सेकलाउडले टिटीको सिटिङले नक सिटिङले वाइजी स्माइललाई न ओए वाइजीलाई इलिमिनेटै हान्दियो यार मलाई मन परेको टिमै यिनीहरू वाइजी नार्वालो बाँकी छ है फाल्कुनको अल्फा गेमिङ र इएको भेट हुन लाग्यो डेन्जर टिम हो बवाल छ यार यो टप 16 मा भन्नै पर्यो भने यिनीहरूको यो राउन्डहरु खतरा बनाइदियो त्यसमा खतरेहरु मात्र छ कि 16 जाने खतरा छ के भन्नै पर्यो त्यो गाम्याक्स अनि त्यो जापानको किनेटर भएर अलि विकै देखिरहेको थियो नि त तिनीहरू छिरेन के त्यो 16 जनामा 16 जना खतरा छ के नार्वाललाई एक्लैले दिइरहेछ नार्वालले त्यहाँ ल एफएफ इलिमिनेट टप यार यिनीहरू अल्फा गेमिङको त यिनीहरू डेन्जरहरू हो नि
You still have 2 solos, actually the 3 solos alive. Easy's still inside the little shed, bunkered down early. The secret agent.
Sakura, Alpha Gaming को रिफर्स डाले Sakura ले.
Well here for E Arena, spotting out onto Reefers on the drive up.
Kill ande knock kill dial man three. Alpha Gaming अहिले सिद्धिएन भने यिनीहरूले गेम सिधाइदिन्छ तर यही पनि छ है इन्डोनेसियाको यही नि 4 जनै बाँकी छ झन् तिनीहरूको त डेन्जर छ है तिनीहरू रिफर्सलाई बचाउन भ्याउँदैन जस्तो रिफर्स जान्छ ल जोले पनि नखान्दिया ए यताबाट डब्लुबिजी कोले हान्दैछ नि त पावरको इजीले रोजमेरीलाई नक सकुराले रिफर्सलाई किले हान्दियो जियोलाई पनि किल हान्दियो है डब्लुबिजी को हिले अल्फा गेमिङको एकजना मात्र बाँकी पावर पनि इलिमिनेट पावरकोले कसले मारेछ एको मुआनाले मारेछ इन्डोनेसियाकोले इन्डोनेसियाको रोजमेरी खाइदियो जस्तो छ हो त रोजमेरी हो डर लाग्दो अल्फा गेमको डक मात्र बाँकी यार डकले पागल हान्दिन बेर्छ एनएसको पनि टिजी मात्र बाँकी हो हैन त्यो अगाडि देखिरहेछ नि त्यो एनएसको टिजी हो है त्यो रातो
It is not just the Rosemary show anymore. There's plenty more to this team.
Might actually be a good storyline for us at the booth, the viewers at home as well, because that's something we've been trying to hammer home right now. I think this is the story. This Rosemary said, it's not just me, it's the entire squad. If things go wrong, we can still
यिनीहरूले राम्रो राउन्ड बनाएको छ त्यही भएर फर्स्टमा ग्रुप स्टेजको भयो 8 जना छिर्यो त्यसपछि सर्भाइभलको 8 जना डेन्जरली छिरेको छ ल विभो गेमिङ गयो है चाइनाको
so E Arena snatching away the odd point here and there. 4 players alive for that squad as well, Blank.
एको कति जना छ 4 जना छ यार एको ए लिएर
eye-opening
त्यो
squad in terms of we saw them earlier. Like,
WBC
wow,
कहिले यार त्यो
not
अल्फा
a team
गेमिङलाई
we've
त्यो
got
गरिदियो
our
खाइदियो
eyes glued to. But the more they've played, the more they've had these moments of success here and there. It's a hard team to pinpoint of whether they're a team that could challenge out for the first place spot, or they're a team that's towards the middle of the pack, because some plays are great, other plays not so much. It's hard to, I would say, pinpoint exactly how I feel about E-Arena. But there has been these good games, there has been some strong sweeps, and they're not a team that I think you could completely dismiss.
Ego Kryptonले Sakuralai ढाल्दिएको छ.
Litmus test has been how Joker's playing as well. Feels like if he's on form, the rest of the squad really gets riled up. Still looking menacing.
Sakuralai बचाउनु भयो होला त.
Chip back over, stir it down. Three players alive. Krypton, it's a rough position.
Joker दौडिरहेको छ Sakuralai बचाउन.
Are you playing in front of the rock because you're assuming they're going to be sending those nades over the top?
ल NS को TG लाई नि मार्दिएछ है. NS eliminate.
If they picked up, they would have found a clear and easy shot over towards Krypton, but he takes that.
Sakuralai बचाउँछ जस्तो छ र. दौडिसकेको थियो जोकर. ल टर्निङ भने ओए मोरम्यानले हाल्यो है. मोरम्यान पनि ढल्यो. मोहनाले ढाल्दिएको छ. मोरम्यान टर्निङ नक छ. साकुरा ल जोकर पनि नक. ओए साकुरा मात्र बाँकी है. साकुरा मात्र बाँकी. इएको अल्फा गेमको डकले DRX को CYXC लाई नकिल. जोकर पनि किल. यही मोहनाले जोकरलाई किल. एलिमिनेट.
Over the top there, we'll take down Sakura. Perfect air
burst on that one as well.
Despite everything, it is Ida as well as Alter Ego getting through to the late game. Good shots from Krypton. Keeps going forward. Like we said, it doesn't matter. No Rosemary doesn't mean that Alter Ego's down.
The DRX पनि eliminate.
He kept the pressure on as
अब
well.
बाँकी भनेको अल्फा गेमिङको एकजना डक मात्र बाँकी. इदाको 3 जना. को 3 जना. Alter Ego. इन्डोनेसियाको अल्फा गेमिङको डक मात्र छ. डक चाहिँ कहाँ छ? डक पनि देखाएको भयो नि. ल इदा र को पर छ है. डकले अहिले फाइदा उठाउनु गर्छन्. डक त्यहाँबाट आइरहेको रहेछ. डक सेफमै छ यार भन्नु पर्यो भने. उनीहरुको फाइटको बिचमा चाहिँ छैन के. डक हेरिरहेछ तिनीहरुको फाइट. डकले देख्यो क्या हो? देखेछ जस्तो हेर्दैछ. हो देखेको. ला डगले भेट्यो यता एको मोहनाको. डग गयो. अल्फा गेमिङ पनि एलिमिनेट थर्ड भयो. इदा भर्सेस अल्टर इगो.
Especially with the fact that resources utility extremely low on the side of Alter Ego. But what a banger of a first game. 10 eliminations, as well as a chance at a chicken dinner here.
It would be massive for them. Keep that energy going from the group stage. Show us that it wasn't a fluke. Ship damage there is going to be monumental as well.
हेल्थैमा क्या हो? हेल्थै रहेन चाहिँ रितासँग. एको मोहना नक. इदाको डार्किन नक. एरिन पनि नक. एकजना मात्र बाँकी इदाको. रिता मात्र बाँकी. जोसँग चाहिँ हेल्थै छैन के. एको 2 जना छ. एकजना नक छ. अब क्लच हाने मात्र हो रिताले. त्यति हेल्थमा त्यो पनि. ल नक सिधै. एले खतरा भनेको अल्टर इगो म्याप धुरी इन्डोनेसियनहरु. इन्डोनेसियनहरु यार मोबाइल लेजेन्डमा पनि खतरा, पबजीमा पनि खतरा. गेमै खाएर बसिदिएको छ मलाई.
Saying that just because Rosemary down does not mean that this squad is not as fearsome as they come. That was an incredible match. Yes, they missed the rotate up towards Ida as they were coming across the road, but it was smartly played. And 3v4 versus E-Arena as well there, where it counted. Really good plays from Alter Ego all around. But there are other things happening around the map. Easy get himself into a late game position there, getting 9 E-limbs off the back of that one is a big result for them. And 4 drives went down extremely early. It's a bit shaky.
Oh yeah, the power head-to-head on the hot drop. Scary stuff, and already you can see the intensity. Join us for more PUBG Mobile action in a couple minutes' time.
मजा ढालेको यार यिनीहरूले रितासँग हेल्दै थिएन ओपी तुषारको स्टाइलमा त्यही दाइ बवाल छ यार यिनीहरू त अस्तिदेखि नै मैले याद गरेको हो नि दाइ खतरा थियो भने फर्स्ट दिनमा थिएन सेकेन्ड र थर्ड दिन खेले हो कि यिनीहरू चाहिँ ग्रुप स्टेजमा दामी थियो भने ल सानोकमा फर्स्ट सेकेन्ड डिनर Alter Ego Ares बाइक लिएर आउनु पर्ला है एकछिन हेर्दै गरौँ है बाइक लिएर आउनु पर्यो बने जस्तो ओके भाइ ओके दाइ हेर्दै गर्नु है दाइ हेर्नु बस्दै गर्नु कहीँ नजानु होला फेरि हेर्नुपर्छ
Prediksi sebelum semuanya terjadi. Kanan. Apa itu? Final yang kita bersinar. Lu nggak bisa ngalahin apa yang lu nggak bisa prediksi. Dan bakal ingat tim kita.
Number one in the groups and now number one to start off the grand finals. PMWC Alter Ego is operating on another level. Who is going to be able to stop them? It's only one game down in the final, but that's a terrifying statement to make from the word go here, Seven.
It is, and I mean, continuing on the performance that we saw out of them in group stages, being able to control a lot of the circle. Once they felt comfortable, they started doing a 1-1-1-1 split. And that ultimately given the lead when it came down to Regnum Karya trying to push in. They had every angle, and it was an easy fight for this squad.
I mean, when you look at Sanok in particular, Trifecta is just such a key transition point. They controlled it from like the early stages of the game until the very end, and it started with a hot shot against Donator. They fixed it, they go boot camp, and because of that, they have an easy chance to go for the win. 23 points right out of the gate, SEA here to win it all.
Impressive high ground control, impressive fight against the arena as well, to be able to salvage everything after that and then get the 23 points. It's brilliant stuff from them. Following things up as well, Alpha Gaming with 12 points, being able to position themselves after a lot of eliminations. Max getting themselves in a decent spot to start off the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, big fight happening in Painan versus, I believe it was Team Secret, able to get the squad wipe onto that one. And actually, we were critical about Doc. He kind of saved this game for his team. They got right into the top 3, eliminated most of DRX as they were trying to exit out of Ruins. Are we going to see them be at the bottom of the rankings and Doc MVP like in PMGO? I hope not. But it's so far, it is going that way.
If it's this kind of performance, I mean, I don't hate it from APG. As you mentioned, it came down to Doc being able to clutch up a top 3 situation for this squad. If they continue like that, then one thing that I do have to kind of nitpick a little bit, even though it is Sandhawk, is them losing top early. If they would have had a little bit more of those players left alive there towards the end, it would have been a lot better.
Do you know, there were so many favorite moments from this game. You know what my, why are you already saying?
Don't.
Do you know what one of my favorite moments
Don't
was
let him
from
talk.
this game? Stop him. It was both of your guys' picks going out straight away in the game. Max, what do you have to say about yourself?
So, Horror were alive.
So, yeah.
I blinked.
Yeah.
They weren't alive anymore.
That's weird.
That's all I have to say.
How about yourself, 7 with 4 thrives?
It happens when a team decides to hot drop in the grand finals on day 1 on the first match. 4 thrives. Come on, what are we doing? To be fair, though, they said that after this they don't really have to worry about anything else. But I don't care. 4 thrives. Please stop hot dropping, even if we're only going to be playing Sandhawk twice.
And who was my pick coming into the grand finals? What's wrong, Max? Alter ego.
I'm annoyed.
Was it actually your pick?
Yeah, of course.
It was his pick. Barney too.
They look crazy good in the group stage, and now they're controlling crazy amounts of space. Anyway, that's by the by. Let's take a look at the highlights from this game as well.
One thing I really liked, actually, we're talking about it a little bit, Seth, during this game, is the rhythm at which Rodrigo played. Not talking about the control on Trifecta, which really highlighted was phenomenal. It's the way they take engagements that make sense. They take a big fight, they maybe take a few knocks, full reset, bring everyone back up, get information, transition to a better position. It's just very by the book, and yet so efficient, so well executed, so snappy. The Rodrigo, I was a little bit scared that what they did in group stage, it would be hard to replicate here in the finals, but they proved us wrong right away in the first game.
The main one comes down to that scouting. I'm really enjoying the scouting that they do, and as you mentioned, just the pacing of their playing style, making sure that they do end up clearing everything. Rosemary, though, to be fair, Rosemary ended up getting caught off guard there by Power, and talking about Power, what an impressive matchup to this team, too, winning that hot drop.
Yeah, very important, all things considered. It might make 4 thrives now. Think twice about that. They've still got 2 more Sandhawks to play here, Max. So maybe not coming back in those next 2 Sandhawks.
Well, you maybe don't want to ruin your Sandhawks when Rodrigo already created a big lead.
Yeah,
you know what? Because it's not about you need to be top 8 to be in a good position. You need to win it all, and you're not going to do so by hot dropping on one match.
Yeah, the thing is if one member of Power isn't there, I think Rodrigo wins this even harder. They've got Rosemary and Moana just waiting for that Thunder Talk kind of rotate around on the left. What am I doing? I'm supposed to be the death host. Go on, talk 7.
Good. I mean, what was it? It was like 13 eliminations. I'm with you. If they would have kept Rosemary, they would have been so much more aggressive, because what we have seen this team do, which is just gain all of that control. They would have been willing to take those fights, and even at the end, when we saw them having to just slow down and get a reset, it would have been a lot faster.
Yeah, I kind of want to steal a point that you were talking about earlier, Polaris, during the game. It's actually, they're very good at knowing the weaknesses of their position. Thunder Talk up northwest, they were trying to wrap around. They instantly understood, okay, this is our weak point. We are going to get wrapped around. They set up a little bit of a defense. Power, as we said, that one solo player that's kind of ruined it for them. They lose Rosemary.
Yeah.
But Thunder Talk, if they don't take care of that main threat at that point, chances are they don't win that match. So they're very, very good at just understanding what is going to be their issue in matches when it comes to taking wins.
That said, I do have a lot of hope for our Korean overlords, as I normally do in these tournaments, boys. Take a look at the Nongshim Red Force going up against DRX as well. 2 teams that could do a lot here. But DRX in the distance, dodging bullets, left, right, and center, then being able to shut down Nongshim Red Force. There was some there's cool moments all over the place from this game, Seth.
There was. I mean, you have Narvalo being able to clutch up for Team Falcons, too. That was a pleasant surprise. Remember, last time I was talking about him, it was just getting eliminated too early on for his team. So it's good to see it now, being able to see the evolution of Narvalo. Yeah. But I got to call out 3 teams, actually, 2 teams. It has to be Nongshim Red Force in Fireflux. National Red Force, I'm going to give you a bit of a slight one because you didn't have a lot of the area. You had a circle that was kind of blessing you, but these two teams just play a little bit too passive for what the lobby's currently showing us.
Let's check in with our teams coming into Erangel. Erangel is an unbelievably important battleground here, and both Thrives alongside Altrigo have been able to truly thrive on this battleground, Max, but who's going to be able to do it?
If you're able to get these point averages we've seen in the survival and the league stage, right, coming in from 4th Rise, Altrigo, you're getting around like 6 elims, 7 elims average on every Erangel. That again, you're playing this battleground 3 times per day. You're going to start creating an even bigger lead. And the fact that Altrigo start with a win, and they are our Erangel top fragger, bro, they're scary right out of the gate here.
Yeah, definitely. With 50% of the maps being, of course, Erangel here, you need to be performing on the grassy pastures.
Well, I mean, for 4 Thrives, as I was saying, okay, you know what, let's get out of the way with Sandhawk. You got that hot drop. Hopefully you'll be able to run for tomorrow. But now going into Erangel, all their wins came in Erangel. Whenever we were in group stages, they ended up with, what was it, top 3, 4 times out of 6 matches that we played this. So they need to make sure they take full advantage of Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they'll be able to make it happen. Again, as you said, Kalaris, 50% of your matches are on this battleground, on the grassy pastures. You want to try and have some good time over there, and if any teams can be making it, all the top fraggers we just saw on that graphic could be the ones to make it happen.
Definitely. I expect we'll see a bounce back from 4 Thrives. They're not going to go down, lying down. But of course, over in game right now, you guys can get your hands on the PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival, and it's now live. Don't miss the final 3 days this weekend. Log in to summon your airdrop surprise and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers from your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD Partner Rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win rewards. Come and join the Airdrop Carnival and unbox your surprise. Any surprises you may think of here, Seven, coming into Erangel?
That I can think of right away? No, none. I just want to see some of those teams that I ended up calling out being a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
Especially even if they do end up in a position where they maybe are blessed by the circle, I want to see them being a little bit more proactive, trying to get those points, trying to get those eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, one team I'm going to be looking at, especially this game, is going to be Regnum Karia. They drop in Rozov. There's no contention. There's no hot drop happening over there. They did have a really rough circle this time around on Sanok, but Erangel is by far their best battleground. If there's any time Regnum Karia need to step up, it's right here, right now.
And for the Regnum Karia, it's going to have to come down to just being able to rotate a little bit faster. We were talking about it during that last match, Max. We're saying they're rotating way too slow. It's going to end up hurting them. Guess what? Alter Ego was already set up. And when you have teams playing like how Alter Ego is, being able to control such a big area, if you're going to end up rotating late and not being able to scout, you're just pretty much going to get eliminated.
Of course, you guys over at home as well can not only be watching the stream that's going on here, but make sure to have the map feed open too live. Because obviously that is going to give you huge information regarding how these teams are going to be rotating, how they're moving. And speaking of that, I paid very close attention whilst I was kind of analysing the games from day to day, how Yangon was going to be rotating on things. Because of course, coming from Military Island is not the easiest of things you have to do in this game, Maxman. And sometimes it was by hovercraft, sometimes it's by cars and crossroads and things like that. So for them, there is always that potential challenge that you've got to deal with when coming from military.
I mean, especially because, let's keep in mind, unlike in the survival stage, 4 Thrives are here. Western Bridge, occupied. Alpha Gaming, back in the lobby, dropping in the military. Novo, also going to be possibly occupied. I think there was even a potential hot drop happening over there. So Yangon Galacticos, this is going to be turned up to 11 into hard mode. And we know that this is a team that surprised us, and they surprised us when they are going to have a real tough time simply surviving on Military Island.
If there was a team that I would expect them to be able to get out of Military Island, will be Yangon Galacticos. I agree. They've been able to show it over and over again. They've been able to adjust. Yeah, even now that 4 Thrives is here, and they're more than likely going to just be controlling that Western Bridge. We have seen Yangon Galacticos realize that and be willing to just take some damage from the blue zone, go all the way around into the Eastern Bridge, and even if they end up rotating late, it works out for them.
It does work out, but I'm just scared, not really of 4 Thrives, because we've seen that normally their hold on Western Bridge is quite passive. They allow teams to move in if it doesn't give them a big advantage in the circle early on. My main issue is going to be when APG and 4 Thrive, APG and Yangon Galacticos try to rotate at the same time, and you're going to have this big bottleneck situation. That is really what causes teams to lose a lot of players in the early game.
All I'm hearing here is a third-party opportunity for Yangon Galacticos.
And that's kind of scary. That's really good. Anyway, let's by the by. It's time. The grassy pastures, Erangel, game number 2 of the day here for the grand finals.
Impeccable timing from the audience there, and overall, Blank, you can see it's starting to fill out right. You've got fans, you've got family, you've got support staff, everyone in the arena ready for the anticipation that's going to continue to build as we make our way through these playoff games. And I'll tell you what, Blank, I'm going to throw it into the mix right now. Alter Ego take back-to-back chicken dinners.
You think so?
100%.
Straight off Erangel with another Alter Ego win, huh? I mean, to be fair, yeah, all the support staff are here, the fans are out in force. Haji's father is here cheering them on as well. A little extra pressure, you know?
Oh yeah, the legend himself in the crowd.
My dad was here, I'd be worried. I'd be better cast. But yeah, we're heading over towards Erangel. For the first time here over at playoffs, starting over towards Quarry, heading up over towards Stauber. Very neat little playing path here for most teams, right? We'll be able to get out slightly earlier over towards Primos, very Pier, as well as Sosnovka, which gives you a little bit more time to figure out what your movement's going to be from Sosnovka, which is nice, especially if you drop down there. But meantime, teams heading over towards Yasnaya, Mansion, Lepovka, Prism. It's a little bit of a longer rotate that you're going to have to make. Time you have to spend inside the plane. I think that most teams are looking very, very happy with this kind of playing path.
You see how the standings are looking as well, of course, off the back of that opening game of the playoffs here. For Power, it was a very impressive hard drop targeted, one of the teams that everyone's had their eyes on, and that was 4 Thrives, who absolutely dominated back in the group stage. Is there going to be a bit of back for blood gameplay on that one? That's what I'm curious about. Are they going to have this revenge moment? You don't want to have 2 games of slow starts. That's a squad that needs to build.
APG currently parachuting over the top of the 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives already hit the ground running. We'll see if APG extends this parachute down towards Sosnovka. I think they have to at this point, especially now that 4 Thrives is already starting to get set up. We send over towards the eastern side of the map. Falcons in their beloved Pachinki, as well as Rozok being held by Regnum Kaya, as Maxman was talking about earlier on. Now, was a lot of indecision coming through from Regnum Kaya when it comes to Rozok. Teams often finding a better position in Rozok when the circle heads that way. Not sure whether to hold inside or send out. I think they got hit with a little bit of an unlucky stick a few times on that one. There certainly can be improvements. We'll wait and see. Keep your eyes on the wheel and the windscreen. Instead of just on maps, if you're driving, get directions from your teammates, possibly.
Yeah, don't dent the Dacia. Pretty clean. Paintwork on that. It's a nice cool blue. Matches the logo.
Actually works out very well. Everyone in this one all rotating together here for Thunder Talks, heading down towards Milton, which is free right now, so Thunder Talks can play that one out. Alter Ego sending far over towards the Povka right now, which is very much out of the way, but on this kind of circle, it's completely fair. You don't want to send your entire team over towards the Povka, though. You would like some scouts on the outside. Right now, it looks like the entirety of the team is just going up towards the Povka, though. I think they expect that they're going to have time, especially on the playing path being so long over towards the eastern side of the map.
Curious as well. Position 10, Falcons tied points with Weibo, and both Fire Flux as well. How they're going to be looking. Obviously, we saw in their Sandhorn Games Strike survival stage, it was far slower pace. It worked for them there. It's going to be a bit different here. Teams that are going to look to try and take the fight to you. You're not going to get as many freebies. When they crashed into Nongshing Red Force, that's where it all went wrong. Hopefully they can avoid a similar outcome here. Forward scout on Ralph, farther up ahead. Regnum Karia, Fireflux and Power that are relatively close by.
I was getting a move on. Regnum Kaya also making that move, as you were saying, all in vehicles. They left Rozok early. They want to pride themselves here, and I think that's fair enough, especially in the first circle. They don't want to spend too much time in Rozok. They'd rather get a central position and then know that there is a chance to send back over towards Rozok later on. So we're not doing any shenanigans where we leave 2 players behind, we send 2 players up front. They're going to play together. If it means they have to kind of work their way back into Rozok, dig a tunnel back towards that region of the map, then sure, fair enough. But in the meantime, Regnum Kai is going to try and take a central position, which they know they have priority on right now from the spot that they started in. Said powering at a similar spot. Gondola, here for Aaron. He will make the journey back down the mountain. This is over towards Stalber. This is intense.
Aaron, inside of the gondola. The ground shaking.
It's not intense, it's in the gondola.
Not as good as the horse, you know. I think horse, gondola, kind of, you know, different territory.
Yeah, it's a completely alternate playing field. Right? It's incomparable. Yeah, exactly. It's not that.
You can tell we're a duo.
Yeah, we can. Jinx padlock. Throw it.
I'm glad you saved us. You know what though? Glad we get a little bit of camera time with DRX here as well. Again, you know, they kind of had a rough early rotation where Fireflogs were able to take down one player from that team, but they kept it developing. And again, I think there's so much talent for this squad. I'm curious to see how they're going to be looking once we kind of have this day to look back on, going into day 2, where they are in the standings, what the squads look like. I feel like there is so much talent on this roster for Hyunbin as well. Someone that kind of, you know, has been there, worn the t-shirt, and it's just a short space of time.
Yeah.
Meteoric rise for him. Very, very good talent to watch.
Hyunbin's been very effective across esports in, like you said, the short time he's been here, relative to a lot of the veterans that are in PUBG Mobile. I will say the one thing that is annoying between Nongshim Red Force as well as DRX by South Korean teams is Zizzy. It's like, come on, guys. Let's get a slightly different naming convention going, just for my sanity at least.
Well, at least we've only got one alpha now.
That's true, yeah. Fantastic result.
For one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird one. I think, honestly, for Alpha 7, they claimed the name earlier, right? For Alpha Gaming, that felt more like BM, in my opinion.
Well, they have the chance to do the funniest thing.
Oh, it's Alpha Gaming. They've won the second. Wait a minute.
The back-to-back. Oh, no, hang on. It's a different team.
A different one. Yeah. That would confuse the social media managers.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you that now.
That'd throw you off guard.
Yeah.
Roll the alpha set.
Just joking.
Pull the fast one on you.
Let's not twist the knife too much.
No more BM. Okay.
They've just come off a pretty sad league defeat. Yeah, we are here live from Riyadh. We have a thumping, roaring crowd, which is great to see from all instances over the world, which is really sweet as well. Everyone coming out to support their team of choice. It's been a slow game so far, with just a lot of rotating happening. I think we've lost 0 players. All teams still up and kicking as we head over towards Farmway. Most teams just looking for a more central position on the map. We are moving more and more away from edge gameplay. A lot of teams putting a lot more stock here towards the center, which will change as time goes on, as more and more spots open up around the edge of the map. You'll see teams getting a lot of success off the back of that. And it's crazy they're coming into playoffs. And that is sort of the change we're going to see probably day 2, day 3, if this thing continues. And it really depends which team's going to be able to take advantage of that. Because a lot of times, in my opinion, it's teams that have very good sweeping capability. One team in particular has done very well, Alterico.
Oh yeah, we've seen that as well in their gameplay already. I think it again, you know, just sort of hammers home that point of the fact that this team couldn't do it all. They can pass the baton amongst one another. It was very nicely played. Krypton with the setup, Rose down, the way they're building back into the game, walking away with chicken dinner. And there's a reason, you know, you throw it out there saying, obviously, I think they could take a back-to-back chicken dinner here today. But with the talent they've shown, I think they genuinely could. We'll keep our eye on it, see how it goes over the flow of this one. Nice as well when you brought it up, obviously. Everyone in the crowd saw the highlight there, and Al Haji's father. That's representing power. If they keep playing like they did, try and build into that, well, there they are in the Elim feed, taking fights to Thunder Tour. You know they're going to be getting loud.
Yeah, fighting actually does go down straight away to Ragnar, which is a good opener. He does take a fair lick of damage, but should be able to get back into cover here. This compound-based gameplay between both teams as the circle did push out towards the western side. And I think it's the first time this tournament we've really seen this area of the map in full over towards Potato Hill and the southern reaches of it. There's a lot of water. It's not as much as you might think, but you've got to consider that edge down towards Sosnovka that's still in is also a playable space. You'd be a bit mad to try and confirm down there at this point in the game. We are cutting around about 30%, I'd say, out of this map, so it's becoming a little bit more cramped, a little bit more crowded.
Scary as well, watching this rotate in from Team Secret. Another squad that I think, could be described as preferring to have those passive setups rather than being the one to instigate via fights. You run into the crosshairs of Alter Ego, they are going to take that fight to you. They won't let you get away cleanly. You have a spot in the backline there with Rosemary very quickly jumping out of the driving seat to attempt to set up in cover. Didn't take the fight in the end. Hasn't fired out a few bullets to see if he can get a connection over, but they can still chase on this.
And for Rigo, they're sort of giving ground here to Team Secret as they get ahead, but it is Krypton who's been able to swipe around, get in front of them. Ida as well as Fireflux are in front. It's an awkward rotate, I'd say, because Horror does control a lot of the space over towards the northern side, and Alter Ego likely not wanting to pick up that position. Neither are Team Secret. There is potential, though, to just completely back off this angle. Make a very wide wrap over towards the school side and play there. It is out of bounds in terms of where a lot of the high prior locations are, but it gives you a safe approach into the circle. Alva right now, the Hound on the team of Alter Ego, looking to take a sniff of the shots.
Get a good read on this as well.
Garmi
towards that side. You've also got another scout from Emre who's actually bypassed
So back side हेरेर एक टेस्ट ड्राइभ पनि हानेर आएको के सही भयो नयाँ मोबिल हालेपछि त बाइक त प्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्याट्या
in good spots. I like when Mormon's playing. This is a really nice split coming through from E Arena. They had
easy
compound the
को highest damage अहिलेसम्म 758 Krypton AE को 705 अनि Alaji को 674 Wait, AE 23 point उठाएको अघि चिकेनमा आम्बो EA को 2 जना नक 1 जना मात्र बाँकी EA को बाँकी हो साकुरा र मोरमेन्ट हल्यो भनेपछि जोकर छ कि छैन 3 जनामा 1 जना त किले हान्दियो
Silas on the hunt. Player up on the roof, trying to keep his head down.
मोरमेन्टलाई त किले हान्दैछ होरको नो फेयर ढल्यो है आइडिए को डार्किनले ढाल्दियो नो फेयरले नक
Once they get the man picks back up there.
आरजी साइलसले EA को टर्निकलाई किल भनेपछि इलिमिनेट होला EA
Fireflux going in, hovercraft gameplay from
के हो नक चाहिँ मर्यो होला भनेपछि
able to hit that one.
FF को 3 जना बाँकी
Fireflux, not being able to win this fight is getting pretty rough for them because this was their game plan for a long time is to hit up towards this compound. And they've been sent back off this. Good hold coming through.
FF को 16 नक र किले हान्दै WBG को 33 G लाई
Just the knock that's easily resable.
अर्डर नक भइराछ है WBG को अर्डर नक छ बचाउन भ्याउँछ कि भ्याउँदैन त सँगै रहेछ बचाउँछ होला EA को जोकरै बाँकी रहेछ कुद्दै आइराछ जोकर उ त्यहाँबाट होरको स्काई नक रोजमेरीले नक हान्दियो होरको स्काईलाई नो फेयरलाई त अघि रिभाइभ हानेको रहेछ अब स्काई नक किले हान्दियो मुआनले किल हान्दियो स्लिपीलाई पनि नक हान्दियो है रोजमेरीले स्काई नक किल भयो स्लिपी नकमा छ ल देखाए AE भर्सेस होरा
Alpha's going to be looking for this one on target with the name.
आज देखि जरा किसमें कितना दम
Being able to get that final shot off back towards
स्लिपी के भयो किलै भयो जस्तो किल भइसकेको छ स्लिपी
No fear, at least with a little
नो फेयर र जिगल मात्र बाँकी छ
hard to get those nades in with the
होरले एक पनि उठाएको छैन यो गेममा
teammate falling further back to provide cover.
You're going to keep backing this one off now. It's a nice bit of high ground that you can use to scout into the future of the game. You see how Alter Ego want to play. So now,
के गरिन्छ त के यिनीहरु रिट्रिट हानेको हो त
a nice setup here where they are darted across the road, allowing them to get a lot of information going towards the future. Take a couple of pot shots here and there. So yeah, definitely curious how Alter Ego want to play this out. I mean, they have just been taking names slowly but surely.
डार्किन फेरि यता बसेर हेरिरहेको रहेछ है त्यसले जिगललाई देखेको छ है आइदिएको डार्किनले जिगललाई देखेको छ
And just trusting in Alpha's
किन यो
calls
क्वालिटी
as well,
घटिरहेछ
which is very nice to see.
फेरि
I do want to quickly go back to Regnum Kaya though, because despite that being an immediate
आइदिएको
rotate,
डार्किनले
Bowman having
हाम्रो
control of
जिगललाई
towards the
देखेको छ
building, that was a very nice
फेरि
take
घट्यो त
from Regnum Kaya, and that might have just bumped their point scoring up by a fair bit. There is a slight issue with that compound where some of the angles are cut off to you. You don't have all the
क्वालिटी
information
एक
in the world,
मिलाउनु
but this
पर्यो
is the sort of position that's
यार
going to keep
अटोमा
you safe
480p
for a
मा
long, long
पुगिरहेछ
time.
त
For a few of the games we've seen from Regnum
Yeah,
Kaya as
picture
well early
quality,
on in the
PK,
day, it feels like
yes,
sometimes they pull those punches and won't fully commit to play. So it's nice to see, you've committed to an idea that they've been able to make it work.
Yeah.
इजी मान नि जोरको किल धेरै रहेछ
Even that survival stage, when Regnum Kaya went for some strong central positions, they are very, very proactive. Even those spots where it felt like they didn't really have position to play, these are drive-by nades as well. A huge amount of damage going through up towards
घरको
Alpha.
डिजाइन त
I'm
रहेछ
surprised not even a single knock there.
यो वाला घरमा रहेछ नि त यिनीहरू
One more nade towards that position.
यो PUBG हेरेर त क्या याद आउने है PUBG को त्यो ठाउँहरू
A big threat on the north side.
They are very lucky. They've been
अल्फा
able to
गेमिङको
survive
डक
through that.
टप भनेर फर्स्ट एकै ठाउँमा एउटा नेट झर्यो भने यिनीहरू तीनैजना जान्छ यार यहाँ
One of them went down. You could have crashed into it
कसले
very
त्यो
easily.
मिठो नेट हान्न
There was
सक्छ त
such
यहाँ
a sliver of HP between the four of them. They could reset with the supplies they have. We saw a little bit of power showing up in the feed once again as well. So still looking to find opportunities to build. But the nade back over. Easy knockdown because of it. This is Thunder Talks. It's the last man in Zinc.
पावर र टिटीको भेट भएको छ टिटीको एकजना मात्र बाँकी किङ त्यही पनि के भयो त टिटी इलिमिनेट इजी नक भएको छ पावरको किलै हुन लागेको छ है इजी छिटो रिभाइभ हान्यो भने डेड यहाँ फाइदा उठाउनु पर्यो कोहीले कोही नजिक त छैन एनएस मात्रै छ त्यो पनि अलिक टाढै छ भन्नु पर्यो होइन एको रोजमेरीले एपिसी जियोललाई नक एन्ड किल हानिदिएको छ है अल्फा गेमिङको एकजना नक एन्ड किल रोजमेरीले ढाल्थ्यो वाइजीको सेक क्लाउडले रोजमेरीलाई नक हानिदिएको छ नक मात्र हो तर ओ एको जोकर किल भयो ए इलिमिनेट डब्लुबिजी गेमिङले डब्लुबी गेमिङ जोकरले यसपालि 1 पोइन्ट पनि उठाउन सकेन जेरोमै गयो हाम्रो होराले पनि पोइन्ट उठाएको छैन वाइजीले नि छैन 40 साँच्ची 40 खै देखेकै छैन त 40 लाई 40 त्यस्तो बवाल टिम थियो त
We mentioned it, man. Would we be seeing it in playoffs? Yeah, he doesn't give a damn. Grand stage, important matchups. He'll still be playing to his best. Playing his flavor of PUBG Mobile. That's actually the final knock onto the arena as well, of course, removing them. And like you said, this now presents more opportunities for other teams to move
के फाल्गुनको घर चाहिँ केही ठाउँमा बसिरहेको छ त तर ए सेफ जोनको साइडमा बसेर रहेछ नि त ठीक बा 40 को फलकले पायो भने त्यो सबले हालिदिन्छ अहिले अल्फा गेमिङको जोल किल भएको छ अघि नै 3 जना छ एमा 4 जना छ पावरको 4 अहिले फाल्गुनको नार्बलले नक 40 को T24 ले नार्बलले नक हानेको छ है फाल्गुनको नार्बल भनेको डेन्जर हो फलक त्यहाँ रस हान्दैछ फलक झर्यो गाडीबाट ओए 40 आईक्यू त्यहाँ माथिबाट हेर्न गइरहेछ यिनीहरूले फलकलाई परेको छैन फलकलाई देखिसक्यो रेडक्सले फलक नक फाल्गुनको रेडक्सले फलकलाई नक एन्ड किलले गर्यो जस्तो किल भयो कि नै किल नक एन्ड किल रेडक्सले नक एन्ड किलले गर्यो फाल्गुनको नार्बालो डेड फाल्गुनको रफ नक फाल्गुनको नार्बालो डेड 40 आईक्यू पनि नक 40 T24 ले फाल्गुनको रफलाई नक ए अल्भारो वाइजीको परिरहेछ
In the meantime, Alter Ego have but they are currently taking Yangon to task over towards
40 को फलक किल भएको छ र 40 को आईक्यू चाहिँ नकमा छ अब फाल्गुनको कतिजना बाँकी 2 जना COS 77 र रेडक्स मात्र ओ COS 77 मिठो नेट हानेको छ नकिले फाल्कन इलिमिनेट टीएस को जिकेले हाम्रो नो फेयरलाई नक गरेको छ नो फेयरलाई किले गर्दै अब जिगल मात्र बाँकी छ हाम्रो प्लेजनले खाइदियो WBG को 33 जी लाई WBG ले एफएफ लाई नक गरेको छ एनएस बिनीले जेरोस लाई पनि नक गरेको छ ए र वाइजी को यहाँ पर्रा चाहिँ नेट ब्याटल होली खेल्दै छैनहरु नेटले ल जिगललाई पनि हान्दियो हो र फेरि इलिमिनेट 0 पोइन्टमा 0 पोइन्टमा इलिमिनेट भएको छ हो र अल्फा गेमिङले वाइजी को ले हाल्दा हो प्लेजनले 40 आइक्यूले नक गर्यो एलवाले वाइजी को स्माइललाई नक गरेको छ अनि डीआरएक्स ले 40 को त्यसले मार्यो 40 सायद इलिमिनेट भयो त छैन एकजना बाँकी छ वाइजी र ए को अब यहाँ ए को रिटर्नलाई रिभाइभ गर्दैछ भन्ने वाइजी को मार्नटलाई रिभाइभ गर्यो दुवैले एकअर्काले रिभाइभ गर्न भ्यायो है नाइस नेट है नाइस नेट ए को क्रिप्टन र अल्फा नक भएको छ नेटले वाइजी लेट्स गो मलाई वाइजी है मन पर्ने टिम अनि ए पनि हो दुईटै हो मन पर्नेहरु ए को वाना मात्र बाँकी हो त हो अल्फा गेमिङ को टप नक भएको छ आरजी को लक्ष्य को हातबाट अल्फा गेमिङ को एकदम नक छ रिभाइभ गर्नु भ्याउला त आयो त बगी पड्यो भने जान्छ त हैन र अल्फा गेमिङ कोले मिठो नेट फेक्यो है मिठो नेट रिफर्स्ट मिठो नेट फेकेर किले हान्दिएको छ इलिमिनेट होला सायद यस मिठो नेटले मर्यो यार तिनै जना
Incredible stuff there. You don't see those ones every day.
Oh, back to back chicken dinners.
अब बाकी भनेको हाम्रो वाइजी को रोमियोले 42 to 4 ले नक हानेको छ र किले गर्दियो रोमियोले नक एन्ड किल एकैचोटी 40 को अब एकजना मात्र बाँकी छ होला सायद वाइजी रोमियोले यो अल्फा गेमिङलाई सक्ला त एक्लैले यिनीहरूले अल्फा गेमिङलाई खान सक्छ त यार वाइजीले अहिले भन्नै पर्यो भने डीआरएक्स र कसको पर्न खोजिरहेछ ओए नेट द
a little bit of damage coming through from Regnum Kaya over towards DRX, who are now opting to see if they can just swipe
NS Benny DRX को QX Triple G लाई नक गरेको छ र पावरको फाइदा नि किल चोर्दिएको छ फेरि NS XG वाले DRX को YG को सेक्लाउडले APG को रिफर्सलाई नेटले नक गरेको छ है पावर इजीले DRX सेल्स फेरि किल चोर्दियो YG सेक्लाउडले टपलाई पनि नक गर्दियो है आइडिया को इरेनले फेरि YG मनेरलाई नक गरेको छ कसको जना बाँकी भने वाइजी मा 3 जनामा 1 जना नक अल्फा गेमिङ 3 जनामा 2 जना नक डीआरएक्स मा 2 जनामा 1 जना नक डीआरएक्स को अब 1 जना मात्र बाँकी अल्फा गेमिङ ले रिभाइभ गर्यो 1 जनालाई सर वाइजी ले हैन आइडिया ले पनि हेरा छ त्यही भएर वाइजी ले पुश नगरेको जस्तो लाग्यो रस नगरे डब्ल्युबीजी को सुकले पावर आलिजीलाई नक पर रैगनारले डीआरएक्स सोजलाई किल है गाडीले किल गरिदिन्छ डीआरएक्स इलिमिनेट पर रैगनार नक किल आलिजी पनि किल एक जना मात्र बाँकी पावरमा आरजी र डब्ल्युबीजी को पर्न खोज्दैछ यहाँ डब्ल्युबीजी को सुकको 600 ड्यामेज अल्फा गेमिङ को 3 जना रिभाइभ भइसकेका छन्
catching vision. This is the nice thing about Regnum Kaya as well, is that we mentioned it beforehand, where they're a proactive team. They don't allow themselves to be caught up in the moment and just sit around, feet up, watching telly inside these compounds. They are very much active on the outside there. They took shots over towards Alpha Gaming. They cut out over towards the south side. It's not a crazy amount of points able to find this game in terms of
TS र YG को पर्दैछ है
a strong
बमको
spot on
भोलि
that southwest side. Weibo are in front of them, as you mentioned. I'd like to see how they're going to handle this into the future, because it's some weird terrain that they'll have to push through.
Yangon, it could be uncomfortable. Secret can actually get the angle to arc those nades over, roll it down the hillside. Spacing could be problematic. That's what you were talking about, of course. Obviously for Weibo, just a few steps ahead, just tucked in. A little bit of cover to work with. At least you've got the detonated vehicles. And it's actually Fahidin that was the last man left for powder. So he's just over by the tree line.
It's very
स्मोक थेकेको स्टाइल खतरा त थियो तर के गर्नु नखान्थ्यो पावरको फाइदाले पावरको यही फाइदा एक्जाम बाँकी छ यो किल पावर इलिमिनेट आइडिया रिटाले नक गरिदिएको छ है पावर इलिमिनेट
That next circle doesn't cut Ida out either. So now Regnum Kai has to go for something very quick.
एकजना मात्र बाँकी छ यार बचि नै रहेछ 40 को
Alpha Gaming though.
40 ले 4 पोइन्ट उठाएको 40 को नकि भन्न बित्तिकै YG को सेक लाउडले किल गरिदिएको छ र 40 इलिमिनेट
over towards that north side. I don't think it's going to be effective at all trying to
NS र इदाको पर्ला त कौन बिनी एक्लै माथि रहेछ है
down though. Maybe the chance
WGBG को हिला यिनीहरूले रिभाइभ गर्न नभ्याउला जस्तो भयो
later into the game. That's the real issue.
यहाँ आरइजीले चाहिँ पुस हान्छ कि क्या हो
As I was mentioning.
माथि फेरि अल्फा गेमिङले हेरिरहेको छ नि आरइजी को ओइ के भयो ओइ त्यो आरइजी को वाइडले मिठो हानेको छ है मार्नरलाई त्यस्तो टाढाबाट ल एनएसले रस गरेको छ र नेटले एनएसको एक्टिभ वाइड न वाइजी को सेक लाउडले इदाको एमलाई एनएस को डक्सी नि यो नि दामी छ है ग्राखा चाहिँ मेरो धारा हान्दैछ
spent all the way over towards Yangon Galacticos, and they were doing damage, but they're out now.
ओए आरइजी पनि लिमिनेट कति छिटो ओए अल्फा गेमिङले मिठो खाइदियो त डब्ल्युबीजी लाई पनि हानेर त डब्ल्युबीजी को सुटलाई पनि हान्दियो है कि नक मात्र रहेछ सुट त्यहाँ चाहिँ एनएस को एकजना नक छ भने
Not at all. I think Alpha Gaming played a bit of a blind
इदाको दुईजना मात्र बाँकी इदाको एकजना मात्र बाँकी ए होइन रहेछ नक त भारेन छ है इदाको के हो ढिलो भएर रहेछ नक भएको इदाको एरियन मात्र बाँकी छ नेट छिराइदियो भित्रै टिम सिक्रेटकोले यहाँ माथिबाट है फाइदा उठाउला जस्तो भइरहेछ एनएस को पनि एकजना नक र एकजना मात्रै बाँकी तर एकजना मात्र बाँकी किल गरिदिएको छ एनएस को एक्सपीवाईले टीएस डब्ल्युबीजी को हिल ड्रपले गरेको छ डक्सीले इदाको एरियनले मारेर इदालाई इलिमिनेट अब बाँकी भनेको अल्फा गेमिङ को दुईजना एनएस को एकजना डब्ल्युबीजी वाइजी अनि टीएस को तीनजना हामीसँग टोटल 5 वटा टिम छ अहिले डब्ल्युबीजी ले त हिलाई रिभाइभ त गरेछ गर्नु ओए क्रस बो है क्रसबो स्नाइपर को भाउ यो हतियार चाहिँ रामायणतिर पनि युज हुन्थ्यो क्रसबो बोकेर हिँड्दा छ पागल हो अर्को चाहिँ त्यो जीबाट आउने गनको नाम होइन त्यो के भन्छ त्यसलाई ड्रपमा पाउने गन अब यो झ्यालमा एउटा नेट छिराइदियो भने डक्सी
struggling. Moving forward, Suk will see a nade come his way.
मलाई बान चलाएको चाहिँ हेर्न मन लाग्यो अब क्रसबो डब्ल्युबीजी को सुकलाई नक गरिदिएको छ Groza हो त्यो गाउँमा groza गोर्जा के भन्दियो NS eliminate YG को मार्नाले WBG को सुरलाई नक भने रोमियोले हिलाई पनि नक WBG को अर्डरले अल्फा गेमिङ को डगलाई नगरेको छ YG को रोमियोले WBG लाई किल अल्फा गेमिङ को रिफक्सले पनि किल गरेको छ त्यसैले WBG eliminate अब अल्फा गेमिङमा एकजना मात्र बाँकी YG मा 3 जना TS मा 3 जना टिम सिरियसको फ्र्याङ्कीले मिठो भेटेको छ है ड्यामेज चाहिँ लिएको छ YG को नेटले भएको अल्फा गेमिङको एकजना टिम सिक्रेटको 3 जना हो YG को 3 जना DC एकैछिन दाइ है दाइ म यसपछि नि एकचोटि गायब हुनुपर्ने भएको छ ला अल्फा गेमिङको रिफर्स किल अब 2 जना र टिम बाँकी है YG र TS मात्रै 3 जना ल TS को फ्र्याङ्कले YG को रोमियोले नक YS सेक्लाउले TS को ट्र्याङलाई नक एक जना नक छ 2 जना बाँकी 3 जनामा 2 जना बाँकी र एक जना नक भएको छ दुईटै टिमबाट TS को 2 जना नक र एक जना मात्र बाँकी लो एचपी मा छ त्यो पनि झिल्के मात्र बाँकी छ TS को झिल्के त हैन जिकेको खास तर त्यो झिल्के नै हो TS को यही जिके मात्र बाँकी छ र TS को फ्र्याङ्की र ट्र्याङले यिनहरुलाई कल दिइराको छ होला सायद YG ले यस्तो गर्छ अनि YG नाइस YG ले चिकन डिनर खायो है YG let's go
some of the hardest spots in the lobby like Alter Ego, but Regdom Kai, who sent their way up there earlier, who did get backstabbed by Alpha Gaming, but
मलाई YG मन पर्छ है होरा पछि चाहिँ YG ले जित्छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ होराले नजिते त्यसपछि चाहिँ एले
see the celebration and elation from the team as well. It's nice solid slaps of the hands, everyone congratulating one another. The arena starting to get excited as well with the way these games have been going. Again, they should be celebrating. They played some great games, heads-up maneuvers again as well. Some crazy stuff. It's a good point. It's what you bring up.
Nice,
being able to track
but say bata sa हेर्नु दाइ YG मा
crazy scenes here, Black, but the action keeps on going. Join us for more in a couple minutes time.
यार होराले के गर्न सकिरहेको छैन सन CR7 होरा पनि गएको थियो आज फाइनल हेर्नलाई young guys on the young and galacticos त्यो खतरा छ नि त मलाई राम्रो लाग्यो कि यिनीहरुको गेम प्ले तर अस्ति सर्भाइभलबाट झन्डै नछिरेको नि यिनीहरु एजमा परेर छिराहरू के दाइ अस्ति सर्भाइभल भयो नि जुन त्यसमा यिनीहरु एजमा परेर छिरा कस्तो डेन्जर भएको थियो धेरै पोइन्ट पनि हैन फेरि 9 सँग 2 पोइन्टले लास्ट गेम चाहिँ जस 60 र 62 थियो पोइन्ट 8 र 9 थियो अनि त्यसपछि कति पोइन्ट भयो चाहिँ बिर्से जस त्यतिको चाहिँ ग्याप थियो लास्ट गेम बाँकी हुँदा सानोमा अल्टर इगोले जित्यो इरेंगल फर्स्ट इरेंगलमा YG ले अब सेकेन्ड इरेंगल एकछिनमा त्यो स्योर के भएर पनौती लाग्यो होला ए CR7 गएर एकैछिन है त फेरि म छोटो ब्रेकमा बस्छु त्यसपछि चाहिँ फ्री हो म छोटो ब्रेक अनि त्यसपछि हामी डिस्कर्डमा भेट्ने छौं दाइ है त
Yangon Galacticos blasting off at the speed of light. All the other teams better surrender now or prepare to fight. We have got ourselves 7 and Maxman here to talk about this victory from them coming in from Potato Hill. Looking really cool, looking strong, taking out the previous winners for the previous games. Maxman, Yangon.
I think they're happy they had a very northern plane that was not good for them, because that allowed them to drop into Great and George Bowl and actually get the northern rotate into the circle. And actually, there were very little teams going up in that northern position. We did have Ultrigo eventually try and clash on Potato Hill itself, but the nades from Say Cloud in particular were key to claim all of Potato Hill for themselves and take the win at the end.
One of the slowest teams to rotate as well. They took their sweet time. I think at one point it was Circle 3. All the teams were just focusing on that center area, and Yangon Galacticos were the ones towards the north. I really enjoyed how they were able to surprise Alter Ego. Alter Ego was not expecting the team to be able to come up from behind them. And then, I mean, for Yangon Galacticos, I think they were waiting in Potato Hill. You were saying during that break too, while we were watching the game, they just waited for so long.
That's the scary thing about Potato Hill, right? Like, you can have multiple teams exist up there and then also have very decent defensive positions as well. So for Yangon, they took that fight perfectly against Alter Ego, who was going to be a huge threat. And then Team Secret moves in later on here, Max.
I mean, actually looking at Team Secret, they also had a really good match this time around. 11 points on the board. Again, a normally pretty silent team. They were getting quite aggressive here versus Yangon Galacticos, trying to push uphill, Potato Hill, claim all of the northeastern edge, and also keeping teams down low, such as Weibo, away from the fight. So actually, Team Secret, they showed me a little bit more than what we saw back in the group stage, which sets up a very good precedent here for the finals.
Yeah, for Team Secret, I would have actually loved them to commit to that fight against Yangon Galacticos, even though they were being able to control in Potato Hill. I don't know if you agree or disagree with me on this one, but ultimately, they were going to have to take that fight at one point or another.
I'm scared that if they take the fight onto Yangon Galacticos a little bit earlier, teams such as maybe Weibo can just full send it and third party that fight and just wrap up the chicken dinner. I do get why they were delaying it, but the more you delay it, the bigger advantage you're given to Yangon, and then you just cannot win that fight anymore.
That says, whilst we took a look at the points, Alpha Gaming once again being able to get into some of the later stages of this match here, 7.
It came down to what they were able to do with the 4 vehicles. They had 4 vehicles being able to just create a big barrier. And on top of that, for this team, they kept getting blessed by the circle. They really didn't have to do much. They were able to just hold off a lot of people. And that's the scariest thing with this team. We know they have the fragging power. We know if they sit themselves in a position where they actually have the full squad, they're going to be super scary, and they were able to showcase it perfectly in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, if they would survive a little bit more like that every single match, that one big chicken dinner could set them apart from the rest of the lobby.
It's Yangon wall to wall for our match report here. Not too much surprise considering the space that they were able to control. Say Cloud, as you were mentioning before, Max, looking fantastic in this game.
Yeah, I mean, almost 1.4k damage right there. He is very high in that one angle.
What did it make a noise?
Yeah, do the noise.
Wow! There you go.
I missed that.
I mean, it's been actually worth it over a year since I've been able to make a noise. So there you go.
It's so long.
And next is going to be a jingle. We got to figure out a jingle.
I'll figure out a jingle. Don't you worry. I don't know.
I thought it was going to be on the spot.
That would have been insane.
Look, we're seeing some replays actually of the Car 4 here from Alpha Gaming, and we don't have hovercraft. We've got hovercraft at home. It's just a 4-man, the full Car Fortress created on the edge of Potato Hill, and it was really good to get them in that podium finish at the end. So Noxian Red Force, I think that was a team that you and me both wanted to talk about here, actually, 7. Their breach onto Ida's Harry Potter Tower, I like the idea going for the breach, but it took so long to wrap up that fight. Big third parties from Weibo in particular did come through at the end.
That's the thing right there. I was talking about this too, the Fireflux and Noxian Red Force, especially with Noxian Red Force. I was talking about how this team just tends to play so slow that they might not be used to just making those quick pushes, and I felt like it showcased perfectly in that scenario right there. And then on top of that, for Fireflux, they were also trying to do a crash on WBG. They seemed like they got ahead too. They ended up getting a knock, but they were just too slow to react and ends up backing away. For this team, they got to be able to adjust on how aggressive the lobby is.
I think no one was happy to gamble on that compound, right? Because if it does go to that compound, the circle, then it's so hard for these teams to push into that. So they were also thinking about where they were going to transition, how they were going to transition, Max. It's just, it gets dicey trying to go up to the Wizard Tower, trying to do something there and keep yourself going in the late stages.
You cannot say the Noxian don't know the terrain. They know in that specific circle, that compound with the 3 buildings is just exceptionally strong and able to defend it quite well until the very end of the game. Then they do have to go onto the Harry Potter Tower. Though if we go on teams that try and crash on those positions, I kind of want to pivot the conversation over to power.
Sure.
I think we're very indecisive. There are 2 options. Maybe you fight Regnum Karya, maybe you fight the side of Noxian Red Force. They decide to send it in the center between those 2 teams, and unfortunately because of that, they just don't survive at all in the later stage. I think at that point, you pick a compound, you breach it, and you just hope for the best.
There's, of course, Al Hajj's dad as Power, as you mentioned in. It was kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation, Seven, right? Like, even if they choose another option that isn't that kind of road through the middle of those compounds, it's still going to be very difficult to make those crashes happen. But maybe it could have yielded more points.
It is. I feel like they would have just gone for the crash. At least you're not going to have so many teams looking at you. You're not going to be letting yourself open for so many third parties for this team. And the only thing is, like, we're able to kind of say this in hindsight, right? We're seeing everything that's going on. But for them, if they would have been able to make that crash with the firepower that they've been able to showcase in the previous stage, in survival stage, I feel like they might have been able to edge them out.
Look, it's or you go for a compound crash, or you're in between Regnum Karya, Nongshim Red Bulls, and Suk with the explosive bow is going to keep you at bay. I would take my chances on the compound crash.
I have a bone to pick with Suk and the explosive bow, because you and I have been talking about this for the longest time. I really enjoy it. But one thing that Suk needs to be able to do is make sure that he doesn't get tunnel vision. And I feel like that's exactly what was happening there in that scenario. He was just super tunnel vision, and then whenever he actually decided to go away from the explosive bow, he lost the focus, and the Nongshim Red Force guy was able to knock him.
Yeah, there was only so much you can do with that explosive bow, right? Like, he was just saying, okay, I don't know exactly where you are at that wizard tower, so I'm just going to spam into it. And as you said, that really has your full focus, your full attention, and then you just get knocked from the other side. It's problematic for sure.
I don't hate it. That's the thing. I don't hate it. I just wish that he wouldn't be so just over-focused on it. And it was good suppression, but the team wasn't able to get angles on the guy because they just had so much smokes.
Ooh, wait, is that for today only?
3,000 damage from Al Hajj. There's no way.
No.
They have this many eliminations?
They fought 4 thrives on the first game, right, going into Sanok, and that survival time is very low. What is that?
We'll have to.
Anyway, moving on. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they could have tried to do something down towards the bottom. A little bit different. Not going to be the way for Power here, though. Beyond all of that, though, Max,
I have a team.
Please.
We want to talk about here.
Yes.
We're going to talk about 4 thrives, okay?
Yes.
4 thrives.
Right.
We had the hot drop in the first game. This time around, we talked about how indecisive they were. For me, this game, they weren't indecisive. They actually made a really good call trying to surround Falcons on the western side. They just got a little bit too excited about that fight, a little bit too involved, and they just wanted to rush it, and that caused their demise at the end versus Falcons.
And I feel like from that indecisiveness that we've been talking about during group stages, maybe that's why they became so impatient, because they're trying to change that, and I'm hoping that they don't end up overdoing it.
All right, well, let's get to it then. Let's see if all of these teams can put those learnings into practice for our second Erangel of the day.
Halfway point of the day, game 3 already. Some trials and tribulations for teams that were looking very dominant back in the group stage. Good head-to-heads and some interesting PUBG Mobile up to this point blank. We've seen the crowd getting excited, rooting for their hometown heroes, seeing who's going to be able to walk away at the top of the standings today. Intense action, and you'd imagine a lot more of that to continue right here, right now.
I thought very amazing usage of the map and the terrain in general. Overall, I think it's a great point to pick up on there as well, where it is just a case of, even in those tough scenarios, a lot of teams know the best areas to play, how they want to move out. I think the big mistake from that last game was definitely Regnum Karya's push over towards that north side. I think that realistically they had to remove Alpha Gaming. And it was also quite frustrating to me because you know that when they made that pass in the vehicle and sent that nade through, they would have seen 70, 80 damage numbers coming up on the screen, but over 3 players. At that point, I think I would have liked for them to go for a bit more Hail Mary on it, really, something very aggressive. If they'd removed Alpha Gaming, I think that their late game would have been very, very different.
Yeah, I felt like they were setting themselves up for a ton of success there. It was good timing on the call to actually commit to it as well, but that fight versus Alpha completely turned the script. The difference, if you even cast your mind further back, the drive-by nade on the scout, all of them left on what, sub sort of 12 HP, really. You could have converted on that. 1 knock probably would have been the go pistol for them, but ifs and or buts won't win you championships.
It's like I was saying, they saw 370 hit markers. It's like, yeah, you should have probably went on that one. And I think you're right in the sense of maybe they would have done it if they'd seen a knock.
Yeah.
There were only 2, but I think that scenario is you just have to take a chance of that. I think for Regnum Karya, that's what is difficult for them, is that it is very obvious to me right now, very obvious to me right now that they're trying for a little bit more aggressive plays, more aggressive maneuvers, but there they were falling back into
habits. No, they definitely were. They definitely were. Man, let's see. Maybe you could reset from it, Black. They'll be able to get themselves into a better position to show us what they're made of and what they're capable of. For Yangon, they were certainly capable of greatness into that previous game, casting a shadow over the lobby. Out here, up against Thunder Talks early on the drop. Bit of room to work with, though, so they could avoid the fight if they want to.
We're going to head down towards Sosnovka as well to start things off. So a lot of teams will need to get a move on. Power already heading out over that bridge, crossing it over towards Yangon and Thunder Talks, who are currently in close contention at the moment. See how that fight does pan out between those two teams. Yangon Galacticos obviously coming off from a big high from that last game. Let's see if that momentum does bleed through. Power Esports going to send even higher to the heights from last game.
Seen some good signs from Power as well. You know, individually, I think the gun skill's certainly there today, playing to their strengths. Not in a bad spot whatsoever. Tied at the minute. Ooh. This is back over towards our drop fight that we were mentioning, of course. Thunder Talks out with the Tommy, teaching you lessons from distance. Where art thou, Romeo?
I think he should have just kept crawling. And get a moment of, I stop crawling, maybe he'll miss the shots, or maybe I need to like fake him out a little bit. Instead, just made it extremely easy to line up that shot. Still impressive with the Tommy as well to hit at that distance. Origo aren't done yet either as they pick up an initial knock over towards Fireflux, which is one of their most difficult rotation contenders, right? Where Origo need to come out from the Popka. I like that they send a player out early in Rosemary, I believe it is, who is a player that you would desperately want in your front line. It's Krypton, in fact, they sent out first, who has been stepping up right to the plate. So it's nice to see him get an initial knock, and that's going to make their rotation down towards the south much easier playing against a three-man squad. That changes their rotation. It changes their plan on this entire map.
Scary as well for Fireflux as a roster overall. So I think that squad, you know, we were sort of talking about this idea of being able to build your confidence, feed the hot hand, keep that momentum going. They've been hitting dead stops again and again, where it feels like, you know, the floor falls out from underneath them. They're not able to build themselves, not getting too late into these games, and that could come back to haunt them. You're just bullying on the exit as well. They're literally trying to retreat from this, and you still find a second knock into a full takedown on SayCloud. Wow, that's a bit of a rough start, considering you've just taken your opening chicken dinner.
Yeah, King living up to the name of the weapon used there. A nasty mark over towards Yangon Galacticos with the scar. There's that shot from, it was Rosemary, it wasn't from seeing things. But yeah, so nice play from Rosemary there. Able to find the initial player come through from Fireflux. And as Yangon Galacticos tried to escape, it's no secret that the kind of rotation is not going to go unpunished.
Felt rough to watch that one. Kind of uncomfortable, really.
With the tree line now, and Zeros is going to send forward. It's a straight shot over towards him. Murnat likely to go out. And Yangon Galacticos, after what was an incredible performance last Erangel, do end up going out in 16th here in our second Erangel of the day. That could have been a moment to put up more points and add a bit of a buffer up towards the top side of the tables. Instead, it's all for naught here.
If you're one of these squads as well that are only a few points behind, your eyes are now going to light up. That's a prime opportunity, right, where you're thinking, okay, tied with Alpha, both having 23 points. You get no elips from that, no placements. We can start to lap you. We can start to climb further up that ladder. But at the halfway point of day one, only 3 days of intense competition here for playoffs, you have to grab the ball by the horns. You can't afford to leave it up to another team to decide your fate for you. So this is what we're going to see some of these squads start to reinvigorate themselves, potentially even the team that's on your screens now, right? 4 Thrives. A lot of debate, a lot of talk about this squad, how they're going to be looking. Amazing in the group stage. What plays can they make right here, right now?
Yeah, that has to be a big refresh coming through from 4 Thrives, because these last 2 games have felt hectic. And even now it feels like you could sense the pressure that is on 4 Thrives. They sent away from this position. They might have wanted to challenge forward. They realize players are there, so they're going to look for something a bit more open for them. There's no way. Okay, I thought he hit him on the barrel roll. I mean, that's still impressive to get it out there and still make that shot happen. But if he'd hit him on the barrel roll, that would have probably been the play of the year so far. But off authorized yet. They're looking for a more open area on the map. They're going to head over towards airstrip to make that one work. For Alter Ego, though, this is an important game for them, in my opinion. Setting that marker really high early on in the tournament, super important, because with Smash ruling, day 1, day 2 become a bit of a sprint to get towards that top side and at least get as close as possible to first place, or be in first place to open up match point on day 3.
This would be the dream scenario for them. And I think potentially even change the flow of the lobby with the paranoia that will set in when Smash comes to play. But right now, it's Koa that's on screen. Barrage of bullets goes out on the drive-by. DRX trapped in position here. Bit of chip damage onto 2 players. Trying to take some shots back. Make it uneasy for them to just hold locked in position on these angles.
I'm surprised QZZ actually got through there.
Yeah.
Because he was snaking it a little bit, but the shot didn't seem too hard to hit, and I think that he was playing so wobbly that it caught even Falcons off balance there. Now they have to send back over towards a more secure location. Can't afford to hold up DRX much longer. They're going to all jump in the water and rotate across to their buddy, who is on the north coast, playing around the beachhead. Only a couple of teams still yet to make their way in. It's Ida as well as Regnum Kaya. The upstarts from Turkey versus the Titans. Going head to head here in Rozhok, both teams will need to leave soon, as there's a lot of squads already confirming up towards Sosnovka.
Late aquatic rotate as well for Alter Ego there, keeping themselves distance on the wrap round the back. And like you say, Regnum and Ida potentially thrown into a bit of a fist fight. Maybe only one of them moves away. Limited space inside of the zone as well. Large body of water removing play space between these teams.
Horror can just move across. Should be able to move across pretty comfortably as well. I don't think this is too treacherous of a path for them. No Indiana Jones style kind of traps on that bridge right now as Scarface starts to move up towards the west. This is a real easy rotate for them. Regnum Kai Ida, though, yet less of a ease of access. But they could head over towards the coastal side on Erangel Main Island, swim across, or just send the vehicles in and try and play on that beachhead, which is definitely a possibility, especially as you start to move further north on this circle. Teams could try for that one. DRX had... It's just a surprisingly easy clapback going through from the Falcons.
Verheiden from a distance, able to keep them pinned at bay on their rotate over. Meanwhile, you've seen in the Elim feed that 4 Thrives took the fight straight to Team Secret, forced them out of position, but made it really uncomfortable here. Down to just a solo player, handling them with ease. Confirming onto those knocks as well, 1 by 1. So stealing away a couple of elimination points, which for them could be a good start to get them dialed into the actual action. However, from the sideline, that's the final steal onto Team Secret coming out from Thunder Talks.
Yeah, Secret were struggling. They really couldn't figure out anywhere to go there. Constantly bumping into teams left, right, and center, and it turns out that over-aggressive push down over towards Yangon Galacticos is the thing to force that final nail in their coffin. Power still hitting some nasty shots over towards Weibo, playing on that coastal side. I think that drops Weibo now down to just the 2 players. Don't think they're getting Suk back up again. Alhanji is going to wait for this fish to resurface.
He knows he's got to come up for air at some point. He can sit pretty and wait to finish that man off. So Bauer looking to just take away points where possible. He'll just commit to it. Left in the blue, gone for good, down in the deep depths.
Regnum Kai's still involved. Not school now, actually. Crazy on the indecision where they're happy to send straight out when it's around Rozhok area. But when we get Sosnovka finished, they decide that they're going to stick on the northern side of the map for a long time. We'll see how they play this one, as the play area is getting very limited now. Especially even over towards the north side of the map. Grandma's pretty much taken for Fireflux. The small compounds that are available on that side, pretty much going to be playing around the tree line, but potentially over towards the western side, or using that ridge as cover, as we do confirm even further over towards the north here. I think we're on zone 3 now, so circle and blue will start to tickle quite a bit before we head towards stage 4, where it's advisable not to still be in that blue for too long.
You do wonder if that'll be a bit of paralysis by analysis there for Regnum Karia, taking a very slow approach this one. A snail's pace that could come back to bite them in the bottom. We'll see. They're starting to get a bit of a move on now, though. Some of the remaining squads on the periphery of the zone here, slowly advancing further forward. You were fragmented down towards the south side. It was a bit uncomfortable. A bit of a push up now. Alpha Gaming coming over, 4 frags in position there as well. Nongshim Red Force feels like they've been really willing to take a good majority of their fights, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sparks starting to fly, especially with this rotate coming in from Ida.
Oh, Nongshim Red Force has a real glint in there, right, during these games. An aggressive team, a hunger for team fights. You're right in the sense that they're a scary team to come up against because you just never know when they're going to pull that trigger. It might just be you that faces the ire of Nongshim Red Force in the end. Falcons find themselves a nice central position on this circle, though. We'll see what they can get done with it. Usually Falcons can find themselves up towards the late game with 4 players. Tend to do quite well. It's that interim period of getting to around that zone 7, which is very shaky on the side of Falcons. There's some big nerves before they lock in.
Ragnar here, priming the nade. Alley-oop, over the top. Oh, the bounce on it. Oh, he's been eating nitro for breakfast, blows them away.
That is crazy. Crazy of a nade. The arc on that one as well. Dear me.
It's a ferry.
You love to see it. Power fans are going to have their eyes light up at that one. Already 4 eliminations for the squad, topping the charts at the minute in the lobby. Good position to keep building, especially with Yangon going out early as well. There's room for Power to
Discord join
their way through the standings. Hora turning their attention back round. That's Moana from Alter Ego that takes the knock.
YG-हरूलाई त ल वाइप हानिसकेको रहेछ टिएस पनि वाइप हो र छ 4 जना तर एक किल पनि उठाएको छैन पावरले 4 किल 40ले 3 किल टिटीले 3 किल ए र डब्ल्युबीसी ले 1-1 किल
allow Rosemary time to crawl back through that smoke. I think it does feel like a little bit of an abandoned ship here for him. And Sleepy will draw him low and put him back to sleep. Not sure what E-Arena's game plan's been here, but they have taken a nasty punishment on that south side. One player even going down towards the blue there.
Hello.
This was disgusting. They lined up the right time, started to turn it, and pretty much as they turn, the nade fumbles through the window.
Very Maxim-esque on the nade. Maxman's going to be loving that one. Valak.
ओए 40 फलकले एपीजीको जियोलाई है हानेछ आइपीले जियोले मार्दिन्छ ओए फलकले रिफर्सले नक एन्ड किल फलकले 2 जना ढाल्दियो यार अल्फा गेमिङको लागि 2 जना ढाल्नु भने नट जोक है डेन्जरहरु
kick off the engagement. It's the third party as well, with Fireflux being able to find damage from the backline, so easy suffering there.
That was unreal. Steps out onto the side C. We'll find one. Rosemary gives his line for the rest of the team.
फाइनली पावरको रोजमेरीले ढाल्दिएको जस्तो है
will take the reins off the back of that fight versus Power. Now down to 3 players.
पावर र्याग्नरले एफएफको किल्सलाई हान्दै र एफएफको सोलेसले र्याग्नरलाई ल उल्टे हान्दियो है अलाजीले
But he's off target. Yeah, bullets just whizzing by. None of them connecting, and the problem is that opens an opportunity for the counterplay from Power. So instantly on target, they respond back over. Stop what could have been a hell of a scorer there from Fireflux. Instead, in reality, it's just catch. At least he's got some heavy armor to work with, diving inside the hovercraft, but he's got to piece out, got to give up the goods. That
could have been a great third fight. It could have been an amazing third fight. You're right in terms of the roaming wall in the hovercraft being the biggest boon here for him. Has to wander back and let it explode. This is not the most ideal location for him to end up. There's the shots coming through from earlier. Foul angles, again, such a precise player, never over-egging the pudding as well when it comes to those peaks. Really, really nice to watch when he's on form.
Yeah, playing the angle perfectly, like you say, it's the peaks. Really nicely played for him, getting himself in cover, taking some clean firefights. Ooh, this is clean, close quarters engagement. The shot from the side.
Alpha Gaming top line knock and kill.
If he was able to find even more damage there, suddenly you're thinking, ooh, this is again another
Alpha
game.
Gaming dog.
I feel like they should be able to build.
मात्र बाँकी रहेछ त्यहाँ आरजी हरुलाई हेर्दैछ अल्फा गेमिङको डगले पावर र टिटिकिङ भेट्यो है
That chase has not stopped at all as well.
टिटिकिङ रहेछ नाम यिनीहरुको त
Everyone running them down. Front forks again now pushing up. They've got angles to smoke
17 33 34 35 36
so far 7 highest in the lobby. Fourth Drive just 1 unit behind that. Sing's going to move forward over towards our
17 45 46 47
wrapped up in burnt rubber.
17 minutes मा गइरहेछ दाइ 55 56 57 58 59 18 minutes.
Alter Ego, Weibo, all controlling this high ground. It is a very fun circle to end up on. A lot of cheeky maneuvers that are available here.
कतिमा
Maydown with the nades. Slightly
17 कि 18
problem is you've got a few establishing shots that have been fired in.
के उल्टो टाइम छ त दाइको त अनि
Bit of a scout onto it, trying to spread themselves thinner to keep the pressure on. Ragnar with the spot in the vehicle, quick scout makes his moves back so they can play as a duo still and work off one another. Actually gets
11 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 त्यो त सेफ जोनको टाइम नि हैन र
Very impressive. They had that number for such a long time, but we switched mobiles there and left
एउटै हो
in
न
the
त
dust. Ragnar Kaya look to send up. They're heading over towards Eden once again. It feels like these two Turkish teams
आरजीको गाडी गइरहेछ बगीहरु 214 213 212 211 210
sent far over towards Alter Ego. Alva as well as
हरले किल चाहिँ उठाएको रहेछ है आरजी साइलसले आइको क्रिप्टोलाई नक एन्ड किल ए अल्भालाई पनि नक है हो र स्लिपीले फाल्गुनको रफलाई नक स्लिपीले रफलाई किलै गरेको छ नक एन्ड किल नक एन्ड किल हो फाल्गुनको एकजनालाई हरले नक एन्ड किल गरेको हो भर्खर और फाइदानले जोकरलाई मारेर इलिमिनेट गर्दियो
very, very central position. Ragnar Kaya down in 12th place right now. 4 points total with just the 3
Ora no fair sleepy sky. नारवालोले हेर्दैछ है
top side of the lobby.
नारवालोले त फेरि बिताउँछ त 40 फलकले पावरको फाइदाले नक एन्ड किल
He gets finished off by Thalak there, shots to the side.
नक एन्ड किल है फलक खतरा छ यार यो फुचे
He's going on this game. It makes sense as well. He's always been such a strong player on the squad.
पावरको र्याग्नरलाई पनि फलकले किल त गरेन तर आधी ड्यामेज लिएको छ तर यसले नेटले खान्छ स्योर खायो मैले यो नेट मास्टर हो भने 40 फलक म्याप धुरी हैन खतरा हान्दिनु छ दाइ नेट इजी
Power go down. Hidan, his brother in arms, finished off. Thalak.
फाल्गुनको रेड अफ स्काईलाई हान्दै हाम्रो होरको एकजना नक भइसक्या रहेछ नि त
Scramble some points away on this one.
Top 4 are all out, so this is a great opportunity.
स्काई नक भए जस्तो लागिरहेछ है मलाई चाहिँ
Weibo, 4th
40 फलकले फाल्गुनको सीओ डबल 7 के लाई नक
match, which is phenomenal, by the way. 6 of them on
फलकले त एक्लै बिताइदिन्छ जस्तो यार
push that number up slightly, just a little bit to the left.
पागल हो भने दाइ
They explode the vehicle instead. Noki moves forward. Will knock
40 को नकीले भेट्यो नकीको नेटले बच्यो नकीको पनि नेट खतरा छ उ मैले भने हैन नकीको नेट नै खतरा छ रेड अक्सलेन भेट्यो दुबै जना यो पाकिस्तानीहरु बम चलाउन चाहिँ कहाँबाट सिकेर आउँछ हो
far away, couldn't assist with the rest of the squad.
यिनीहरुको मैले रगतमै बम चलाउने
This feels like classic for Thrives as well. The nade play has been wonderful to watch.
फाल्कनको नार्वालो मात्र बाँकी
From that eastern
PUBG मा
side,
भनेको
fight to fight, they've looked strong. Not really been much
त्यही
response
भने
their way.
डेन्जर हान्दिने के यिनीहरु त खतरा हो 40 मा तोरी
For Thrives so far.
कसले हाने भगर हाम्रो होररकोले नेड फेकेको थियो
To DRX.
स्काई स्लिपी नो फेस सबै छन् हाम्रो घेर्दै छन्
On the northeast
तर
side.
स्काईले चाहिँ नार्वालोलाई हेर्न खोजिरहेको छ जस्तो लाग्यो है DRX लाई हेर्न त खोज्यो तर
That's what we wanted to see. Four Thrives, not just surviving, but like we've said time and time again, absolutely thriving in the lobby, living up to their own trick, showing us the powerhouse that they can really be. Aura here trapped in commotion versus DRX as well. No
RG
fear.
Silasले
He fails
WBG
out
33 लाई नक
Silas still finding impact in the
Vivo
early
Gaming
phases. Another squad
eliminate.
feels the wrath of Regnum
कति
Kari.
जना बाँकी छ
33Z
फाल्कनको मात्र एकजना बाँकी रहेछ अरु सबैको 4-4 जनै छन्
Spark soon between Fourth Thrive as well as Regnum Kaya, and it's horror
Jiggle
coming
knock
in from that northern edge. T24 immediately
Jiggle knock
passes that
भयो
information back, and Noki will stand at the forefront as the vanguard versus horror. IQ playing far back down towards the southeast, trying to gather some
दाइकोमा चाहिँ अर्कै छ कि क्या हो क्यामेराको एंगल
And all the while, Noxian Red Force has been living it large.
तपाईकोमा हो र देखाइराको थियो र
Mansion almost.
Yeah, living their movie scene pretty. No one's contested them.
दाइको टाइम कति भयो
Haven't had to do too much whatsoever to get closer and closer towards some sweet high-end placement points on this one. Valak though.
ओए फलक ढल्यो दाइ फलक ढल्यो
Ripping and tearing his way through everyone in this lobby, but now you've got to play.
हो र स्काई पनि ढल्यो 40 IQ बाट हो र स्काई नक
It's back on the sky, sleeping, closing the gap with the scouting play, bails out the vehicle.
हो र स्लिपीले 40 IQ लाई नक
Four Thrives losing a lot of their stock on this one now.
आरजी को टॉस पिकले 42 T24 लाई नक एन्ड किल गर्दै हालेको छ 40 मा एकजना मात्र बाँकी
Find another knock.
आरजी को बाट जिगल पनि नक फाल्कनको नार्वलबाट स्काई नक DRX हिन्दुनबाट नार्वल नक हो र नोफेरबाट गाडीले 40 IQ लाई नक गरेर
Perfect opportunity for them to swing round.
40 पनि गयो होला 40 पनि एलिमिनेट होला सायद होइन रहेछ एकजना बाँकी नै रहेछ भनेपछि 40 नक्कीलाई स्लिपी जिगललाई मार्दिएको छ DRX को COI ले जिगल र स्काई किल होराबाट दुईजना मात्र बाँकी स्लिपी र नो फियर
Still got to contain yourself, reset from the angles that are in play.
स्लिपी फुच्ची खतरा छ
You know, fear. They're split up.
DRX हिन्बिन इदा रितालाई मार्यो
As well.
DRX इदा दर्किनलाई नक एन्ड किल
Decimating onto Ida. The Noxian Red Force finally. They get thrown a bit of a deathly blow as there'll be a connection back over from Regnan.
Handle and keep them at bay here, and it has to be done as we get through in towards our next circles. Most teams desperate for this one to move away from Noxian
इदाको
Red
दुईजनामा
Force.
एकजना
Win
नक
it ever. Directly on top of them, and realistically for a lot of other teams,
DRX कुन 4 जना NS कुन 4 जना RG कुन 4
team
जना
as they are, will just have to bide their time. They're going to have
No
to
fear.
sit still and just make sure that blood doesn't thump too hard and they get the signal to send out of the building with the rage that is building.
Hands in your pants at a time like this could be the worst outcome for them. Gotta say, props to Regnan. Very proactive heads-up gameplay right now with fights that they've been willing to take. They started slow, but they have not stopped since they found momentum.
नेड उडेर आको
Throw back out as well, trying to get that one on target down towards Aura.
DRX ले होरलाई भेट्छ जस्तो भइसक्यो यार कस्तो पुरिरहेको हेर्नु नि त्यो DRX ले होरलाई
He in the vehicle makes a move. Ida still getting hit by the play zone as well.
Really could not move at all here. Regnum Kai is trying to slow things down. They're looking for that second place here. They know they need to get the placement as well as the elims. It's tough for them. It's difficult. Aaron, star player coming through from Ida, wanders through onto that western side with like a quick sweep before making the pit stop on the northwest.
स्लिपीलाई खाइदियो क्या झन्डै गाडी नगएको हेर भेटिसक्यो स्लिपीले
Regnum Kai has got a different prey on their mind, looking over towards Noxian Red Force, trying to see if they can find a singular knock
नो फियर
to take that task to them.
Aaron can just keep his nose
Aaron,
clean as well.
Idago
He's got some
Aaron
mark
airdrop
up and work
palit.
with the airdrops that are close by. So just tucks himself in position. Straight down the middle. Here's the push up though from
Sleepy knock and kill RG को लक्ष्य को हातबाट नो फेयरले नि भेट्यो आदि हेल्थ बाँकी नो फेयरको नो फेयर बस्ला त हेल्थ बढायो हेल्थ चाहिँ बढायो है बढायो अझै घटिसक्यो भने आदि पुगिसक्यो एरेन चाहिँ यही ड्रपकै पछाडि लुकिरहेको छ डिआरएक्स र एनएस सबजनाले फेरि नो फेयरलाई नै ताकिरहेछ कि यताबाट पनि यताबाट पनि नो फेयर गयो आरजीको अहिले अग हान्दियो भरे स्पोर्ट्स इलिमिनेट फिफ्थमा इलिमिनेट भएको छ ऱ्याङ्क 5 इदाको एरेनले डिआरएक्सको ह्युमनलाई नेटले नक हान्दै छ 4 वटा मात्र टिम बाँकी इदाबाट एकजना मात्रै छ एनएस प्याक्सीवाईले नि डिआरएक्सको एकजनालाई नक गरेको छ डिआरएक्सको 2 जना नक 2 जना बाँकी इदाले पनि भेट्यो इदा एरेन नक एन्ड किल एकैचोटि नेटले मार्दियो नेटमा हात भने है खत्रै छ यार नेट जसले बल चलायो त्यो पनि खतरा हो कि एनएसको ह्युनमिनले डक्सी र टिजीलाई नकान्दिएको छ है एनएसको एनएसहरू किन निस्किएको के जान्ने भएर त्यहाँबाट टिजी र डक्सी नक एक्जेट भए पनि नक भिनी मात्र बाँकी एनएसबाट भिनी ल भिनीलाई पछाडिबाट यहाँ आरिजीले गाडा हान्दिने भयो भिनीले है डिआरएक्सकोलाई ढालिदिएको छ 2 जनालाई ढालिदियो है यहाँ नेड हानेर 2 जना ढालिदियो डिआरएक्सको भिनी एक्लैले डिआरएक्सको 2 जना बाँकी 1 जना नक 3 जनामा आरजीको त 4 जनै छ भिनी गयो क्या हो बचिरहेछ नि भिनी गयो इलिमिनेट भिनीले एनएस इलिमिनेट आरजीको 1 जना नक र 3 जना बाँकी डिआरएक्समा 2 जनामा 1 जना नक 1 जना मात्र बाँकी अब यिनीहरूले रस हान्दैछ लास्ट आरजीलाई इजी भयो कि है त्यो एनएसले त्यो ठाउँ नछोड्नु पनि पर्ने जस्तो लाग्यो जुन चाहिँ त्यो आरजी लास्टमा आएर बस्यो
they walk away with a chicken dinner here in the playoffs. It's a big game for them, a much needed match. The top 4 went out early as well, as we talked about, so this will bump Redden Kaya back up towards that top side of the table. But for Red Force, like we said, that force from them builds quite a bit. The rage needs to be contained. They can't always be looking for these massively aggressive plays. They could have sit still for a little bit longer, but that leg was jiggling and they wanted to get a move in.
हेर्दा मात्र बुढो हो नि दाइ भन्नु पर्यो नि हैन हेर्दा मात्र बुढो होला के 25-26 वर्ष त होला
but it was not a spilled drink. They did not clean it easy, and it presented opportunities for this team on your screens to run away with it.
And make it messy towards the end zone. We're going to clean up right now, and we'll take you to a break, in which case we'll come back with the deaths.
लास्टको जस्तो युनबिनले तर आरजी नेटले त ढाल्दै रहेछ नि अब जोनले खाएपछि त यो लास्टको जोनले त दाइ हैन आँखा चिम्लेर खाइदिन्छ नि हेल्थ तर त्यसले किल नदिएको के दाइ याद गर्नुभयो किल नदिकन जोनमै बसेर मर्दिएको कि जोन बाहिर बसेर सुसाइड डिआरएक्स सोच्दै सुसाइडै हान्दिएको किल नदिएको
last game 0 हो भाइ कि आज की बात बने सुरुमा त एक पोइन्ट पनि भन्दा भाइ
के एक पोइन्टले धेरै त्यो खेल खेल्छ
तीन जना छ हैन किन दिने
Nice try, Zeus. ठिक छ YG र REG
This land is calling.
Dega आवाज किन सानो आइरहेछ सानो आइरहेछ हजुर बोल्नु त यहाँ लाइभमा चाहिँ सानो आइरहेछ कि ठीक बा अब इराङ्गल 1 म्याच अनि मिरामर 2 म्याच होरले एउटा गेममा किनभने 5 किल चाहिँ हान्नु पर्यो एउटामा भयो नि सानोकमा 2 पोइन्ट के हेर्नु नि त यहाँ कोल्याब हानेको पब्जीमा ट्रान्सफर्मरको कोल्याब छ क्यारे अहिले
Korea capitalizes on the entire nation of South Korea.
पर्सी लास्ट छैन
Barely wrestle away. That compound there from
पर्सी हुन्छ के त्यहाँ
themselves the victory.
दिन गर्दा
As well as 7 to talk about this one. This raised some questions, but Random Carrier looking strong.
They are looking strong after a confusing start for me personally.
Crunchyrollको एड आइरहेछ all your favorite anime all in one place.
In the early game, they were still in Rosshawk in phase 2, still in the blue, still out there in phase 3 even. But I actually really liked their wide wrap around and they really set them up for the rest of the game.
I mean, you got to give credit to Regnum Karia. Even though they did end up rotating late, I really enjoyed the crashes that they were able to do. This team was just really confident. They were able to crash on 2 players from APG. After that, they made sure that they made 4th Thrives actually back off, and that's what's ultimately a bit of 4th Thrives demise there, because they don't want to take over Regnum Karia. But looking at the overall the match ranking here,
यो म्याच र्याङ्किङ मात्रै हो रेग्नमले यसपालि 21 पोइन्ट उठाएछ नि त दाइ 11 इलिमिनेसन पोइन्ट दाइ आरजी को इलिमिनेसन पोइन्ट मात्रै 11 का प्लेसमेन्ट त 10 आइ नै हाल्यो ओइ तर 4th ट्राइब्स र पावरले हेर्नु नि दाइ 10 उठाएको छ भने इलिमिनेसनमा कत्रो मात्र मारे हो यिनीहरुले होरले 4 मात्र उठाएछ तर यसपालि अल्डर इगो अल्फा गेमिङले उठाउन नसके हेर्नु न याङ्गन ग्यालेक्टिकोसले त झन् 0 मा इधर भाइहरु यार याङ्गन ग्यालेक्टिकोसहरु त
just trying to use that utility. There was already so many smokes there on that compound, and you decide to give the high ground to Regnum Karia of all teams?
Was in shambles.
के मैले हेरिराको
It was like, what are
यो
you?
PUBG कै त्योबाट हेरिरा है अफिशियल
At least just use you're gonna go, oh, it costs.
PUBG esports मात्र लेखेको कुनै देशको नभएको
I agree with it better than sending all 4 off of those houses. It shouldn't have been done in the first place. But it is what it is. And Regnum Karia, I will say Regnum Karia's timing on that. As soon as they saw, hang on a second, they've made a massive blunder. We can take advantage of this. They full sent to that. It was really, really nicely played from them. I do want to go very quickly back to Regnum though, because that initial on the game, it actually was a really good play for them because they were able to come up behind 4th Thrives, behind APG as well. And as those teams moved up and got fought, on that hillside, they were actually able to come up and sandwich behind them. So it was actually really well set up from them as well. So coming in through that and then getting all that momentum, third partying everything they could find up against all game except sit in a compound and then make a mistake. I mean, it was a very easy win for them.
Yeah, for Rangam Karya, it just came down to that aggression that they were showing throughout that match. But let's go back to Nansha Bradford. You were talking about maybe sending two. Don't send it to anybody. No. What are you doing giving your high ground to another team? And if they were going to be wanting to do anything, we were actually talking about this. Maybe try to set up a player on the roof of that compound because you already have utility. You didn't have to do anything throughout the match. You can use that utility to defend yourself from DRX and be ready for any type of push that Rangam Karya was going to have to do on you.
If anything, it would have yielded more limbs. Never mind, like potential win or something like that. But anyway, that's by the by. Other teams that we want to focus on as well. All four tribes. The teams that Mr. 7 did do well. Talk to me.
I mean, it was just an amazing play out of this team. Being able to rotate early on to the southwest of the
कति किल हान्छ फलकले 6 किल हानेछ नोकीले 3 किल
Nice. Now we're talking about throughout the match. We were expecting APG to actually be in military apartments. They gave that up, and Four Tribes was able to take full advantage of it. You can see exactly why, as Falak was able to get 6 eliminations, and I actually enjoyed what Falak was doing.
Falak damage पनि टन्नै हान्छ 863
2 split, and Hora ended up just capitalizing on that. But before that, they were just being proactive. They were showing the aggression that we have seen at this team in group.
40 को नेडहरु पनि खतरा छ नकीले पनि दामी नेड हानेछ फलकले पनि दामी नेड हानेछ
The last player, he actually, with that nade, not only got rid of the team, but he opened up a position for his own team, right? So they were able to push on top of that. So even though he does overextend just a little bit, he's doing so much for his team as an entry point.
Well, if you want to extend on that too, this team kept on sweeping. That's what I enjoyed, wanting to gain control. And if we talk about sweeping, one team that was able to do that great was Power.
Yeah, they were looking good. They were looking good for it. But I'm getting word that we are ready to head over to Barney, who is actually with Suk from Weibo after the grand final.
Back to the main stage where I've got Suk here from Weibo Gaming. We are 3 maps into day 1 of the grand finals and things are starting to heat up already. Suk, first thing I want to ask you, it's the grand finals. You guys are performing pretty well straight off the bat. I want to ask you how you feel like your games are going so far. What can be improved on and what's going well?
首先就是你们现在已经到了总决赛嘛，然后在总决赛当中，你们今天一开始的时候感觉状态还是挺好的，就是打的成绩也不错。就想问你，你个人来讲的话，你觉得你今天发挥怎么样呢？哪里有什么要进步的，以及要调整的吗？
还好还好。 只不过我们在世界赛这个舞台好像
困难
需要去克服，就比如说对手他的一些不按套路出牌，然后他们可能做出一些针对，比如说我们上一把的海岛在机场被 Power 所针对了一下，因为正常情况下他一个 M 层队伍可能会去正常运营，但是他选择来到海边堵我们一个 P 港进圈的路线，所以我们可能在接下来的比赛会去着重往这方面去优化。
Well, it's we have done pretty well so far, but we do feel like you know, this is the grand finals. This is the main stage. We
damage 0, elimination 0, knocks out 0 पो भन्छ त कपाल त के हो पुरै केटाको
when we landed at the airport, I think team they were they are a team that usually lands in like a M city or something, and then they actually came over to the airport with us, and they kind of targeted us. So we kind of need to adapt around that. We need to make sure that we are more on our toes and be able to counter whatever strategies that our opponents have prepared for us.
You sound like you know what's going on. I think that's something I need to mention as well. Something that's been really amazing to see here in the Qiddiya Esports Arena is how many Chinese fans that we have in the crowd cheering you on. It's been so amazing to see. How does it feel having this kind of national support here at the Esports World Cup? And is there anything you'd like to say to them?
现在一到这个主舞台上面呢，也有来了很多中国粉丝到现场来支持你们。你有什么话想跟就是你现在感觉怎么样？有些粉丝在这边在现场能支持你，以及有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
无需多言 ，I love you。
I understood that one. That's awesome. Thank you so much for joining us in this interview, sir. You're doing really well so far, but obviously we've got 3 more maps today, and of course the rest of the weekend to see if you guys can prove yourself and lift that trophy. But for now, let's head back to you guys.
Well, there you have it. There is Suk giving us some info about what's going on in Weibo at the moment here. But let's talk about some of the other teams from these Erangels, of course. Horror. They were able to put themselves
अघि देखाइसक्यो त
compared to the previous games.
अब देखायो फेरि भर्खरको भन्ने कि तपाईँ अगाडि हो क्या ए मेरो हल्का फास्ट गर्नुपर्ने भयो जस्तो 28 25 25 25 24 23 21 20 याङ्गन ग्यालेक्टिकोसले बरु यार 23 भनि लिएर बसिरहेछ यार त्यस्तो टाढा पनि छैन कि 23 भनेको त हैन 28 मा मलाई त याङ्गन ग्यालेक्टिकोस हो अनि अल्डर इग्वारेस अनि नङसिम रेडफोर्ड्स तिनीहरु तीनटा हो होरा पछि
about 10 or 15 play some points. So we know that they can flag out. And usually that's well, let's take a look to a 1960. When a team is able to frag out like that, eventually play some points will come. So maybe this is a good omen for
I should hope so. I've really enjoyed how they've played so far today. I do agree that I think we are going to see probably a lot more placements coming their way because we've seen it from them before as well, haven't we? Certainly in the survival stage, they were doing a lot in terms of those placement points. Really able to control those episodes and getting a win a lot of time. So it's bound to happen.
The way that they've been aggressive, that's what was impressive to me in that last match. The way that they were able to spread out, they were showing us exactly how they were able to play in survival stage, making sure they had those.
मलाई चाहिँ अब त्यो खतराहरु त अब अल्फा छ 40 हरु डब्ल्युबीजी हरु खतरा छ तर अब यसमै हेरेर चाहिँ मलाई इन्डोनेसियन अनि वाइजी हरुले चाहिँ के कस्तो दामी खेलेर ती भइदिरा अहिले गेमिङमा अलि यिनीहरु हैन त्यो भइसक्यो
And the total prize pool can reach up to $120,000. So to participate or view detailed rules, please visit the PDP section on the official PUBG Mobile website or follow the official social media accounts. Exciting stuff. I think 7, you've got a great fashion sense. You could win. I'm just lying, of course. All right, well, that's another foot too far. As well as the last two there, ready to kick off the half time.
Plane आयो प्लेन त आछ हैन
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Qiddiya Esports Arena where we are halfway through
अब सुरु त भयो अब सुरु हुन्छ यिनीहरुको यिनीहरु नाटक गर्ने हो के त अब यो केटीसँग उ कति पैसा पाउँछ होला है यिनीहरुले पैसा मात्र हैन के अझ यिनीहरुको त अब दुनियाले हेरिरहेछ हैन यिनीहरुले होस्ट गरेर यिनीहरुले काम पनि पाउँछ के धेरै ठाउँबाट त्यही अब धेरैले बोलाउँछ कि यिनीहरुलाई हैन दियोस् अरूहरुमा नि
You know what though, Barney, in match 2 we saw an incredibly defensive team.
ए मैले यो भनिरहेको थिएँ यो केटाले माथि राख्छ अब केटी चाहिँ अगाडि आउँछ केटी अब अगाडि आएर वर्ल्ड कपको अगाडि आउँछ यो किन नआएको आज जहिले एउटै नाटक थियो मलाई
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually starting to like it. Not bothered.
Alright, in which case we'll go ahead and leave you up there. Match 3, however, with Yangon Galacticos having a giant target on their back, they were understandably
वर्ल्ड कपको अगाडि आयो दाइ
eliminated during that one. It was grenades galore.
अब अर्को पाली चाहिँ केटी त्यहाँ माथि हुन्छ केटा अगाडि आउँछ
Power Esports. Each of those teams had 10
थाहा भइसक्यो जहिले एउटै म्याचहरु हेर्नु
neither of them were able to make it to the final stages of the match. Instead, however, we saw Regnum Karia walking away with a winner chicken dinner. How about that one?
रेग्नम नि राम्रो छ भन्नै पर्यो भने चाहिँ सबै राम्रो छ हैन कोही भन्दा कोही एनएस को नि त्यो बिनी मलाई खतरा लागिरा ईए को जोकर डेन्जर इरेंगो लास्ट त्यसपछि दुईटा मिरामार
On the struggle bus, very early going, however, start to rise up. Updated reflections. So we're joined by John, and John, I'm excited to get this one started, brother, because last game was nutty. We had, of course, that military end zone. Super sad I wasn't a part of it. I love military zones. Hopefully we get one here, but did see a bit of some fumbles. I don't know, maybe some grand final nerves starting to come out.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that Nongshim Red Force's decisions were at best questionable in those final moments. They were having a bit of a nightmare in that final scenario. Very quiet all game. They were timid and hiding behind the curtains of their buildings, but in the end, they made that wrong call. They pushed out Regenkai, able to sweep the front.
I'm going to भएको कस्तो चिल हुन्थ्यो
Story in each of our matches. That's what's led to the tables being as they are. It is very, very close towards the top side. There is no clear front runner right now, even if we've got a team at the top of the tables. As much as it's nice to be there, it is not a secure place. So, with another Erigel to play today, we are going to be kicking things off for one more grassy pastures. I can see they've got rid of Barney on that stage. His square has descended and he's allowed back to the green room. He can have a drink of water, get refreshed because it is about to get
Let's get it going. Game number 4, back to Erigel.
Hello.
Time to see who's ready to perform and who is ready, well, to drop the ball. It's going to be a fun one without question. Fourth Rise, they're looking for them to step it up. They're not doing too bad necessarily. 18 points, 9th place, but first place after all with Alter Ego is just at 28. Very doable. It's only day 1, 3 games in. No alarm bells ringing just yet. Maybe we'll start some tomorrow when we get into game 4, 5, and 6. I do want to see Horda, though, do a lot better than where they currently are.
यसपालि गाटकातिर झर्ने परेछ रोजो पोचिङ्की यास्ना प्रिजन सेलर लिपोका मिल्टा पावर सब ठाउँमा झर्न्छ प्रिमोक्समा डब्लुबिजी प्रिमोक्स गइरहेको जस्तो लाग्यो एकजना गाडी साडी लिएर आउनुला होला त्यो चाहिँ ये चाहिँ जर्जो पुल झरेछ वाइजी पनि जर्जो पुल साइड अनि त्यो हाम्रो येल्लो कलर एक्सआइएक्स भनेपछि को हो यिनीहरू टिएसहरू पनि त्यही साइड झरेको छ वाइजी यार वाइजी बस्नु पर्यो होर्रा कहाँ पुग्यो होर्रा खै होर्राहरू रोजोको यास्नातिर गयो होला स्लिपीको रहेछ लङ्गेस्ट इलिमिनेसनमा थर्डमा 283 मिटर अन्य तर फर्स्ट जोनमा त त्यस्तो फरक परेन हैन भ्यायो ओइ हो र स्पोर्ट्सको एकजना नक
Fireflux and Horror both will come into contact with one another on their, maybe not a hot drop, but on those vehicles they are contested at the moment. There is a send over towards Horror, but Fireflux playing on a 3 as they
there's a down
and out. That is not good news to kick things off, especially given where the circle is forward on this.
जिगल हुन सक्यो होइन होइन रे जिगल त बचिरहेछ खै देखाउँछ होला स्काई नक भएको रहेछ कि स्लिपी स्काई नक भयो ए त्यही आफ्नैलाई पनि मार्यो नि कि पोइन्ट आउने रहेछ नि त रेगे स्लिपीले मारेछ द्याट टाइम दाइ दाइ धेरै अगाडि भएछ मेरोमा 50 49 48 47 46 45 44 43 42 41 40 39 मिलाउनु भयो दाइ कति भयो ठिक छ म हल्का अगाडि छु म 2 सेकेन्ड अगाडि 2 सेकेन्ड नै त नहोला 1 सेकेन्ड र हल्का 18 17 16 15 14 ओके लेट्स गो पोचिङ्कीमा को यो पोचिङ्कीमा फाल्कोन मलाई त यो हेर्दा कस्तो याद आउने भने दाइ पब्जी त खत्रै याद आइरहेछ भने गेम हेर्दा हैन बबाले त्यो घरहरू अझ याद आउने के ठ्याक है यो घर है जस्तो हैन
contested for Falcons. They should have an easy transition in, depending on where DRX chooses to land. And well, for DRX, they're going to leave one player out, and they could be the scout for the roster. And that ends up unfolding for Power's sake, though. They continue to move central zone. Reckham Carrier currently at Fireflux, and Noxham Red Force not far behind. Could get a little bit spicy as a lot of vehicles are moving, teams are traveling.
पावरहरु यता छ यो मिल्टा पावर जाने कि सेल्टर लेफ्टमा सेल्टर जाने वाला घर
No, three of them stopping off on the building. They are sending another further on out. So we got to replay this, that hot drop back cap. Okay, there was two players with knives. And in the end, Sky was able to tag him for one, and then Sleepy chefed him up something awful. Over in the garage there. Pistol to defend. That's not good news.
कसको ओइ टिटी र एआर हेर्नु न दाइ अझै र रोजमेरी ल ओइ रोजमेरी जाने भो रोजमेरीले भेट्यो ओ त्यो मलीमा त बस्ने चान्सै छैन नि रोजमेरीले मली भेट्यो है ल ल ल ओइ नक ओइ कि लान गयो ओइ रोजमेरी नम्बर यार ओइ 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 रोजमेरी मलाई रोजमेरी खतरा लागेको हो के पावर को नि एकजना नक छ यो टिटी चाहिँ चाइनाको हैन टिटी पनि पावर को नक एको रोजमेरी किल्ड टिटीले किल उठाएको छ अझैले अब यीहरु यहाँ रिसाएर खेल्नु हल्वा
by the duo of Thunder Talk. That fight is still going to be well underway. He's going to continue to distance.
मिल्टा पावरबाट फर्किने वाला घर हैन दाइ यो टिटीको अझै नक मिल्टा पावरबाट फर्किदिने वाला टिटीको अझै नक फ्याक्ट्री हो अझै के भयो यता टिटीको दुईजना खाइदिसक्यो टिटीको एले रोजमेरी एकजना के खान्छ टिटीको त दुईजना खाइदियो मातहरु फर्स्टमा इलिमिनेट हुनु भन्दा त बचेकै राम्रो नि त एहरु डेन्जर छ रोजमेरी खानु बित्तिकै रिसायो के होराले चाहिँ एफएफ को एकजनालाई मार्या रहेछ नि त Fireflux ko.
That's not the sort of coordination that you want to see coming on through, especially in Milton Power on a circle like this. You know, it's so important to have everybody alive in a central location in these early circles, right? You want to transition it towards the late game. They pushed up towards 30 points though, and they will be okay for the
YG, let's go. Well, the YG पनि आइ फेरि म त सपोर्टमै हो YG को. YG AE NS टिम सिक्रेट त फेरि नपताउँदो हो नि त यार भन्नै पर्यो भने मैले सुरुमा हेर्दाखेरि कस्तो त्यो अब लुकेर मात्रै त्यो जोनमा बिस्तारै छिर्ने के त सेफ जोन कहाँ पुगिसक्यो हैन भर्खर मिलिट्री बेसबाट आउँदैछ के त्यस्तो टाइप्सले खेलिरहेको थियो के तर के हो भने यिनीहरु ग्रुप स्टेजमै सेफ साइडमा पर्याहरु हो के फेरि टीएस कसरी जस्तो भएको के मजैमा खतरा हो ल भनेर नि कस्तो त त्यहाँ सेफ बस्न सकेन हैन अल्फा 7 नै भनौं न तिनीहरु सेफ जोनमा बस्न सकेन के त्यो ग्रुप स्टेजमा सर्भाइभल खेल्नु पर्यो टीएसहरुमा सेफ साइडमा लुकेर खेल्दा चाहिँ के किलहरु त देखि नै रहा थिएन खासै दामी खेल्दिरा टीएसले अनि त्यही त यिनीहरुलाई पनि वाच हान्नु पर्ने टिम रहेछ है भइराके YG इदा हेर्नु न कहाँदेखि आइराछ हजुर यहाँ अल्फा गेमिङ र WBC हेर्नु त दाइ त्यहाँ ब्रिज साइडमा नोभोको ब्रिज
defensive mindsets, but getting the contested in the southern portion of the arena.
कसको अल्फा गेमिङको
Team that's been on the struggle bus or arena. I love the way that they've been playing. Granted, today they've been falling flat, so this might critical for both rosters.
NS को XGY न पावर रेग्नर को हातबाट है कमन NS सोय रिभाइभ गर्ने NS लो कस्तो खुल्ला ठाउँमा नक भयो यार त्यो XGY बचाउनु त्यो एकजना नक भयो नि कस्तो डिसएडभान्टेज हुन्छ नि दाइ के त किल किल पावर एलर्जीले किल हान्दियो रेग्नरले नक पावर एलर्जीले फिनिश
For their fight, mind you. I really feel based off that last play in the last map where Noxious Red Force had center zone, had the hard cover. I thought that was a massive oversight. Potentially starting to get into their own head. So for power pushing this fight could be big.
स्काईले एयर ड्रप कले गर्यो यसमा त फेरि एयर ड्रप कले गर्नु त लास्ट रिस्की हुन्छ नि हैन ए त्यहाँ छोडिदिएको अल्फा गेमिङलाई छोडेर घुम्न लाग्यो ठीक बा नाइस ट्राई ए नाइस हो नि आइडिया त हैन दाइ किन किन त्यो जोतको फाइट लिइराख्ने यो जोनमा त हजुर
This will rotate, my opinion, was critical for Weibo. They had one choice. Take the western side bridge for APG. Okay, we put one out to progress maybe towards power. Meanwhile, though, we do have Renari setting the trap on 4 hours. It's going to be up just ahead of team. That played so well. The early stage is now struggling today.
यति त तर त्यही भ्याउँथ्यो पनि हैन मजाले अल्फा गेमिङहरु त ब्रिज पारी गएर कुर्न थालिसक्यो जाने कुरै भयो नि त्यही त जोतको फाइट लिएर हुँदै हुन्न के त्यो जोसेर हैन हान्दिन्छु भनेर त हुँदै हुँदैन त्यो
Just now, it's only Thunderthorn who have lost 2 players and a couple of those earlier elims coming on through as well.
Alderigo, Alpha Gaming, NS, Team Secret, अनि Firefox को एकजना हजुर अब पर्छ डेन्जर है
rotating in. I'm hearing a lot more shots this time around. No surprise for Falcons. Oh, I'm hoping Regnum Karya does not crash into him, but it looks like they're not going to. Even Silas taking too much damage for his own good.
They're crashing in on that position. Oh, the number 10 bodies available. Maybe a death sentence. Instead, they turn over towards the team. And it's 4 tries who are eating left and right. That is nasty. The team from Pakistan is going to be eliminated very, very quickly.
4 drives get melted off the map. You know, a team that dominated throughout group stage.
40 IQ, 40 T24, सब ढलेछ नि त 40 eliminate 0 point मा eliminate 40 first eliminate है यो राउन्ड को FF ले आरिज साइलसलाई नक र इदारिजालाई नक गरेको छ पावर र्यानरले आरिज को वाइल्ड 7 आरिज को लक्सले र्यागनरलाई पनि दाइ यहाँ पर्यो ओए मेला लाग्यो यहाँ त लासै लास कब्रस्तान बना दिया आरिज eliminate अब इदार पावर कब्रस्तान ओए dominate मातुरी फाल्कोनले चाहिँ कहाँबाट हेरिरहेछ फाल्कोनले पनि हान्दैछ कि यो पावरलाई इदा दर्किनले फाइदारलाई नक आलाजी मात्र बाकी टीएस बाट अल्वालाई नक है ओए एफएम ले फेरि फाइदा उठाइदिएर इदा एलिमिनेट पावर र्यागनर यतिकै केचले आलाजी मार्दै पावर पनि एलिमिनेट एको क्रिप्टोन टीएस ए र टीएस को पर्रा छ नि दाइ उ झिल्के पनि नक एकजना मात्र बाँकी टीएस को एलिमिनेट हो एकजना बाँकी रहेछ टीएस को एकजना बाँकी ए हानिसक्यो रहेछ ढिलो रहेछ यहाँ चाहिँ हल्का त्यो साइडबाट नाइस ए कम अन ए को 2 जना मात्र बाँकी अल्वा र क्रिप्टोन
none of them got out of it. It was
45, 44, 43, 42.
originally by 4 drives, sent both Regnum Kaya and Ida crashed in at the same time, and then Power.
GRX with gonna knock.
Fireflux were just like, this is ridiculous, guys. You need to chill out. They put them in the cooler, and it's going to maintain Power's record of getting no placement points, but they still get 5
ओरको 4 जनै बाँकी छ तर 1 पोइन्ट मात्रै फाल्कन पनि 4 जना छ 3 पोइन्ट 3 किल्स भनौं न ए को चाहिँ धेरै छ 4 जना छ छन् र सबसे धेरै चाहिँ ए र पावरले 5 उठाएको छ पावर चाहिँ एलिमिनेट भइसक्यो ए को नि जम्मा 2 जना मात्र बाँकी हो र अरु कस्तो छरेको हेर्नु नि दाइ नोट यता जिगले जा स्लिपी र स्काई यता तर भेट भयो डब्लुबीसी हरु हेर्नु दाइ घुमेर कहाँबाट घुमेर कतादेखि आइराछ यिनीहरु देखाइदिरा ठ्याक्कै रिक्स त लेनेकै नै मेन्सनतिर पुगे हो
will start to falter when the teams around them start to get involved, start to get dropped. But
ओइ स्कारफिसले एनएस को बिनिलाई नक अघिको फाइट अघिको रिप्ले ओइ डीबीएस चलाको माथि डीबीएस लास्ट चल्ने है ओइ डब्लुबीसी टिटी छिङले डब्लुबीसी को सुकलाई नक एन्ड किल डब्लुबीसी को हिले सिटिङलाई नक किल पनि गर्दै डीबीएस ले टिटी को एकजना मात्र बाँकी टिटी को छिङ गायब बाग चाइना को नि दुबई टिम हाम्रो नि डीआरएस एउटा चाहिँ छिर्नु पर्ने थियो कि
will help you out. Doc with a great angle. They'd be surprised. Get a line of sight on him. Nobody seen just yet, but Doc is a guy that's sneaky, and if he sees you, he's taking you down.
Red Force, they've got 2 players alive, 1 further back. Let's hope they can do a little bit better, although with only 2 players right on the edge here, it's going to be difficult. Shelter position could have been on the line for quite a while. Shane takes a couple of shots over towards Joel.
Alpha Gaming को Joel. Get चलाउँदैन ब्यान्डेज लाउनु मिल्छ चलाउँदैन हैन त्यो त साइडमा बस्नेले मात्र मिल्थ्यो नि हैन र त्यही अहिलेको त्यही त धेरै भएछ नखेले
Everybody's going to be up. You got DRX still off in the distance. So DRX, in a pretty precarious spot, if I had to say so, because Nacho Red presence. And then you also have Jing narrowly avoiding getting squashed. 33Z hops out. And
डब्लुबीसी 33Z ले टिटी सिङलाई मारे टिटीहरु एलिमिनेट डीआरएक्स को एकजना नक छ है डीआरएक्स र कसको परिरा छ हो र डब्लुबीसी को भेट हुन लाग्यो
All 4 of their players are alive. They're looking for a good game here. Having underperformed so far in the first 3 matches, they're going to try and take on the representatives. Find that rat back around. There's smoke keeping them safe, but both of these 2 teams.
रिनरले पनि झुलाइरा छ हेर्नु नि दाइ झुलाको जिगल गयो ए को क्रिप्टनले हो र जिगललाई नक हान्यो किलै
So they can't really afford to place too much pressure on this.
3 जना बाँकी स्लिपी नो फेयर स्काई ऊ पछाडी रहेछ ए चाहिँ ए गाडी हो र गाडी डब्लुबीसी त्यस्तो भइरा रहेछ यिनीहरूले चाहिँ देख्न बित्तिकै किल हान्दिन्छ भन्नु नक गरिदिइहाल्ने कस्तो फास्ट हाम्रो त अब केही त कहिलेकाहीँ हान्दाखेरि भाग्न भ्याउँथ्यो नि त इनिमीहरु यिनीहरु त म दिदैन भने सिबास उब्बरै हान्दिने मुलाहरुले के हो एक पोइन्ट मात्र छ हो
pushing into the tower. They're going to be a little bit less mobile, not going to be as easily able to go in pursuit, but they can equally try and find Sky, and that looks like maybe what
Prison.
they're going to try and do here.
Prison को बाटोबाट आइरहेको रहेछ
Play on the backside here. Open up a window of opportunity.
प्रिजन त मेरो फेभरेट ठाउँ हो नि यार दाइ
Just over that ridge line in front.
प्रिजन त मेरो फेभरेट ठाउँ हो के
Has to go to the reload, and it's actually barely on ammo.
अँ
But yeah, it was Alvis on the car. Was it
खत्रै मन पर्छ प्रिजन
pushing up, but now he's getting pressure by Ora as they push
र कमन अल्बा नक नो फेयरले अल्बा नक एन्ड किल
damage control. He's got way
नाइस नाइस नक फिनिश गरिहाल्ने हो कि यसरी होइन दाइ चलिराख्ने नै होइन
right smack dab in between Weibo and
ओ डब्लुबिजीले पनि हेरिरहेको छ है तर डब्लुबिजीले अघि लियो जस्तो मलाई हामीलाई लखाड्ने होइन तिमीहरू भनेर क्रिप्टन त्यहाँ स्यान्डविच भइरहेछ दाइ हेर्नु त क्रिप्टन बिचमा छ तर क्रिप्टनले जे पनि गर्नु त्यो चलेन भन्दा डब्लुबिजी र होराकै पर्छ फेरि फाइट त्यहाँ क्रिप्टन त्यहाँ छ छैन थाहा छैन होला डब्लुबिजीलाई थाहा भयो जस्तो थाहा रहेछ त्यही छ भनेर खोज्दैछ यसले खोज्दैछ क्रिप्टनलाई कहाँ छ मुला भन्दै खोजिरहेको छ YG को स्माइल FF केटलाई नक एन्ड फिनिश स्माइल नाइस नाइस YG लेट्स गो YG को 2 पॉइन्ट डिमिनेसन हानेको छ है YG ले क्रिप्टन हेर्नु नि दाइ जसले नेप टाके आटे हेर्नु न आटे अब त्यसले भेट्छ ओइ नजिक हेर्नु न जस हान्दै त्यसले ओइ नक तर नो फियरले मार्यो ए अर्डरले खाइदियो नि दाइ लास्टमा किल चोर्दियो नि डब्लुबिजीले एपीजी को डकले ढाल्दियो ओइ डक खै कहाँबाट आयो यहाँ एपीजी ओला गेमिङ खै डब्लुबिजीले यिनीहरूको एकजना छुटिरहेको छ क्या हो यो डब्लुबिजी को अल्फा गेमिङको ले नखाने त डकलाई यार किले हान्दियो जस्तो डकलाई डब्लुबिजी है एकजना के जिसन त यही छ ऊ त्यहाँ हो रहेछ 2 नम्बर यता रहेछ नि त सेल्टरतिर ओइ ल एनएसले इलिमिनेट हान्दिएको
now. DRX have been holding out on the southwest for a nice while as well, but Yanko Galacticos going to be putting pressure on. I feel like that's the next one. St. Cloud's going to set it. Yeah, absolutely going to be the next fight.
स्लिपीले अर्डरलाई ढाल्यो नार्वालोले YG को मार्नरलाई स्लिपीले किलै गर्दियो अर्डरलाई कमान होर्रा ओइ मिठो त मिठो हाने तर यो टॉयलेटमा बचिरहेछ यिनीहरू DRX को एकजना नक छ YG ले रिभाइभ गर्यो 4 जना बाँकी है हाम्रो WBG मा 2 जना मात्र बाँकी FF नि दामी छ भन्नै पर्यो यो सर्भाइभलमा त FF हरू हो दाइ सबसे ढुक्क छिरेकोहरु त
the entire roster. Alpha could potentially have an impact here with Top and Joel on the
DRX र YG को यार यो सेल्टर को मा गल्लीमा पर्रा रहेछ अल्फा गेमिङ
it's just nobody making that first move right now. I think you can chill out for a little bit longer with the circle.
APG can be truly punishing to DRX. The only thing stopping them from shooting, I believe, are the smokes. They just can't get the line of sight. But Top should have infinite vision. In fact,
ओ टपले DRX को सीओ नक फिनिश CYXAE लाई साइड से ट्याक्स तिक्ला के YG मार्नरले WBG लाई नक WBG को 33 ले APG जियोले नक एन्ड फिनिश है 33 जी मात्र बाँकी WBG को एकजना त नकै छ हि ल गयो विभो गेमिङ एलिमिनेट 8 मा फाल्कन र EA को पर्न थालेछ है नार्वालोले EA को टर्निक्सलाई नक
potentially Fireflies could have a chance if this fight on the southwest side.
Soulless FF को Soulless देखा छैन
Isolated their entrance and will be playing on fairly convincingly.
बिसारे ओए ढाल्दो YG को सीजन क्लाउडले मोरम्यानलाई ढाल्दो आम्बो EA को 2 जना नक कमन YG मिठो छ भने त YG हरु कस्तो मिठो खेल्छ के यिनीहरूले किल चोर्छ जस्तो फाल्कनले YG माइनरले FF को सोलेसले हेर्नु त नेडले ढाल्दे नक यो EA लाई EA फस्यो दाइ तर EA फस गए सीएम परेश रावलले भन्दैन त्यस्तै DRS को सोलेसले APG टपलाई किल सिधै अल्फा गेमिङ हैन रहेछ हो यो यता र यता हल्का ढिलो हुने रहेछ अल्फा गेमिङ एलिमिनेट अल्फा गेमिङलाई गाह्रो बनाइराछ है भन्नै पर्यो भन्दा त्यही भन्नै पर्ने यो 16 वटा डेन्जर छ के 16 वटा टिम हैन मज्जाको छिरेछ के रोमियो वाइजीले 7 किल उठा रहेछ है यो गेममा आम्बो नट जोक्नु त यार 7 हैन 7 10 भनेकोहरु त ओइ आउनु ओ स्काइले ढाल्यो जेरेक्स हो हिन्जले वाइजी मार्नेलाई हो र स्काइले किल खायो किल लिइहाल्यो त फेरि वाइजीले चोरिदिइ हाल्थ्यो ल नक फिनिश है डिआरएक्स इलिमिनेट भयो हो त ए फस्या थियो गयो फाल्कनले खाइदियो लाई मिठो खाइदिएछ जोनले के हर्रा खै हर्रा 4 पोइन्ट उठाएछ वाइजीले 9 उठाएछ है 7 बाट 9 यार वाइजी को हरको 4 ड्रप झर्दैछ एफएफ को नजिक एफएफ को स्कारफिस एकजना मात्र होला हो एकजना मात्र यति लो एचपी हेर्नु नि त स्कारफिस ने यति भने 2-3 एचपी भने त्यो त हर्रा खै भने हर्रा त्यो ड्रपले खिचेरै मर्थ्यो होला है त्यसलाई ड्रपले लाग्यो है फाल्कनको एकजना नक छ वाइजी को 4 जना छ यार किन वाइजीले यो गेम लग्ला जस्तो भइराछ तर होराले लिनु पर्छ लिनु त तर कतै वाइजीले लेला जस्तो भइराछ है वाइजी कस्तो दाइ यो गेममा के त दाइ हामीले किल हान्दै गएपछि जोस आउँछ नि हातमा के त हैन मिलिराख्छ नि किल हानि राख्दाखेरि एउटा त्यस्तो नि हुन्छ नि जितिन किल हानेपछि अलि गई हात मिलिराख्छ नि हैन ट्याक ट्याक त्यही दाइ त्यही किल ओ स्लिपीले ढाल्यो है वाइजीको सेक्लाउडलाई स्लिपीले कि हैन नक अर्को 2 जना नक वाइजीको 2 जना नक मार्नेट पनि पुस तर साइडमा पनि छ के दाइ फेरि हामी पुस हान्दाखेरि हामी फेरि त्यो भयो के देख्छ के हामीलाई ओइ ल त्यसलाई त ल बिल्ला मार्दियो नोफियरले मार्दो रे अघिदेखि लुकिरहेको थियो त्यो वाइजीको के भयो खै वाइजीको 2 जना नक चाहिँ वाइजीको डिआरएक्स मा 1 जना वाइजीको 2 जना फाल्कनको चाहिँ 4 जना ओए होली रे भाइ होली बुराना मानो होली भाइ गयो स्माइल मात्र बाँकी वाइजी बाट स्माइल मात्र बाँकी रोमियो पनि ढल्यो स्माइल खै स्माइल हिल स्माइल ल हाम्रो ढाल्दियो हैन के पहिला फाल्कनलाई खानु पर्ने छ के यो फाल्कनको 1 जना नक है डिआरएक्स त के हो अत्तो पत्तो नभएको ओ स्माइल पनि खाइदियो त कसले खाएको स्माइललाई भर्खर गयो नि वाइजी पनि इलिमिनेट भयो सेकेन्डमा ए फोर्थमा वाइजी गा डिआरएक्स थर्डमा गा ओ मा उठाउनु त भ्याउँछ नो फेयरले यताबाट कभर दिनु त हैन त्यही भएर मैले त्यही त फाल्कनलाई चाहिँ फर्स्ट खानु पर्ने हो के यो वाइजीलाई भन्दा र डिआरएक्सलाई तर डिआरएक्सले थर्ड भयो के त वाइजी चाहिँ फोर्थमा इलिमिनेट भयो डिआरएक्स थर्डमा के एक ला नो फियरले 1 जना चाहिँ नक हानेछ है 2 जना नक नो फियर मात्रै बाँकी नो फियर देखा मातरी कम यही छ त ओ यही नजिक ल मजा नै आयो जी ठिक छ 23 सेकेन्डमा चाहिँ मिठो पोइन्ट आछ नआएको त हैन तर 10 लिम न हैन 6 भन्दा 10 लिन मजा आउँथ्यो नि त यो फाल्कन भन्दा बरु मलाई त वाइजी जित्यो हुन्थ्यो फिल आएको म अब देखाइराछ यस्तो गरेर वाइजी यिनीहरुकोमा थियो केटाहरु यार बच्चाहरुमा जी एकदमै त्यो स्लिपी र स्काई गइहाल्यो के हैन दाइ तर पनि के अब भन्नाले बरु खेल्दा खेल्दै मर्नु र त्यसरी हिँड्दा हिँड्दैन जाँदा जाँदै मर्नु लास्ट दुःख हुन्छ नि बरु खेल्दा खेल्दै मर्यो पनि ल होइन अनि यहाँ पनि यहाँ पनि एउटा दिन त्यो के हामीले वाइजीलाई हान्दाखेरि फाल्कोनलाई थाहा भयो कि को कहाँ छ भनेर के वाइजी यहाँ छ हो र यहाँ छ भनेर थाहा भइहाल्यो कि एकैचोटि होइन त्यतिखेर देखिसक्यो कि तिनीहरू त्यही अनि फाल्कोनले वाइजीलाई त नेटको बर्सात के त दाइ बुरा नमानो होले कडा कडा त्यो डिआरएक्सको एकजना मात्रै बाँकी थियो कि दाइ त्यो लुकिरहेको थियो भर्खर मैले रिप्लेमा देखेँ त्यो नारवालोले मारेर आइसक्यो चुप लगाएर बसिरहेको थियो डिआरएक्सको नारवालो त देखेछ खेलाइदिएछ सिद्धिहाल्यो तर त्यो एक्लैले भयो भने थर्ड प्लेसमेन्ट लियो नि प्लेसमेन्ट त्यो एक्लै भएपछि चाहिँ त्यही गर्ने हो कि होइन भाइ जोनभित्र छिर्ने अस्तिको एउटा म्याचमा त्यस्तै भएको नि त अब होरको 2 जना कि 3 जना बाँकी थियो 2 जना थियो होला लास्टमा चाहिँ जे 2-3 जना थियो 3 जना त्यति बाँकी फायरफ्लक्सको 1 जना मात्रै थियो कि जस 5-6वटा टिम हुँदादेखि नै 1 जना मात्रै थियो लुकेर बस्यो अनि लास्टमा होर र कसको पर्यो फाइट अनि त्यहाँ बिचमा निस्केर अनि मारिदियो अनि जित्दियो एक्लैले ए ल्यापेक्स आएको थियो रहेछ नि त ल नो को आएर चाहिँ हामी त गफमै फुलेछ है एसएस फाइनल हो ल्यापेक्स तर 3 दिनको फाइनल हो केटा हो तिमीहरूलाई अब आजै सिद्धिन्छ जस्तो लाग्ला फेरि होइन 3 दिनको हुन्छ जस लिग टाइप्सले नै हो पोइन्ट तर नाइस है त यो टुर्नामेन्ट चाहिँ त्यो पोइन्टहरू गराएको सर्भाइभल स्टेज राखे राम्रो के मिलेको छ कि कस्तो मिलेको छ कि त्यही त्यसैले यो 16 जनै दामी पर्यो कि दाइ एउटा दुईटा टिम चाहिँ अलि विकै देखिरहेको थियो कि तिनीहरू परेन पनि लास्ट र सेकेन्ड लास्टै भयो हुन चाहिँ त्यही राम्रो के तर त्यो लास्ट भएको ग्याम्याक्स भन्ने थियो होइन दाइ राम्रै खेलेको थियो खेल्नु त पोइन्टले मात्र नदिएको हो होइन अब लास्ट के अब कति छ कि पोइन्ट अल्फा 7लाई ढालिदिइरहेको थियो भने तिनीहरूले अनि सेकेन्ड लास्ट चाहिँ जापानको भयो किनोट्रोप भन्ने तिनीहरू चाहिँ खासै देखेँ तर गरि चाहिँ रहेको थियो नगरे हामी तिनीहरूको रोटेसन नमिल्या भन्ने कि होइन दाइ के नमिल्या कि अलि दुबईको हो त्यो ग्यामेक्सको पनि पर्ने कि तिनीहरू चाहिँ जहाँ पनि अनि यहाँ त दाइ तर त्यही त खेल देखाउनै सक्दैन एक कुरा त होइन को आएर होइन हानिदिन्छ जस्तै अब हाम्रै पनि भर्खरै त्यो एफएफले हानेको नै भनौँ न नो फियरले चुप लगाएर बसिरहेको थियो आफ्नै काम गरिरहेको थियो होइन त्यो यिनीहरूले यस्तो पनि गर्ने यार दाइ त्यो अब त्यसो लुक्नु पर्यो नि त होइन तिनीहरू त ब्याग स्याग धरि फ्याँक्दिने यार ब्याग देख्छ भनेर है अनि दाइ हामी खेल्दा के त झिलिमिलीवाला ब्याग बोकेर बस्थ्यो हामी त होइन पुरै डाँडाबाट पनि देख्नेवाला रातो कलर निलो होइन जस टिलिक टल्किरहेको ब्याग बोकेर हिँड्थ्यो नि यिनीहरू यहाँ ब्याग धरि देख्छ भनेर फ्याँकिरहेछ कि अनि यिनीहरूले फेरि एउटै लुगा लाउने रहेछ है यो गेममा जर्सी टाइप्सले नै हामी त के हाम्रो 4 जना कस्तो हुन्थ्यो त हाम्रो स्क्वाड यदि भयो भने के त एकजना बाँदर एकजना होइन त्यस्तो के ए ठिक भयो यो गेम यार खत्रै गेम हो भने म पहिले नै भन्दै PUBG मा खतरा गेम हो होइन अहिले पनि हेर्नु नि त यार पैसा हेर्नु न पैसा यसमा
Fair enough, right? I did like how they played
ख्याल
some
गर्ने हो
of
त त्यो
those
पैसा
things. I want to
यसमा
start off by
राखे
saying that initial push onto Fireflux rather was the wrong play, and I thought that
होरले अहिले लगभग 70 कि 80 लाख पाइसक्यो नि त जस त्यतिको त्यो भइसक्यो
that frees up the north side of the zone, really able to then do
नेपालबाट हैन त त्यसरी गेमबाट गएर खतरा हो नि
angles that they got there, but I think Narvalo in particular able to have that off angle really helped.
होरको कति भइछ टिम फाल्कन र होरको 12 र ओइ फाल्कनले त किल पनि चोर्न पाए नि है साथी वाइजी को पनि तिनीहरुले खाइदियो सबै फाल्कनले होरले नक मात्र हान्नु पायो भिजन मात्र दिन पायो त्यहाँ छ भन्ने टाइपले मात्रै फेरि ड्यामेज रिसिभ चाहिँ होरले धेरै भेटे रिसिभड रहेछ
Team Falcons having that circle shift that definitely helped them big time.
केसन जिजी है राम्रै थियो जिजी
They just weren't spreading enough. They weren't gaining enough control of that circle. And meanwhile, Aura was being able to do that.
इधर गाउँघर मान्छेहरु पनि हेर्न मजा आउँछ नि हैन
So many teams that whole match and they had already lost a player. It became almost near impossible. As soon as Sky went down trying to get that off angle, it was set and done for Falcons to be able to get the win. But I gotta give it compliment to Aura. I have been enjoying those splits that this team has been doing. They have gone from 1-2-1 splits, 3-1, and then they end up mixing it up to everybody just going solo. They're making sure that they just get a lot of the zone, and they were able to do that perfectly at one point. They have full control of the southeast.
Well, Falcons will walk away with 22 points there with the 12 eliminations, thanks to Narvalo, the Frenchman. We love the French being able to hold on to that position towards the top. Then Natura is able to overlook exactly what was going on.
याङ्गनले सेकेन्ड परेछ नि त पोइन्ट उठाएकोमा चाहिँ
You know what's so interesting
22 13 12 8 7 6 6 5 भएछ होरले पनि उठाछ है 12 पोइन्ट उठाउने भने ख्याल गर्ने हैन नि 4 ट्राइब्स र एनएस त 0-0 मा गारे छ यसपालि
now that mindset should be super refreshed.
Did Power get a lot of eliminations and no place for
हेलो को छ मान्यता कमेन्ट केटा हो
You know what, let's continue to be aggressive. Yeah, they ended up with 5 eliminations. No surprise here out of that team. DRX, I was actually really surprised at the push that DRX ended up doing on Young Galacticos. They thought that maybe they weren't going to be able to just win that engagement, but little did they know Hora was looking for third party that fight, and it kind of opened later the area of just for Hora to try to gain more control of the circles.
Yeah, that's kind of the
क्वालिटी लो भने क्वालिटी बढाएर हालौँ है केटा हो अटोमा भइरा होला केटाहरुकोमा
very likely to not win out that game. So focus on those eliminations down to the south with the Yangon and the horror situation going on. And Horror was able to do that brilliantly, I think, in those final moments.
They were. I think Yangon did the only thing they could do. It's so open. It's such a wide area to use. They did what they could. Horror were very, very proactive. I love this.
nice.
They're able to not only control and be passive, but also be super aggressive and take those fights.
Yeah, and for Yangon, I got to give it some props because, as you mentioned, they did exactly what they needed to do, which was making sure that they were proactive of backing people up. They made DRX back up early on. DRX ultimately wanted to take that fight. It didn't end up working out. And for Young Galacticos, they weren't looking at the arena. They were making sure that they made the rotations hard. They were just trying to get any point possible, getting those eliminations. I wish they would have made a sooner decision on just making a full push towards where Team Falcons was. That would have been the winning play for that squad.
Potentially. And now, though, with Erangel done, we move on to Miramar and see how it's going to play out for the last 2 games here of the day. Let's take a look at the breakdown of the numbers, see who's able to perform. And you've got teams in there like Horror, I think Weibo as well, still needs to do a little bit more overall. Alter Ego.
मिरामार है अब दुईटा मिरामार र भन्दा तर इरेन्जले ठीक लाग्छ तर मिरामार चाहिँ अस्ति चाहिँ फेरि सरय बोल्दा चाहिँ है फेरि मिरामारमा पोइन्ट उठायो है होरले भन्ने पर्यो भने चाहिँ
They just kind of held their peace and waited a little while. We saw a very strong day from them, so we'll see about that. I am interested as well, though. I'm kind of surprised that APG are not here. Alpha Gaming not on this list. Historically, a team that's very, very good on Miramar, just not making those numbers.
Alpha Gaming फेरि जोशी हुने गाह्रो पर्छ यार
Top is going to be none other than Rangam Karya. This team has been so aggressive. I feel like going into Miramar, I'm hoping that we get to see a little bit more tactical play out of this squad, being able to actually take their time, Scott, because right now it's just full go whenever they do end up pushing. And you can see Young Galacticos with that play doing just enough, being in first place.
Just 11 points between number 1 and 8. But yes, as you say, Young Galacticos being able to wrestle away number 1 from Alter Ego is definitely a big move.
What are you laughing at? I just find it insane that we are in the grand finals of PMWC at EWC 25. And Power Esports somehow has managed to find themselves 4th place, 0 placement points, 30 eliminations.
Again, it bears repeating. I'm worried in case they do start getting placement points here.
Right?
They could rocket up the leaderboards with also the elimination power that they're showing. And this isn't the power that I saw in the group stage. I was like, okay, they're sitting pretty, they're waiting, they're sitting in Milton, they're moving out and getting themselves away.
यार 21
all guns blazing at the
कोनो
moment.
बात नहीं से
They
कोनो
really
बात
are.
नहीं
I
से
think it goes to show again that sometimes going to survival stage is incredibly
जिस
beneficial.
यंगन ग्यालेक्टिक को 36 है फर्स्टमा परेछ म त त्यसमा खुसी छ त्यसमा पनि
And now look at them.
अल्टर इगो सेकेन्डमा चाहिँ ठिक छ दुईटै मन पर्नेहरु हो
Imagine if they finished it with just like no.
तर हामीले होर छिर्नु पर्यो कि वानमा होर हुनु पर्यो कि
That's what I want. That'll be me unboxing a surprise.
You'd be very excited. Well, let's all box together because PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival is now live. Don't miss out the final 3 days this weekend. Log into some of your supply airdrop and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers for your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed rewards. So come and get those unboxings done. All these players, they can't unbox right now because they're ready to get into Miramar. So without further ado, thank you very much, guys. It is time to head over to the Dusty Dunes. It's Miramar. Let's get in for the penultimate game of the day.
Falcons are able to rise again with a chicken dinner in match number 4 on the day, but they need to keep pace now.
मिरामार
Try not to swallow the water there.
That's, yeah.
Either way, they are going to have to try and keep pace with the top page because they have managed to breach there. But, you know, Power currently, no placement points, they're still ahead of them, right? There's a little bit more to do. But if you want to keep track of exactly what every single one of our players is
केटाहरु डिस्कर्डमा पनि जोइन गर्दा हुन्छ है को छन्
on our official map feed, on PUBG Mobile ESPORTS channel, you can see where everybody's rotating all the time, all day. It is useful if you want to break things down, if you want to get a little insight as to what teams are doing at every step of the match.
That's it. And that's, well, hey, we're getting into Miramar, and you mentioned Falcons, but I love what the desk said about Power. It's insane how high up the standings they are, purely based off of eliminations. And you do raise the question, they start getting placement points, I think they're going to be the champions. I really do, at least based off of the performance over the 4 games that we have witnessed. It is spectacular, and I think a rarity, really, to see how well Power is doing. And, well, you got to appreciate it. You got to love it. Falcons jump up the standings. Power still doing very, very well. Gangon Galacticus taking over first place.
Power
Harris team, who was there for the longest time. Things are shifting about, and the most important thing, right, is to make sure you are the team going into day 3 setting the threshold.
With 6 matches to play today, getting anything over 50 points would be great news. I mean, the biggest games that we've seen, or days rather, that we've seen for teams like Noxious Red Force, I think they were able to get over 60 points in a single day.
That's right.
So getting up there would be phenomenal. But the fact is, this table is looking really flat. You can guarantee that there's going to be a little bit more volatility towards the top side of these tables. With how close things are, I mean, from first place down towards, getting on towards 8th, right? There's an 11-point difference. That's really closable, especially in these stages of tournament where teams are able to take those risks. That's one big game, and all of a sudden, you're on the top of the pile.
Well, to put it in perspective, what Falcons, I believe, was in 14th or so place going into that last game. They end up getting the winner chicken dinner, 12 eliminations, putting them all the way up in the top 6. And mind you, they are only just 3 points away from breaking into top 3. That's how close it is. So a lot of volatility. Things are going to continue to shift within our top 5. And, well, without the 7 not being here, the championship is wide open. Anybody can take it. The question is, who wants it the most? The players themselves are the ones that control their destiny. Map number 5, we're heading into Miramar.
मिरामार सुरु
We'll play path on the south side this time around, from Via de Mar over towards Impala. So north entrance a little bit difficult and also potentially tricky to get towards. Almost now uncontested because Alpha 7 did so badly that they weren't able to make it into this stage of the tournament. Falcons would be alone on that. But They have to get there first, and the question is, do they want to get out there? It's about 3 kilometers away from this plane path, maybe a little bit more actually, so it could be difficult to get up towards. But that western path rotate can be nice and friendly. It's a question of getting those vehicles on site though, as we head on in. Our plane now just crossing the channel.
Don't think we're going to have any hot drops.
मलाई त फेरि यो मिरामारमा त केही आइडिया छैन यार
Landing for our first Miramar in grand finals of day 1, but there is always a chance, right? Things get spicy, even though people put their landing zones out there, doesn't mean they're not willing to change it up and take a team by surprise. And well, that could very well happen. I believe going back to the survival stage, we had a bit of a hot drop over in El Pozo. That was an area that we were watching very, very closely. So maybe we see a repeat of that. Falcons over on the left-hand side by Hora. That's going to be an interesting one if they decide to land next to each other. Here is where this next zone, or first zone, I should say, is going to pop up, because that's going to tell the true story of what we can expect.
Well, looking at the cargo right now, there's a lot of teams in the air over it right now. Could be difficult. Power definitely.
Marnad, Alaji, Narvalo रहेछ 999 तीनैजनाको यार 9 किल है Marnad, YG, Power Alaji अनि Falcon को त्यो Alajiले 2177 की damage. Seklauले 1937. Falak 1648.
So, Falcons, Hora, well, relatively close to each other. Obviously trying to land on those vehicles so they can have rotates, taking high ground a little bit later on, but they do separate themselves. I always get concerned when I start to see some split drops, and at least coming into this, I was expecting at least 3 split drops, which we do get a couple of, but Falcons by far taking the cake with Ralph all the way in the south, forced to go up north to join Narvalo and Koa, which is going to be doing exactly that. Hora, though, not far behind necessarily. I'm curious if they decide to
focus
if they choose to get spicy.
I don't think this is a good idea. If Hora want to head up towards the north, I wouldn't be surprised to see them send all the way to a place like Coparia, currently unoccupied. I think chasing down Solo, if they can get the shots, if Ralph can get over towards Alfonso as soon as he goes in, I don't think if you're Hora, you want to commit here, right? And the fact is that there's about 600, 700 meters between these two teams. I don't think that they're going to be able to catch this one. But I think heading up to La Coparia on a circle like this is potentially a little bit better of a decision to make, right? In this scenario, you'll be up on that north side. You know not too many teams are going to be there. You'll be out early.
Sleepy
on a circle like this, they're going to be able to find it. Okay, hang on a minute. Maybe they are going to try and clip the back of Falcons, but yeah, I don't know. I don't rate the decision to face this one down.
Right.
You don't want hot drops, right?
Right.
Or you might be able to pick up a point early.
Oh, they're close.
Alfano actually, who's already had some looting time, might actually take some shots out. He sure. This is why you don't want to pursue too far.
Gets a little bit of damage on Sajunga, but not enough to drop him. And Hora was wanting to pursue Falcons. I believe those shots ringing out is going to change their minds, and they'll continue to go up north. And for Falcons, they'll continue to distance themselves, go towards El Pozo and loot up. So this fight most likely not going to happen anymore. Maybe Hora was thinking about it, but the shots were enough to deter them. Now we start to look more into the stage, and Notcham Red Force, great spot central. We also have Alter Egos who are set up quite nicely. They've got the 2-2 split, plenty of loot between them. I think Alter Egos are due for a pretty decent game. I'm kind of feeling, I don't know, my sense they're telling me Alter Egos, this is their game to take.
Now what's going to happen is Power are going to get a chicken dinner with 0 healers.
Oh, shoot, 0?
Yeah, then anyone looking at the table would be like, oh, that's a normal amount. It's going to be the weirdest 10 to 30 split you've ever seen in your life.
That's right.
Goodness me. No, I'm not entirely sure, of course. There's still 16 teams, 64 players who are in this one. However, Power are in a very central location on this, just down to the east of Hacienda del Patron, with Thundertalk out to their further east as well. It's a nice little compound for the time being. We're up to about 5 minutes now.
यहाँ चाहिँ अहिले शान्त छ है
A lot of the teams that hit ground early, so teams like Power who dropped Ricardo should be done and dusted. However, teams like Aura and Falcons, they're going to be out and looting for a little bit longer, maybe up to minute 6, 7 potentially. If Aura actually don't settle down.
They are moving and grooving. The good thing for them, the entire northern zone of the stage is wide open. DRX is getting very close to E Arena, mind you. They are pushing straight in. You notice on your screen top left, there will be an E Arena member. If DRX on a swivel, they might start taking some shots, taking some damage.
So they're going to keep things nice and linear, a nice spread out train. Good spacing for DRX when they rotate. On the southeast flank. Of course, we always advise against all rotating in the same vehicle, especially early and especially on Miramar. Getting spotted out can be disastrous. So taking this 4-player convoy is exactly how you want to be operating. If you guys at home are trying to pick up some tips, that's a good one. Early on, playing split, you're very, very mobile. You're a little bit more flexible. That's what DRX are looking for as they head to the east of Minas Generalis, up towards potentially where Alter Ego and Team Secret are playing.
And also for Fourth Rives in the same path as EDA as they continue to move up north. Take a look at Yegon Galacticus, a team that has been performing incredibly well, currently first place. On the back of a third place game, number 4. They've been highly consistent. Been waiting for this roster to truly show what they're made of. I think today has been a shining example of what we can expect Yegon Galacticus to truly be. They'll be rotating up north kind of in the same fashion that Hornet did a little bit earlier, opposite of Falcons, most likely going above where Falcons are at. But I do have some concern if that is going to be the case, because there's not going to be a lot of areas they can truly park the bus, because Falcons and Hornet control that area. And there is an opportunity for Yegon Galacticus if they go a little bit too far north to get pincered between both of those rosters. So they have to play this carefully.
Drives.
FF को Scarface ले ये को NC2 FF को मैं कभी more man NC2 like किले Scarface ले first elimination ये को 3 जना में 1 जना knock FF को ये को पर ये शुरू भयो ये को जोकर पनि knock हुई ग्रीन भेटेछ Morman line kill ये eliminate ये ले 0 point में eliminate भएको छ फेरि ये पनि राम्रो टिम हो है भन्नु यस्तो राम्रो टिम यार ये
a team that was truly the shining example throughout the survival stage, struggling tremendously, and even surprising the fact that they get their compound taken over, because one of the shining examples about the arena that I truly started becoming a much more fan of was their ability to hold down hardcover POIs. You could not break in. It didn't matter if there was 2 or 3 teams challenging their house, they were going to hold it down. And they fully get wiped.
YG हरु चाहिँ जोनको बाहिर चाहिँ फाल्गुन भेट हुन्छ जस्तै YG ले फाल्गुन भेट हुन्छ कि होर भेट हुन्छ जस्तो लागिसक्यो YG ले
Arena still have the moves. Have you seen those walkouts at the start of the day? I saw the moonwalk today, hitting them with the MJ.
Was it good?
Yeah, the micro. Well, it was acceptable. It was certainly identifiable. Circle over to the east side here.
Robert, so Ismail ले चाहिँ हेर्दै छ सबै.
Ground to the east side of San Martin. That's ended up front. Currently, the center of the circle still occupied by Alter Ego on quite a big spread. I imagine they're going to want to look to get back together here with DRX on the south flank, with Thundertalk as well on the mid of the split. Close together, about 600 meters between both of their outposts here.
Same narrative for me for Yegon Galactica. Some concerned maybe they would pinch themselves in between Falcons and Hora, but they do decide to stay on the outskirts of the zone. But even so, they're still going to have to deal with Falcons. Now you added 4th Rives. You got 4 teams who could be contesting each other on the northern zone of the current stage.
अनि पावरजीले बगी लिएर कहाँ डाँडामा बसिरहेछ र्याग्नर पनि त लेफ्ट र राइट बसिरहेछ है पावरजी राइटमा र्याग्नर लेफ्टमा पावरले एफएफहरुलाई यस
high ground over towards Ketch. I think they're both aware of each other's position here and just biding their time. Of course, these positions on these plateaus always look so powerful. The difficulty is as soon as you get knocked or as soon as you take a challenge and maybe you get a little bit too bold, you go down. It's a massive mission to try and get you back up, right? You have to either send another player up there or you have to drop down when you've already been knocked and someone has to rotate out towards you. It takes a lot of time, a lot of investment on that. Very careful with those high ground positions.
Fireflux. Could be opposite of the Falcons, continue to move up. Stay alive quite some time. The only activity we've seen from them so far was firing on Sleepy. He was on the back of a buggy.
Firing on Sleepy,
rotate up. Yegon Galacticus taking a huge rotate north. that most likely drop south. A lot more distance between them than I was expecting. I really thought they were going to be closely contested. You do have 4 Thrives with Naki and Co. who's going to be very, very close to the Falcons roster. They start to huddle up and potentially crash in on each other. For Weibo, they do have Team Secret in their line of sights, but this 4 Thrives Falcons fight, yeah, it's going down.
Oh, I thought it's almost immediately.
YG को knock भएको छ है नुफियरले एयर ड्रप कलेक्ट गरेको छ YG को एकजना knock बिस्तारै भइरहेछ धेरै एउटा EA मात्रै एलिमिनेट भएको छ र YG ले रिभाइभ पनि गर्छ सबजना बचेकै छन् है 60 जना बचिरहेछन् यहाँ अहिले सानो हुँदैछ जोन अब डेन्जर पर्छ यता अब बिस्तारै YG हरु तर सेफ जोनको बाहिरैबाट घुम्दैछन् बिस्तारै सेफ साइड खेलिरहेछ YG
been in blue now for, I want to say, nearly half of the game at this point, and we'll have to continue to drop down south, which is going to be right next to Falcons, so that fight most likely going to ensue. With Falcons getting their health all the way back up, I think this is about to go down.
Well, it depends, yeah, if they go for that rotate out to the east, it might be a little bit less sort of considered there for Yango Galacticos as Silas goes down on a little bowl ramp jump there.
GRX सिवाइले आरजी को साइलसलाई नक गरेर फिनिश पनि भयो है डब्ल्युजी को अर्डरले होरको जिगललाई यार नक गर्दियो नि जिगल नक डब्ल्युबी सँग भेट्न लाग्छ जस्तो जिगललाई हान्नै गयो डब्ल्युजी हिले किले गर्दियो छुटेको रहेछ होरबाट जिगल छुटेको भएर डब्ल्युजी देखाइदियो है जिगल
This is a team that performed exceptionally well in game number 4, performing in second place, nearly taking over the Falcons' position. They couldn't hold it down. Very impressed with No Fear. I'm expecting him to be a huge chip in this moment. Wild Regnum Karya trying to take down Alpha from Alter Egos, who had plenty of great moments.
रोजमेरीले नक किल गरिदिएको छ आरजीको वाइल्ड डबल 7 केलाई रिताले एयरड्रप कलेको YG को नक छ है एकजना रोजमेरी पागल खेलाडीहरु नै डेन्जर छ ला रोमियोलाई त गाडी पड्काएर मार्दियो फाल्कनको सीओए डबल 7 केले
He's going to be able to lay down that damage. Nice and healthy output there for the Falcons. And they disengage. They don't need to overextend here. It's nice to see.
But it's also for Yangon Galacticos. I mean, there's really nowhere they can go.
Forward to fight
more drives waiting on you. And then if you go backwards, you got Falcons who are going to be gatekeeping you. You go down a little bit further, you got Noxham Red Force. It's going to be a tough spot for Yangon Galacticos, a team that stayed so long in the blue zone. I mentioned No Fear. Well, he's currently pinned up. Sky is just a sliver of health. Rosemary desperately.
ला रोजमेरीले कस्तो हान्दियो यार स्काईलाई
jumping up to get additional vision. Well, it ends up being his undoing.
नेड हान्दियो नो फेयरलाई
Through the window just at the right time. Excellent pre-fire there.
होरको स्काई नक गई
Holding the high ground here. They have such powerful position over this next circle, and they want to try and maintain that space.
रोजमेरीले कस्तो पाइदिरा यार त्यो
On that north flank, they've got critics on far out on the southeast side, and that's an off angle actually.
उठायो होला त स्लिपीले
Potentially over towards Sleepy if he gets a little bit too big for his moves.
टीएस को ट्रायंगल एपीजी को डॉगलाई नक एफएफ को केटले टीएस को जीपीलाई नक फेरि एफएफ टीएस एपीजी पर रहा छ यार टीएस को किले भयो जसो किले हुन्छ जसो जेरस त टीएस को ट्रायंगल पनि नक टीएस लाई किल एपीजी को जियलले डॉगलाई बचाउने भयो अब एफएफ आएर हान्दै मात्र हो एपीजीलाई टीएस को एकजना नक एकजना मात्र बाँकी छ टीएस को फ्र्याङ्की भाग्दैछ फ्र्याङ्की एकजना मात्र ओए होरो स्काईलाई फेरि नक हानेको छ डब्ल्युबीजी को सुकले होरो स्काईलाई मार्दिएकै छ डब्ल्युबीजीले दुईजना मात्र बाँकी होरोमा स्लिपीलाई पनि ओए बान हान्दियो यार सुकले डब्ल्युबीजीले क्रसबो हानेर ढाल्दियो यार स्लिपीलाई किल पनि क्रसबो हानेर ढाल्दियो यार बोर्ने त्यसरी त होरो इलिमिनेट 0 पॉइन्टमा यार गाइस हो र 15 मा एलिमिनेट भएछ यार 1 पोइन्ट आएन यार यो गेममा मिरामार अब एउटा मात्र मिरामार म्याच बाँकी छ यसपछि एपीजी को रिफर्स्टले डब्ल्युबीजी को 33 जेटलाई नक कस्तो फसेको यार
Yeah, I don't think so either. Mind you, Falcons also kind of got into their vicinity. Falcons have been the outskirt team, consistently gunning down players, not overcommitting, but at least having a presence, keeping them in the back of their minds are their enemies. And we see Suki, as you said, from Sleepy from a distance. And I
सुकले ल हेर नि बाण हानेको मात्रै महाभारतकै मान्छे हो क्या हो यो सुक त मा
That was kind of nuts, though. You'd love to see it. Suk seems to be, this proponent of
Legolas.
He
loves. It's funny when I was doing my research coming into this, 7 specifically brought him up and sent explosive arrows. Watch him with the bow.
WBG र फाल्गनु पर्यो है ल रोजमेरीले 600 ड्यामेज अनि रोजमेरी त पागल यार खतरा छ यार
It just a little bit earlier on Order Esports. Now we can do it on Falcons. But Order cooking today, throws it out. Is it good? While
Order खाइ त ओए नेट बाजी भयो नेट बाजी
but it doesn't have their effect. And Redux is very weak. Order is taking on 2 members from Falcons and doing it in
fashion.
They have that back flank as well.
WBG र खतरा WBG ले उठाउँछ यार यो चिकन चाहिँ फाल्कनले डर पेलिरहेछ भने WBG कोले दाइ सुकले हैन दाइ स्लिपीलाई बाण हानेर मार्दिएको WBG टाढैबाट अझ स्मोक भएको ठाउँमा पागल हान्दिएको हो नि हो र 0 पोइन्टमा इलिमिनेट दाइ 15 मा सेकेन्डमा इलिमिनेट भएको दाइको टाइम कति भइरहेछ 11 10 9 मैले फास्ट फरवर्ड गरेको थिएँ कि अघि एकचोटि गर्नु त एकचोटि गर्नु त ल यहाँ डेन्जर परिछ भने फाल्नु सुकोस् आम्बो ल नार्बालोले खेलाको हेर्नु त दाइ पागल इलिमिनेट हान्दियो डब्ल्युजी इलिमिनेट हान्दियो भने नार्बालो मैले भने नार्बालो मात्रै यो डर लाग्दो छ कि नार्बालो टाइम कति भयो दाइ यता माथिको हो नि हेर्नु न लेफ्ट साइडको ए 1 सेकेन्डको यताउति रहेछ तपाईँ 1 सेकेन्ड फास्ट केही कोनो बात नै छ ठिक छ 5 4 3 म हल्का 10-20 मिली सेकेन्ड ढिलो रहेछ त्यही ठिक छ दाइ ठिक छ अब नचल्नु ठिक्क छ नार्बालोले मार ओ यसलाई पठाए ल मार अल्फा गेमिङको रिफर्सले हान्दिरा यताबाट यो खैरो टिम भयो है वाइजी को मर्ने ढल्यो वाइजी को स्माइल एनएस को एक्स 3 जना पर्रा छ त्यो एनएस को साइडमा पनि वाइजी र एनएस को साइडमा 3 जना पर फाल्कन इलिमिनेट टिटीले लिएको हो टिटीले
truly had a legitimate route to stay safe. They were putting a lot of pressure on teams, but they were never able to establish themselves in a specific area and play for late game. That's just the way it goes. Reckless, though, Yankees is doing quite well. I expected them to be eliminated a little bit earlier on, but for APG, Alter Egos, let's see how this fight ends up unfolding. Alter Egos got to do it as a duo.
अल्फा गेमिङको 4 जनै छ भने यिनीहरुले त दुख दिन्छ अब बिस्तारै यिनीहरु पोइन्ट घट्दै गयो नि त अल्फा गेमिङको अब हान्छ यिनीहरुले
They're kind of on a linear approach from the south side. Whilst they have all 4 players alive, they've managed to rack up 7 elims, sure, but they are right with their backs to the blue zone and power marauding around them as well.
के भइरहेछ ओए टपले हान्दैछ टिटीको लागि एकजनालाई
Outputting the damage tremendously. I say 2 down, 1 manages to get out with his life.
अझैले मार्दै रहेछ अल्फा गेमिङले
I don't know if it's going to happen. Reefus might be
Be a nice nade. It's cooked well. It's thrown out. Doc just below, and he'll take off a sliver of health. Not much, but keeps the pressure on Zeke. And you know he doesn't feel comfortable in this moment. And for APG, on a tear. They're only on 4 eliminations, but at this rate, I don't know where they're going to end up.
A little bit more damage sent over to it, but the first stage was already ticking up. It will be healed. This is the
टॉपले खान्छ जस्तो
through a nice drop on the smoke there.
खायो रिफर्सले हान्दै दाइ सिटिङलाई
Driver as well. Sensing will be taken down, and now seeing
किले हान्दै डगले यताबाट
however, they can't breach this high ground just yet. With Ida over the way, there's so much going on in this northeast quadrant.
APG holding on tight. Mind you, still 4 strong. You mentioned Ida, they're going to be just up ahead, and they look to be progressing forward just a bit more. So for APG, it's imperative that they focus the fights correctly. And Aaron looks like he could be the first one targeted as EL starts to move up towards that rock. Reefus down low, still trying to keep Thunder Talk in check on the low ground. I love where APG is currently at, and I have to favor them in this fight. But again, if they don't do this properly, Ida is going to eat them alive.
Darkhead with the nade. Move over towards APG. Think better of it. Waiting for someone to give some information away. Some players alive on the northeast side. They continue their march here for Alpha Gaming.
FF कोले क्रिप्टनले ढाल्दैछ है यही क्रिप्टनले FF कोले
Looks to start to pick up the pace here, but back off the angle. They'll have to take another crack.
5 eliminations for APG. This could be a first place game. They could take the first place position.
ओए FF कोले APG को टपले ढाल्दियो APG को 4 जनामा 1 जना नक
Again, a tremendous game, nearly double digits already. 4 members still alive. They started early.
मलाई मिरामार त कस्तो कस्तो लाग्छ भनेर भन्नै पर्यो नि कहिले खेलेन जियोले FF को मतकपलाई नक
Zio able to find Madcap. And Ada towards Zio's position. And Top is the trade-off here. Scarface forwards. A lot to work against them, but will not win that trade. Gonna get flushed as well, almost certainly there. Have to fight on as 3 for Fireflux. But hang on a minute though, because Madcap's down. That's right. He's all the way out on the flank. I think that rest
NS को डक्सीले RG को टस पिकलाई नक अल्फा गेमले एकजना नक चाहिँ हिल हान्ला के रिभाइभ गर्ला त FF को 2 जना नक स्कारफेस मतलबले उठाए थियो स्कारफेस मात्र बाँकी उठाउनलाई FF को
APG, once this fight does end up concluding, if it does against Fireflux, who have managed to recover, you mentioned those revives, well now they're going to be a 4-man unit. And I like their chances a lot
नेट भेट्यो
better
जस्तो
at the moment.
भेट्नु त भेट्यो तर नक भएन छ
Fireflux might be able to keep all 4 of their players alive as well.
APG को सबै उठ्यो FF को 6 जना उठ्यो
Something also monumental could be happening. It's brewing, it's bubbling under right now. The Power Esports could be on their way to their first placement point. We got 10 teams remaining. 2 more need to drop.
That is true. But according to they are at 0 eliminations. Winner, chicken dinner with 0 elims to keep the narrative alive. Let's find out. Well, this is the first time we've seen them really get active this game as they tried to take over the high ground over
EE पनि eliminate, Falcon पनि eliminate, WBG, Horror, TS, EA eliminate. सोलेसले ढालेको छ है पऱ्यो ल ढाल्दियो जियोललाई रिफर्स ढल्यो ल रिफर्सले ढाल्यो त्यत्रो हेर्छमा स्कारफेसलाई डक पनि ढल्यो ल खाइदियो नि दामी हो केट सही हो अल्फा गेमिङ यार खेलाइदियो भने केटले है दाइ डेन्जर खेलाइदियो भने यार एक्लैले ल डार्किनले त्यहाँबाट हान्दियो खाइदियो डार्किनले एकैचोटि 40 र NS को पर्छ बिनीलाई ढाल्दैछ 40 को नकीले NS को बिनीलाई
this case happens to be ESPORTS, who now is focused on Thunder Talk, who stayed alive miraculously as a duo on the low ground. They took heavy losses, but they're giving it right back.
They stayed out of the fight for the time being, but now they want
danger भइरहेछ है गेम
steps a little bit too close to the fire and does get burned. Hits the deck just in time to avoid the spray.
हिलाउँदैछ टिङले नेट हान्दै इडाको डार्किनलाई इडाको डार्किन 3 जनामा 1 जना नक 2 जना मात्र बाँकी छ NS eliminate YG त 2 जना छ अघिदेखि भर्खर हेल्थ घट्यो YG को के हो भेट्यो क्या YG ले पनि 14 eliminate है 3 kill मात्र उठाछ ओए परेन भने एरेन कसरी बचे एरेनलाई पनि पर्नु पर्ने हो त नेट ओए मैले पर भन्दा न त्यसको नि टिटीको नि 2 जना मात्रै छ छिङ र किङ बाकी टिटीको 2 जनामा DRX र पावरको मात्र 4 जना छ come on ओइ एरेन नकमै थियो रहेछ हैन किल हान्दै एरेनलाई टिटी किङले YG को स्माइललाई हान्दियो यार नक फिनिश YG से क्लाउड मात्र बाँकी रहेछ YG बाट अब पावरको एकजना नक हो पावरबाट आलाजी नक हुनु पर्छ यार फर्स्टमा त र्याग्नर नक 2 जना नक है आलाजी बाँकी छ तर आलाजी र फैदान बाँकी छ DRX अट्याक हान्दा रहेछ पावरलाई टिटीले भेट्यो आलाजीले कहाँ छोड्छ त्यस्तो आलाजी नि डेन्जर छ ला अन्य से क्लाउडले भेट्यो नाइस टिटी इलिमिनेट YG लुकेर मात्र खेल म्याचहरु टप 5 मा आइ नै सक्यो YG प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट भयो नि पाउँछ विनर चिकन डिनर यस प्राइस भाइ Where's I like couldn't be one versa.
Every single side of the circle, and right now the most dangerous one is probably Loxy on that southwest edge for
La. भेट्यो फाइदानले भेटेछ आलाजी पनि ओए से क्लाउडले हान्दिया ओए एक्लै बसेर गुण्डा यार यो त दामी से क्लाउड YG मेरो भाइरो हो नि YG त ला इदा त स्यान्डविच भयो खायो नेडमै गयो मान्छेहरु ओए आरिजी कतिजना छ आरिजीमा एकजना विनर भेट्छ जस्तै त्यो लक्सीलाई तर लक्सी नै खतरा छ नि दाइ त्यो आरिजीको आरिजीमा लक्सी खतरा छ यो गेम हैन भाइ फुल गेममै अब जितोस् त हामीलाई हो र नै हो हैन तर पनि अर्को चाहिँ DRX एकजना नक छ रिभाइभ त हान्छ होला 4 जना छ हैन 4-1-1 टोटल 6 जनामा 4 जना छ अनि 1 जना छ तीनटा टिम लोड Come on. ओए लक्सीलाई आको कत्रो फेकेको भने दाइ उफ्रेर फेके जस्तो जम्मा
मोबाइल बाहिर आउला
rolls down the hill away from Junbin. That is what Saycloud is playing on. So Junbin flexing down this way. I really like this.
Loxy
should be taken care of.
तर लक्सीले 1-2 जना ढाल्यो भने त सेक्लाउडलाई पनि फाइदा छ नि हैन ल ढालिहाल्यो नि ल पेले अब रस हान्ने भयो जोन पनि हेर्नु नि त जोनले पनि साथ दिदैन क्लाउडलाई बर्ते त्यो गर्नै पर्ने थियो कि यसलाई थाहा हुनु पर्ने थियो कि हैन ल जी DRX चाहिँ कता कोरियाको हो कोन बात नै छ YG ले तर दाइ प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट सेकेन्ड लियो नि दाइ एक्लै भयो पनि केले गेमै भने
on day number 3. DRX so strong, so powerful, and finally able to get a win.
That was fourth of the first, third of the third.
ठिक छ त्यो YG ले त्यो एक किल त नदिनै पर्ने थियो है सेकेन्ड प्लेसमेन्ट भइ नै सकेको थियो
We certainly were here in the booth, but we are going to head to a quick break whilst we get ready for our final Miramar of the day. Don't go anywhere.
सेक्लाउडले तर लदाइ बच्या हो नि यो हैन एक्लै 6 पोइन्ट त आयो कम से कम प्लेसमेन्टबाट इलिमिनेसनको पनि छदै छ कसले खेले पनि हो त्यसले स्मोक फेकेर बर मर्दिनु पर्ने के है 1 पोइन्ट किन दिने यिनीहरुलाई झन् बच्चा हेर्नु त यिनीहरू त लास्ट गेम आजको लास्ट गेम अब पोइन्ट हेरौँ न मिठो आज यो अल्टर इगो र वाइजी छ टपमा अहिलेलाई अघि वाइजी टपमा थियो डर्की त्यही Alhamdulillah. This is last game अब त्यही
0 point त भएन
त्यही टप 5 पनि छिर्नै पर्यो कि हेर्दै किल र प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट लिनै पर्यो नि
सर्भाइभल स्टेजमा त के हो भौकाल गरेर जितेर पुरै A7लाई यहाँ आउनलाई ग्याङ साइन देखाएर हैन
A7 को साइन देखादा A र 7 अनि चुप
पताले ग्याङ साइन देखाउँछ नि हामी किसिमले लुट काट पारे के भन्नुहुन्छ त्यस्तो गर्नु भएन नि त अब त्यस्तो सिकाउने त्यसै देखाउने हो त्यसै प्रो लाने अहिले पनि गर्नु पर्यो नि गेममा
त्यही अल्टरीको त एमएलबी मानि छ हैन खै होला छ होला फाल्गुन पनि छ नि एमएलबी मा खतराहरु यार
Esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd.
Already was hostile like अब चाहिँ यसो सोच्दाखेरि
Group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, you get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 600,
PUBG नन खेलिरा भए त हामी पनि खतरा हुन्थ्यो होला है
You'll get another chance during the survival stage to get the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals.
कोरोना टाइम देखि मात्रै नन खेले पनि दाइ अहिलेसम्म
You must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant you 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friend's predictions guide you.
सधैँ त्यही लोगो छ त्यसमा नि त्यही लोगो त्यही हो त्यही त फाल्गुनको पनि त्यही हो लोगो त्यही ए पनि त्यही त कहाँ देखेकै जस्तो लाग्यो एमएलबीमा देखेकै जस्तो चाहिँ लाग्यो मलाई पनि त्यही अल्टरीको
You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
YouTube then. Kim
आयो अब होरले के गर्नु पर्यो त्यही भने है होरले चिकनै हान्नु पर्यो क्या हेरो होला पावरले 40 हाल्या रहेछ नि त यो चिकन डिनर मात्र देखाइरायो साच्चै फाल्कन र होरको नारवालोले खा रहेछ पर्यो त्यही भने सर्भाइभलमा त खत्रै खेलिरहेको थियो मिरामारमै खतरा खेल्या हो नि दाइ अस्ति खास
They outlive every team, they get win. What an impressive chicken dinner. Wow, the pretty streamlined coming in from DRX. Unlike Nonchalant Red Bulls, though, through the match, which I can appreciate.
There's
actually a few things they did do really well this game. They were using the southern and eastern ridges very efficiently, and because of the back
यो गेममा कति पोइन्ट भएछ त तर याङ्गन ग्यालेक्टिको चाहिँ त्यस्तो पोइन्ट त लिन त पाएन छ 3 इलिमिनेसन पोइन्ट फायरफ्लक्सले हेर्नु न दाइ प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट नलिकन इलिमिनेसन पोइन्टमै 11 लिइदिएको पागलहरु त्यही पनि सेकेन्ड आके त्यत्रो पोइन्ट लिएर आको के याङ्गन ग्यालेक्टिकोसको हेर्नु दाइ 3 छ इलिमिनेसन पोइन्ट सेकेन्ड भएर 6 उठाइदियो नि हैन फर्स्ट नै पर्छ होला ग्यालेक्टिकोस अहिले पनि जस अहिले सम्मकोमा चाहिँ फर्स्ट नै पर्छ होला अल्टर रिवारेस नङसिम रेड फोर्स होरले त जेरो के दा हेर्नु न कस्तो मजा नआको हेर्नु टीम सिक्रेट होरा र इएले 000000000000000
It's a very technically open area, especially if you account for the fact that there is that big cliffside north of that road as well. So kind of a lot of these position steps for academy.
दाइ आवाज कस्तो अड्केर आइराछ दाइ
Because you're expecting all of these teams to kind of start over you, and that's what we saw a lot of in this game.
दिदी घाटी ननेक्नु न यार दाइको छोड्दिनु हो भने कस्तो आवाज अड्किरहेछ अब त क्लियर आयो त दिदीको त क्लियर आउँछ त आवाज दाइ के भइरहेछ त टप ड्यामेज डिलर्स डिलरहरु रहेछ नि त दाइ टप ड्यामेज डिलरहरु रहेछ के डिलर आयो डिलर अल्फा गेमिङले उठाइरहेछ धेरै ड्यामेज इलिमिनेसन धेरै चाहिँ फेरि फायरफ्लक्सले उठाएको छ त्यही 11 अब 11 इलिमिनेसन पोइन्टमा दाइ यिनीहरूले प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट पाएको भए कस्तो हुन्थ्यो होला फायरफ्लक्स
So it's difficult to maintain this when everybody can kind of see you on the cliffsides elsewhere.
Yeah, a big split on Sandhawk and a big split on Miramar are two very different things. Just because it's such a vast area that you have on Miramar.
डेन्जर गेम त मज्जाको भइरहेछ भन्ने पर्यो नि
Alva, yeah, it was Alva up on that. It was a valley between him and
यिनीहरु हो नि
I understand why. It's like, oh, that's an awesome off angle onto all the chaos that was happening with Thunder Talk and everybody, but it didn't work.
This is why they're having fun still though here for PMWC Grand Finals, which, okay, cool, sure, but you've still got to be able to have your foot on the pedal here, Max. If you're then getting together a little bit quicker, you feel like that's probably the place to deal with some
I think so. It was so weird because you have two teams getting really close to their position. You had Ida and you had Fireflux, and it's not just they're walking around and Nipsey is very silent. They have cars, and even then, Rodrigo may be active.
Defense are good.
Unfortunately, to have control, you need to have the numbers, and in this case, Rodrigo did not have the numbers.
Definitely so. All right, well, before we get into our last game, it's time for everybody's favorite segment of the day. Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
You know what first one now?
You know it. You love it. It's Max Man's Grenade of the Day. Back at it once again, and this time around, we're going back on over to Erangel.
यसले चाहिँ नेडको नाटक गर्न आइदा यसले नेड मात्र देखाउँछ खतरा वाला नेडहरु अनि दुई जना खान्ने यार नेडले तीन चार जना खाए अर्को पनि नेडले खाइदियो जस्तो यहाँ अनि त्यही रिप्ले चाहिँ गरेर रहेछ त्यही
You said something before that about Wolfie.
Observation hacking is like you can read into the future.
Right. Is that... Anyway.
I literally got your coffee because you said you liked the French earlier.
Oh, you did? Well, they've not shown you on
आयो DRX-हरु सोचाले गएर जस्तो DRX हो
Also, you picked a serious nade. I'm impressed. Well done. Thanks for that. That was great.
Yeah, Max Man's nade of the day can be all good or bad. Can be the two extremes.
You never know. Whoa. It's a mystery. What will happen tomorrow? Find out tomorrow. But
it's
time to go to the casters for the final game of the day. It's Miramar.
Let's go!
Thank you very much, guys. Over on the
What is
it, like Gear 5 or something? I don't know. That's a One Piece reference. That's a One Piece reference for Max Man specifically. I
don't know what I'm saying, but I'm sure he enjoyed it greatly.
देखो भोलि र पर्सि के छ दाइ
Last match today, it is match number 6. It is Miramar, it's the desert.
भोलि
Oh, it's getting spicy.
पर्सि
Keep the sweat off their brow because they are
हजुर
calm and more
Collected. Let's get it going. Game number 6.
हेर्नु न कति फिङ्गर हान्दा यार त्यो त 5 फिङ्गर हान्दा जस्तो
Elevate yourself up into the top 5 and truly contest for the final championship run. Who's it gonna be? Well, we're gonna find out.
अस्ति फर्स्ट दिनमा चाहिँ थियो है टन्नै नेपालीहरू
A lot of great rotations.
देख्न बित्तिकै अनि जेडले पनि उता हेरेर आएछ है सिआरसिएनहरुको लाइभ हेरेर आएछ यो रश्मिले भन्छ यो रश्मि कास्टले हान हो र हान
The fact that they made it through into top 2 is great because I believe they were a duo.
ओरा
Good on them. Hang on Galacticus performing so well, but DRX
त्यो
taking the cake when it
क्रोजेरो फिल्ममा छ नि ओरा म त दिल्ली हेरिरहेको हो नि रे अनि यहाँ आउनु पर्यो नि दिल्ली हेर्नलाई कहाँ त्यहाँ हेरेर यार त्यहाँ पनि 60,000 70,000 भएसम्म गएर सपोर्ट गर्ने हो र यहाँ आउने हो नि त्यही भने नो फियर जिगल स्लिपी स्काई
is a very solid result, right? It's 4 points shy of that 10-point average that we always talk about.
देख्नु त्यो सेकेन्ड रोमा छ हैन फर्स्टमा डिआरएक्सले माथि ओइ दाइ हेर्नु दाइ वाइजी र डिआरएक्स को पोइन्ट हेर्नु न 46 र 45 त्यहाँ कमेडी हुन्छ अनि रे हैन नि त्यो मान्छेले धेरै हेरेर भएर मात्र कमेडी लाग्यो नि जे फाल्कन इडा अल्फा
did have quite a few teams around them, but it was Hora and Falcons who ended up kind of, tussling with each other.
46 45 त्यही भने भाइ 46 45 है
Galacticus also coming up behind them. It was kind of contested towards Albozo. Here is
टप प्लेयरमा त नार्वालोले मोस्ट इलिमिनेसन पाइरा रहेछ नि त आलाजीले 10 डक्सीले 9 ठीक हो छिङ सोय नार्वालो 300-400 मिटरबाट नै हान मार्छ यार यिनीहरूले अस्ति स्काईको थियो 400 मिटरको देखेको किल
north side circle box the plane exits our screen your drift style 45 degrees
जोन आफ्नै भए पनि तर दाइ रोटेसन त फेरि हादिन्छ सबैले रोटेसन दिइहाल्छ ठुलो नै रहेछ त्यो म त कहिले खेलेन भने दाइ यो मिरामार त एकचोटि चाहिँ गा होला त्यति होला भने म त कहिले खेलेन नि मिरामार तपाईँ खेल्नुभयो त्यही है सानक पनि चाहिँ खेलेन है मैले त्यही कन्ट्रा हो
That might be their best line of attack for Hora. Well, they go a bit more north this time around than they did last time because you remember they were south of Falcons, ended up pursuing them into El Pozo. This time, Hora changed up their landing spot. They're going to be just above them. It's going to be great for them. So much real estate that they can utilize. Hora made a good game here. They're towards the bottom, but setting themselves up nicely for day 2 with the win on game 6 and the possibility.
स्कुलमा स्काउटकोमा के पढाएर पढाइरहेको छैन आफू देशमा
They're going to head south down towards Riyadh and play this one in a little bit later on.
Livy Crabs.
As soon as they see that blue zone coming, they're heading straight towards it, so they will be very chill. Out in this area, a likely west road rotate, so expect to see them heading up towards the around minute 8. I think that's where we'll see them.
I think that's going to be not only today in our game number 6, but
going into day 2 and day 3 of our grand finals.
के हो गाडी त घिचघिच गर्दै गइराछ त
Clash with Regnum Karya. Two aggressive rosters with the way APG was challenging fights in our previous game in Map 5 Miramar. Got me excited for the prospect of what their aggression is going to hold in this final game, game number 6. They're going to have to go up north. Regnum Karya might choose to gatekeep them. Let's not forget 4 Thrives. I know haven't seen too much from them today, but another roster that showed incredible.
यहाँ त म्यापमा पनि केही थाहा छैन यो ठाउँको नामहरु पनि थाहा छैन नि पुरै मेक्सिकोको ठाउँको नाम जस्तो रहेछ ठाउँको नामहरु नै यसमा है हजुर हैन हैन यो ठाउँको नाम चाहिँ मेक्सिकोको जस्तै छ भने के मिरामारमा चाहिँ
this early, you don't really want to get stuck down in it, right? You don't want to get bogged down early. Going down.
Time के छ दाइको आन हो र आन ठीक ठीक the time 24 23 22 there
Parla on the east side right now, and they are trying to slot themselves in over towards Al Azhar, potentially all the way up towards Cruz del Valle, and we'll see if they can make their way on up to the podium once more.
You give it deep bananas. एउटा त चिकन हानौँ न अझै हैन
going up most likely towards the north above. Maybe alter egos, maybe even a little bit further on towards maybe the north.
टाइम के छ भने दाइ तपाईको
currently after 4 Thrives, full straight in. They're going to be very close enough to Red Force.
ठीक छ ठीक छ एक सेकेन्डको त्यो रहेछ ठीक छ आइक्यूले त नेट दिन लागिसक्यो आयो है नेट आयो आयो झन्डै कस्तो नेटबाजी खेल्ने यार यिनीहरु त मज्जाले हुन्छ ओके ओके मज्जाले चिकन हो के छ त परे परे एनएस र 40 को डेन्जर ओए 40 को आइक्यू नगई नेटले यहाँ अब क्यामेरा छर्यो कि कसलाई मात्र हेर्ने कि कहाँ मात्र हेर्ने म
IQ's down and out. No way he's going to get back up, and in fact, he's going to be
fully finished. So IQ like kill and actually UMP le.
They have to work back together. So any players from Notch Red Force, if they push it as a solo, you'd have to
40 एक जना kill भइसक्यो.
At the same exact time.
3v4 भइरा चाहिँ 3v4.
XCY pushing it. Tizzy starting to also get active.
NSTG ओइ ढल्यो है DBS भेट्यो T24 को. XCY पनि नक दुई जना नक NS बाट. ओइ नक एन्ड किल है दुई जना किल है त्यसबाट चाहिँ 40 ओइ एलिमिनेट हान्दियो 40 0 मा गयो यार एनएस चारै उठाइदियो चारै जना बाकी छ यतिको सपोर्ट त है लाइफको केसले आरजी को साइलसलाई नक एन्ड फिनिश
minutes, but for now, Alter Ego busted down to 3.
Alter Egos, a good day today so far.
ओए आरजी को वाइल्डले यार एफएफ को लाइन ढाल्यो नि फेरि खुन के बदला खुन है तर किल चाहिँ भएको छैन नक मात्र हो
Number 5 looking to do a little bit of a better job here. Regnum Karya also up ahead. You notice every single team minus APG is just directly sent it straight into the center of the zone. They want those buildings. They want the hard cover, and that's why Four Thrives was so antsy to get in and challenge Nox Red Force. It doesn't pay off.
So इसको बस तो single shot में आनी रहा था ना tap tap tap.
They want to take over this spot if they can get it, but it's not going to be easy.
La la la. Drop आयो drop आयो. किन रोशन भाइ को फ्यान हो हो र खै त्यही भरै छैन नि दाइ ल ए को अल्वाले DRX को लाई दुईजना नक है दुईजना नक अल्वा एक्लैले दुईजना नक हान्दियो DRX को त्यही त हो र कै हो नि सबैजना हामी तर पनि अर्को पनि टिम सेकेन्ड टिम अल्वाले DRX को दुवैजना किल हान्दियो टीटी को अजिले रोजमेरीलाई अल्टरको DRX को दुईजना किल भनेपछि ए को दुईजना किल भइसक्यो अल्वा र मुआना मात्र बाँकी ए माने अल्टर इगोमा अल्टर इगोको मुआना नि नक फिनिसै गर्छ क्या हो कभर त लियो मुआनाले तर गयो मुआना नि फिनिस अब अल्वा भाग्नै पर्ने भइसकेको थियो यार नि जान्छ होला तर एकजना भयो भने यसले बचाइरहेछ यसले अब प्लेसमेन्ट भयो भने राख्छ होला एक्लै छ अल्वा त्यसले 2 किल उठाएको हो हुन त अनि यस्तो हान्दिया रहेछ नि त अघि एक्लैले दुईजनालाई फाल्कनको एकजना नक भइरहेछ 4 जनामा DRX को 2 जना मात्रै छ ए को एकजना मात्रै अल्टर इगोको फाल्कनको 4 जना एकजना नक रिभाइभ गरिरहेछ भ्याउँछ होरलाई हेरिरहेछ है फाल्कनले
knew they were going to have a clash at some point. At a certain moment, Falcons or Horda have to put their foot down and establish dominance over this engagement.
TS को झिल्के आयो है यताबाट ओइ TS ले फाल्कनलाई भेट्न लाग्यो ओ ल बमबाजी भयो बमबाजी हजुर त्यही नेट त यिनीहरुलाई इजी भने त्यही यसमा खतरा हुनु पर्ने नेट रहेछ के अनि ओइ 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 ला झिल्केले भेट्यो नारवालोको रेडक्स पनि ढल्यो ओइ स्लिपीले हान्या रहेछ रेडक्सलाई त खाइहाल खाइ किल खायो एक किल खायो है स्लिपीले स्काइले हान्यो है टीएस को जेरसले नाइस वर्रा गाइ झिल्के पनि नक्छ जेरसले मरोस् कि झिल्केलाई भन्दा पनि झिल्के त उता फाल्कनले खाएको हो जस्तो लाग्यो हैन स्काई र नोफियर आइरहेछ सब यार झिल्के मात्र उठाउनु बाँकी रहेछ टीएस को फाल्कनको भाग्यो यार नार्बलो र सिओ डबल सेम के भागिसक्यो यहाँबाट होर र टीएस लाई छोडेर चल्दिस नेट र बम म यार बब्बाले भने के भइरहेछ होरको र फाल्कनसँग पर्छ होला त्यही पर्यो नि नेट र बम बवाल त्यही नेट र बम के नेट त हो नि बम र नेट एउटै हो नि नेटकै खेल रहेछ कि लास्टमा आएर चाहिँ गन भन्दा पनि भन्नै पर्यो नि डब्लुबिजी को टलिरा हो थुक्की सुक हो सुक टल्दा रहेछ टाइमिङ पनि के त हैन त्यहाँ ठ्याक्क ड्रप हुँदाखेरि पड्किनु पर्यो नि त स्लिपी पछाडी छ यस which is going to be interesting because Diego Galacticos finally get out of the blue zone after what the 14th minute start to you got Fireflux, Weibo who's still in the area. You've got plenty of teams. Power might potentially be able to gatekeep. This might be a tremendous game for Power to be APZ Alpha Gaming र EA को भेट हुन्छ क्या हो Alpha Gaming point त हाम्रो होराले 2 point उठाएको छ है
Obviously, got a couple of standout players. I think Norman is probably a very notable player on the roster of the arena. They have been.
So to
close out day one with a strong game, I think would be necessary for them to either be in the conversation for the front page potentially. I agree. At this stage, though,
They are going to have to hold their nerve against Ida, against APG, against Nonchalant Red Force.
ये Alpha Gaming को है.
Can they deliver today? They've been so weak up to now.
APG's getting dangerously close to E Arena. They're fully committing for this fight. They can back off if they want to, but you gotta fight this quickly. And E Arena, as they reposition, go straight into a couple from Ida. Like you mentioned, Nonchalant Red Force is going to be coming in from the south portion, still in blue, but eventually they will be up in this fight as well. So if you're APG, you don't want to get pincered between not only Nonchalant Red Force, but also E Arena. If you're E Arena, you're still in a decent spot. Stay ahead of your competition so you can gain it.
Take a look at the circle yet again. It's going to come through very, very quickly.
Drop चढ्दैछ कहाँ छ त
Holds an ego, rotating out to the
हो र बरु यहीको त अल्बा त बाँकी छ टिटी चाहिँ भेट हुन्छ होला अल्बा त यतैबाट घुम्छ होला अझै कुछ होला फाल्कन र टिटी सँगै भेट हुन्छ भइरहेको अल्बाले भेट देख्यो क्या हो बिनीले एपीजी को टपलाई नखान्यो बिनीले भेटिरहेछ यार फेरि रिफर्सको बिनी नक टिटी छिङले स्लिपीलाई नक हानेको छ स्काईले छिङलाई नक पावरले इडारको डार्किनलाई नक एन्ड किल है खै रिभाइभ हान्नु पर्यो स्लिपीलाई टिटीको नि एकजना नक होरको नि एकजना नक चार जनामा
just up ahead as well. So a lot of fights going down. APG, in my opinion, has the advantage of Nonchalant Red Force, who has to continually push up, and Reefus is unrelenting with his shots.
Yeah, they've got the high ground on them. It's going to be a question of getting picks, but they're just not being found.
NS, FF kid, NS को well and knock and finish. Refirstले भ्यायो होला हो र ओ स्काईले किङलाई पनि ढाल्यो है टिटीको किङलाई ढाल्यो अल्फा गेमिङको रिफर्सले बिनीलाई नक एफएफले टिजीलाई नक बिनीलाई किलै हान्दियो स्कारफेसले एपीजी डक
Yes, absolutely. Fireflux has already managed to get a couple of downs on Nonchalant Red Force, but E Arena has also backed up. On board with Doc. Doc holds his ground.
Doxile lo nice try, nice try.
Player remaining, but very low health, and in fact, this could be finished off. He's down. You mentioned
अन्नी स्कारफेस यार येको टर्निङ अब यता पनि भेट्छ क्या ओए बर्सात
members of E Arena who pushed out of their hard cover, mind you. Getting overly aggressive and now getting potentially punished.
त्यही दुई जनाले नक हान्दियो यार येको दुई जनाले नेटले हाल्दियो भने किले हान्दियो दुबईलाई यार ये त यार दाइ ये हेर्नु न पोइन्ट 0 मा छ भने तिनीहरु 0 भन्नु 16 मा छ के पोइन्ट उठाउन सकेको छैन
I just don't understand why they felt the need to send two players forward. Maybe they were expecting to have a bit more of an off angle with the third party, but Fireflux is ready for them and got them down. Good utility on the nades as well. E Arena might be
डगलेस सोलेसलाई नक हान्यो है एफएफ को सोलेस नक
they're well within the zone. Fireflux, APG, once they
डगलेस सोलेस जोकरले हान्दै छ है तर डगले ताक्दै छ एपीजी को जोकर येको जोकरले
Joker and Mormon have to go at it alone.
After a big Elim game last time around, Fireflux looking to try and convert. They've already posted 6. Sure, they've lost a player, but they will be able to march on forward. You'd imagine that they're going to try and crash up to the E Arena position, or maybe not crash, but walk up to at least. However, as 3 players, that's going to be a lot harder than it would have been as 4. APG do have the numbers, but they are trapped on the far side of the road. It's going to be a lot harder for them to get across unscathed.
And I do wonder about Order, who's kind of being a little bit weird hanging out off in the distance. You know, a couple of shots could put a team in disarray. Sleepy challenging that of Team Secret. Hora and Team Secret have been opposite of each other for quite some time. They managed to get a lot of damage and even at times a couple of knocks, but they both managed to get back up, and they're going to be both 4 stacks challenging each other straight ahead. For Riyadh Galacticos, 2 members that might be able to fire onto Jaiki depending, but for Xeris, he's going to be up ahead. Wins the engagement.
Team Secret committing up towards Hora as they rotate away from the outpost of Yangon Galacticos.
Sky Jiggle Sleepy नुफेर कता छ नुफेरले यताबाट हेरेर रहेछ
talk want to get involved here. They're starting.
हरले 3 उठाइसकेछ point.
Still have Alva solo. Not going to have an effect as of yet, but Alva, he's been devastating. We witnessed him take down 2 members.
GS र हरको डेन्जर पर्ने भयो
Just a little bit earlier, but now
यता अर्को चाहिँ कुन छ
going dead center. So he wanted
पछाडी
to
चाहिँ
here, but you're right. For Thundertop. Now Hora is Pincer. Team Secret on one end, on the other is
TT छ नि उ
Hora in dire straits, and they have to make a choice. Who do they challenge? But
त्यही
whoever they end up going
बिचमा छ के हो
to finish them quickly because they have to expect the team behind them.
ला भेट्यो स्लिपीले
As the shots coming through from the off angle, over the way, Secret making things hard, but Jackie actually gets spotted and picks out.
ओइ नो फेयरले ढाल्यो है झिल्केलाई टीएस को झिल्केलाई ढाल्यो
Take a little bit of cover. Scancon Galacticos still have their duo.
खायो है खायो जुस नो फेयरले झिल्केलाई खाइदियो नाइस
Well, in all honesty, it helps Team Secret because
स्माइल स्माइल हो
coming out from Hora, I believe, was going to
टीएसलाई टीएसलाई
if it wasn't for Scancon Galacticos keeping that player down from Team Hora. So Team Secret forced to park the bus once again, and well, they're in a little bit of a tricky spot, aren't they? They've got no.
ला खा येले
Also looking down into
ये जोकरले एफएफ को मटकालाई ढाल्यो है
on the southeast side. Looks like the arena
ल ये को जोकर नक फिनिश मोरम्यान मात्र बाकी बाट
on in. And
येले हान्दै चाहिँ स्कारफाइसलाई नक फिनिश गरे ये को मोरम्यानले नि
at least 4 arena. Fireflux in pretty dire straits.
मोरम्यानले त के एफएफ को वाइपै हान्छ क्या हो अन्नी एक्लैले वाइप हान्छ दाइ त मोरम्यानले
With only one more player.
ये को मोरम्यान
The arena. Hold their heads high for the time being.
बवाल
And it's ordered still from
जोकर र त्यो मात्रै बाँकी थियो जोकरले नक हानिहाल्यो नक फिनिश गरिहाल्यो
final finish.
त्यो एक्लै चाहिँ हान्दियो त्यसले
So Mormon, he's going
बवाल बवाल
to meanwhile once again Team Secret surprisingly and miraculously able to recover. I surely thought they were going to be finished off.
त्यो जिगलले बिगारेर हुन्छ नि भन्नै पर्यो नि थाहा छ
Still in dire straits in a very difficult spot between Hora and Gangon Galacticos. Once again for Team Secret.
ल येको मोरम्यान गयो इलिमिनेट ये इलिमिनेट ल नोफेयरले भेट्यो फ्र्याङ्कीले हान्नेछ त
On the north side,
नोफेयर कहाँ छ रिभाइभ गर्न भ्याउँछ त
towards Alva, the solo for Alter Ego, but instead they just allowed Hora to
जिग्लुको नेट लागोस् न ओए रिभाइभ भयो नोफेयर रिभाइभ
for them.
नोफेयर जिगल स्काई स्लिपी देखाइरहेछ है यता स्क्रिनमा ओ जिगलले स्माइलले ढाल्यो मार्दे
Goes down first, but on the far side of this game. Yeah, well done from Jiggle. Catches the head and takes him out through the window. You mentioned Thundertalk.
खै
Well, they do so, and Hora reads it out, and you're going to have to.
एक चिकन त खानै पर्यो यसमा खानै पर्यो ओ ल स्लिपी ढल्यो यार टीएस को ले हान्यो स्लिपी नक
Down to a sliver of valve, but managed to recover quite nicely. The only concern I have for Hora is they are split.
रिभाइभ गर्नै भ्याउँदैन अब त गाह्रै पर्छ रिभाइभ गर्नु जिगलले ढाल्यो जेरोसलाई ल नोफेयरलाई पनि ढाल्यो टीटीको छिङले स्लिपीलाई किल स्काईले छिङलाई नक रोमियो र फ्र्याङ्कले नक किल ल जिगल पनि नक स्काई मात्र बाँकी हाम्रोबाट स्काई मात्र बाँकी हो कि नोफेयर मात्र बाँकी हो के हो
Thundertalk have put pressure onto the east side beautifully. Like you mentioned, they rolled up nice and quickly. They finally took that opportunity to go on in.
उठा छैन नि के उठाएछ स्काई
Thundertalk are close by to one another.
आयो उता स्काई छुदै
As well on in the middle, on the east side rather, the Falcons will fall. They'll be eliminated.
ल स्काई नक डिआरएक्स हिन्विनले मिनी 14 हान्दियो यार
They've just been holding on that western side. They've been very chill.
मिनी 14 ढुचुमा हान्यो नि यार
One even, they are forced
ल स्काईले प्लेज वनले खाइदियो किल है नोफेयर छ नि हैन नोफेयरले जेरोसलाई ढाल्यो टीएस को जेरोसलाई ढाल्यो नोफेयरले ल नोफेयर गयो इलिमिनेट
dropped and Hora is gone.
नाइस ट्राई कोनो बात नै अब के गर्ने हैन यति नै हो भन्ने
Three teams simultaneously. Would they have better luck? Well, we'll never know, unfortunately. Riyadh Galacticos finally pushing into the aggressive. Ragnar
स्माइललाई उठा अब त वाइजी को सपोर्टमा हो वाइजी आइज त्यो ए को अल्फा अझै बचिरहेछ भने कहाँ मात्र घुमिरहेछ के त्यो नाम पनि अल्टरमा टिमकै नाम अल्टर छ एक्लै बचिरहेछ त्यसले जिकिल हाने हो जिकिल हानेर मैले अल्टर घुमिरहेछ त्यो र्याग्नरले सुकलाई ढाल्यो है सुकलाई पावरको र्याग्नरले सुकलाई ढाल्यो सुकले बचन भए जस कभरमै थियो रहेछ यिनीहरू पावर 4 जना छ यार
It's still power with
4 players alive. They're going to try and hit their way on in.
La TS को 0 kill.
4 players alive, but sending the bucket to the
APG
echo.
ले सिटिङ लाई हामीले किल.
Instead, they're going to take to the
एकैछिनै मैले त चारमा हालेर आइहाल्छु.
shot towards Wayvon.
You go back to the last game, Ragnar was trying to get these crazy off angles. He ends up getting punished this time around, not making that same mistake. He sticks with the full force unit of power. Great shots from Easy, the better shots from Order from a distance.
Able to shut down that hilltop, and this is go signal. They're going to crash straight on into this. Nice and aggressive, decisive play from Weibo. They're trying to encircle now the rest of power. They know their backline's going to be fumbling, going to be faltering a little bit. We'll see if they can take control of it. 33Z, maybe a little bit overinvested here as Weibo trying to connect on the power. Will finally be able to find that second knock, and they can continue to run this one through. Suit is down, but this should be resible. Fadad doesn't have the pace on this.
Fadad, he throws up. Bounces off the wall.
के हुँदैछ?
Now burning himself.
ला WBC ढाल्दै रहेछ त. इडाले पावर ल इडा पावर यिनीहरु WBC भेटिरा हो सँगसँगै. अब त जोन पनि सानो भइसक्यो. के गर्नु भाइ जान्छ नि. भोलि र पर्सि जित्छ. REG eliminate Vignum.
Down to 8 now, and I'm sure there's a couple more ready waiting to go. A lot of solos still playing on into this one.
लिपी पनि तर छ है 10 मा टप ड्यामेज डिलरमा. नो फेयर फाइटमा स्काई सेकेन्डमा रहेछ नि हाम्रो टप ड्यामेज त हाने हो तर के गर्ने किल काउन्ट्स. WBC को पावर एंगलले नक फैदानलाई पनि नक यो किलै हो नि इलिमिनेट पावरलाई नि इलिमिनेट हान्दै यार WBC ले खतरा पावर त खतरनाक हो नि फेरि. इदाको रिता खै हो त्यहाँ रहेछ नक रहेछ रिता. TS को पनि एकजना उ अल्टर हेर्दैछ मा क्याक्टसको छेउछेउमा. बिचरासँग यार हिलै छैन हेर्नु नि त ब्यान्डेज मात्रै छ योसँग के पनि छैन सामान. गनमा गोली पनि छैन. तर त्यो सर्ट गन हो नि त्यो त हैन 10 त्यो सर्ट गन बोकिरहेको. त्यही भने भाइ एक्लै हैन यसले प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट भयो पनि खान्छ जस्तो छ के. कतिजना छ 3 6 जनामा त प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट आइहाल्यो नि. एक भयो भने आउँछ अहिले मरे पनि 1 पोइन्ट भयो नि आउँछ प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्टको.
Weibo playing as for that all the way on the other side on the southwest. Yago Galacticos, they're behind APGs.
ए अल्टरै रहेछ यो त. अर्डरले भेट्यो सेक्लाउडले वाइजी को सेक्लाउडले हाने रहेछ है. किल आन्दै भाइ. ए किल चोर्दियो इदाले किल चोर्दियो अर्डरको. सेक्लाउडले हाने किल चोर्दियो है. ओइ अल्वा त्यही अल्टरको अल्वाले अझै ड्रप धरि चोरिरहेछ एक्लै हिँडेर. के गर्नु बाध्यता के फिर्दै त्यसको पनि सामान छैन के पनि लुट्न गयो कि मार्दिन्छ. अल्वा इदाले त देख्छ होला तर त्यहाँ रिजन छ. प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट लिएर जान्छ भने त्यसले लास्टमा एक्लै निस्केर चिकन डिनर हान्यो भन्दा हेरे हुन्छ तपाईँ. युनविनको हेल्थ हेर्नु न आम्बो त्यसले भेट्या ड्यामेज नेटको. WBC को एकजना नक छ के हो रिभाइभ गर्न भ्यो होला त WBC ले. अल्फा गेमिङ YG को मात्र 4 जना छ है. अरु सबको 3 2 1 छ. उ WBC को लाई किल हान्दियो यार YG ले. ल WBC को 2 जना मात्र बाँकी. TS हैन त्यो TT की TS इलिमिनेट. डकले इदाको मार्यो है. मार्यो प्ले जोनले खाइदियो. हिम्मत WBC इदा इलिमिनेट. अल्टरी अझै छ भने त्यसले प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट पाक्को पाइछ. जति इलिमिनेट भयो त्यति पोइन्ट छ. ओइ खाइ ल डकले मार्दियो अल्टरलाई. अल्वा यार कतिमा गयो 5th र्याङ्क 5th मा छ यार भनेपछि 6 5 4 3 आउँछ क्या 4-3 3 पोइन्ट 3 पोइन्ट लियो नि यार त्यो अल्टरले एक्लैले कडा हो नि 3 पोइन्ट लिएर 2 किल त छँदैछ 5 पोइन्ट ओइ वाइजीले खान्छ क्या हो वाइजीले खान्छ ल वाइजी मेरो भाइहरू हो यिनीहरू ए अल्फा गेमिङ त त्यहाँ चोखै बाँकी रहेछ नि अल्फा गेमिङ पनि 4 जना ल डिआरएक्स एलिमिनेट कसले खायो एपीजी रिफर्सले खाइदिएछ डब्लुबीजी पनि सुक ढल्यो है सुक डब्लुबीजी को सुक ढल्यो ओइ रिफर्सले कसले हाल्यो स्माइलले दामी टप पनि ढलिरहेछ स्माइल दामी ओ स्माइलले भित्रैले ढालिदिँदा रिफर्स र टपलाई टप किल टप फिनिश भयो ल वाइजी मेरो भाइ डक जियोल पनि ढल्यो डक मात्र बाँकी ए मासल यो पनि अल्टर काम गरेर रहेछ यहाँ सेक्रीमा ल एक्लै 4v1 मेरो भाइहरू है यो वाइजी केटा हो होइन अझ खाइदियो दुईटा चिकेन आज मात्रै मेरो सेकेन्ड चाहिँ इनर हो कि हो र पछि वाइजी हो म त्यसपछि अल्टर हो अनि एनएस हो नि मैले अघि नै भन्दा है होइन वाइजी हो कि याङ्गन ग्यालेक्टिको त्यही भने यत्रोहरू छ ठिक बा तर भोलि अर्कै हुन्छ फेरि आज हो होइन भोलि होरले जित्छ ठिक बा यो त अस्तिदेखि वाच गरेर हो नि यिनीहरूलाई मैले नाइस यार ल त्यो अल्टरले तर है दाइ अल्टरै गरिदिनु त अनि नक गरिया त्यो जोसिएको है हान्ने पनि क्या हो त्यो पनि हो आफू त मर्ने भयो तिनीहरूको त्यो जोन देख्थ्यो कि म्यापमा देखाएर गयो नि अल्टर एक्लै हो भने अल्टर एक्लै भयो भने होइन त्योमा त्यो के यो अल्फा गेमिङको रिभिल पनि भयो नि त पोजिसन त्यही अल्टर मलाई वाइजीहरू लास्टमा निस्केको पनि सही गर्यो कि अब अल्फाले त्यहाँ होइन डब्लुबीजीलाई हानेर बेला वाइजी निस्केर बिन्दास हान्न पायो कि खतरै निकाल्दै आयो त्यो त सेक्लाउडमा अनि लास्ट किल पनि सेक्लाउडले हान्दै रहेछ हिलाई ल जिजी है गाइस जिजी एकचोटि अब पोइन्ट हेरौँ स्कोर हेरौँ होइन
barely through their survival stage here, making it to the finals. So we said they were surprised initially, but even more so now going into the finals.
Good control of the west side here, Nectar.
Excellent control of the west side.
Again,
do what they need to do in terms of that control. They were able to fend off certain teams. They were able to eliminate others.
यो गेममा त ओइ 12 एलिमिनेसन पोइन्ट है याङ्गन ग्यालेक्टिकोसको
So a really good way to end the day, especially.
ल त्यो अल्टरले हेर्नु नि त 5 भयो नि निकाल्यो भने फर्स्टमा एक्लै भएर यार फर्स्टतिरै हो र खै कति हान्यो 3-4 होला यिनीहरूले प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट यिनीहरूले त अझ 2 किल मात्र हानेर प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट पाएको रहेछ 2 होइन हो र चाँडेको हान्दै अल्टरले त 3 पाइरहेछ दाइ अल्टरले हो नि 3 पाएको हो र ऊ 4 रहेछ तर अब यो टोटल र्याङ्कमा चाहिँ कति भएछ त होइन 40 हेर्नु नि त 0-0-0-0 टिम फाल पनि 0 रेग्नम पनि 0
So they're actually able to make those right decisions, make those plays, and do it effectively.
We saw 4 thrives. 0 points there.
आज राम्रो भएर भोलि फेरि त्यही राम्रो हुन्छ नि छँदै छैन कि भोलि यहाँ अब अर्कै आउँछ
No scouting ahead of time, just sending it looking for a fight. I don't want to say they've given up because it's day one. There's no reason, but there was no real.
ल धेरै गफ फर्मुलाहरु पोइन्ट देखा सबैको
Compared to that group stage where they played so well, here they're committing to plays that don't make too much
त्यो
sense.
भने गफ मात्र बेसी हो कि यिनीहरु पनि यिनीहरुलाई पनि खेल्न आउँदैन कि
As of right now, if they don't change anything.
खेल्न आउनु भयो यिनीहरु पनि खेलि नै रहन्थ्यो नि त्यहाँ हैन
Yeah, I mean, in that fight in particular,
गफ दिनै रहदैन
go ahead and do that fight that early on, which is not always the safest idea, but sure, go for it.
त्यहाँ हेर्नु न एक्स-रे
Way
त्यसको
too focused on that one solo player. They didn't use any off angles to try and counteract any response from an no force. And they went too far into the building and just ended up being completely surrounded.
त्यही पनि त्यो तर रियलमा त त्यसले सन्डे देखिरहेछ नि
Let's take a look at those and see how it shakes up at the very top, of course.
त्यो त पहिला पहिला बच्चा ल आयो DRX सेकेन्ड अल्टरहरु 4 मा भयो नि 6 हेर्नु नि दाइ त्यो 5 पोइन्ट लिएर कति सही गर्यो हैन अल्फा गेमिङ थर्ड मा आइदियो दाइ थर्ड मा आइदियो अल्फा गेमिङ सिरियस भइसक्यो
Consistent as well. 30 placement points and 37 elimination points. I mean, even down the board, you see some fairly
होरहरु कहाँ होला त यार
same points as well, like DRX, for instance. But most of them are so completely elimination heavy. For Yangon to be so consistent, it's really nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, good surprise from Yangon. Though I'm going to be critical, which is weird. Looking at the top teams here, they all did well. Like, good job. Our circles have been so favorable.
ठिक भयो यंगन ग्यालेक्टिकल्स भयो पनि समाजहरुलाई
Yeah, for today, for me, this day one has not highlighted the championship.
तर WBC ले कस्तो राम्रो गेम देखाएको है आज अस्ति त्यस्तो देखाउन पाइरा थिएन नि दाइ WBC ले अस्ति त्यस्तो थिएन आज चाहिँ देखायो यिनीहरुले मिठो तपाईले भनिरहेछ सुरुदेखि नै
Let's take a look at our name through 16th as well and see what's up there. Team Falcons finally.
होर 12 मा रहेछ यार कोनो बात नै छ भोलि हामी फेरि उठ्ने छौं
We saw them get a back-to-back chicken dinner in the survival stage, but aside from that, there is still a significant amount of play
फेरि उठ्ने छौं भोलि र पर्सिमा त फर्स्ट आइहाल्छ नि टुक्क
It is very close. You're right. We've had some. I want to say some odd games.
पर्सिमा त टपमा हो 100 कटाउँछ
Actual point difference is not that much at all. Everybody's been very even across.
40 र TT को त 21-21 रहेछ नि त
Considering we have 2 more days of this, how much of that?
लास्टमा ड्र भयो भने चाहिँ के काउन्ट हुन्छ दाइ अब दुवैको सेम पोइन्ट भयो भने फर्स्ट र सेकेन्डको हैन किल काउन्ट हुन्छ हो प्लेसमेन्ट सेम भयो भने किल ठिक भयो हैन यस्तो अनि त्यो पनि सेम भयो भने के हुन्छ दाजु दाइ बाहिर लगेर पेनाल्टी खेलाउँछ तिनीहरुले एउटा पोस्ट राखेर हैन पेनाल्टी ल है त वाइजी ले दुईटा लिदियो यार दाइ चिकन हैन ठुलो कुरा हो नि दुईटा चिकन खानी भने त बच्चा रे इत्रु त्यही भने आर्लिस भाइ जत्रोहरु नि
what happened in PMWC. Chances are it could happen here again at PMWC.
We have 4 or 5 teams each game.
ल हामी आज यतिमै क्रमश हान्ने छौं दाइ अहिले भेटौँला फेरि हामी अर्को लाइभमा हैन
So our last day will be extremely exciting to say the least, considering what could become that threshold.
तर दाइ त इयरफोनमा हो नि मेरो अहिले
For today, can they continue it into tomorrow?
अघि मोबाइल चार्जमा हाल्न गएको कि अहिले अब फेरि गर्नु पर्यो नि त एमएलबी अहिले चाहिँ ल्यापटपबाटै बोल्दा हो ओके दाइ ल अब चार्ज गरिरहेको छु कति हुन्छ चार्ज अहिले ल्यापटपमा भेटौँला नि ल्यापटपको लाइभमा ल दाइ है त फेरि भेटौँला एकैछिनमा ल दाइ है त म नि